Good morning. Kindly bow your heads at this time. Heavenly Father, in holy reverence, I come before you seeking strength and perseverance for the honorable speaker and all the honorable speakers of this house. Grant those whom you have chosen to lead this island the fortitude to withstand life's challenges and determination never to lose hope. Help them to rise above adversity and find courage to keep moving forward, knowing that your love and guidance will sustain them. May your wisdom guide their steps and your grace empower their spirits. Help them to trust in your divine plan and believe that with your strength they can overcome every adversity. This we ask through Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior. Amen.
Good morning. Thank you, Chaplain. Good morning, members. You may be seated.
Confirmation of minutes of proceedings of the 14th meeting of the 4th session of the 12th Anguilla House of Assembly.
Are there any amendments to the minutes, please? Since there are no amendments, can someone move that the minutes be accepted as circulated?
Madam Speaker, I move that the minutes be accepted as circulated.
Madam Speaker, I raise a second.
It has been moved and seconded that minutes of proceedings of the 14th meeting of the 4th session of the 12th Anguilla House of Assembly be accepted as circulated. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Minutes of proceedings of the 14th meeting of the 4th session of the 12th Anguilla House of Assembly accepted as circulated.
Oath of allegiance to new members, the Honorable Attorney General acting.
I, Erica Edwards, do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III, his heirs and successors according to the law. So help me God.
Announcements by the direction of the Speaker.
Thank you. Good morning again. I make apologies for absence with reason for the Honorable Single Island Wide Electoral District Member, Mrs. Quincy Gums-Marie, Honorable Single Island Wide Electoral District Member, Mr. Jose Vanterpool, and the Honorable Member for Valley North, Mrs. Shelia Rogers-Webster, the Honorable Deputy Governor, and the Honorable Single Island Wide Electoral District Member, Mr. Kyle Hodge. This morning, the Assembly again welcomes the students of the Form 4 Economics class at the Albina Lake Hodge Comprehensive School who are visiting with us this morning at the Assembly as a part of the second phase of their educational program, Understanding Democracy. They are under the supervision of teacher Mrs. Lois Hazel Carbon and Mrs. Fawn Campbell Toussaint. This initiative aims to foster a deeper understanding of democracy among our youth. So we welcome you once again. Thank you.
Questions? None. Government statements on recent developments, none. Papers, none. Reports from committees.
The Honorable Member for Sandy Hill is recognized.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Speaker. Good morning to members of this Honorable House, to persons visiting us in the gallery, the students and teachers from the Albina Lake Hodge Comprehensive School, and those persons who are listening and viewing. Madam Speaker, as Chair of the Public Accounts Committee, I beg to update this Honorable House on the committee's recent work. The committee is conducting a series of closed meetings to look into the garbage collection within the Environmental Health Unit so as to 1, review contracts and their alignment with procurement policy, 2, ensure value for money, and 3, propose action to remedy any concerns highlighted throughout the inquiry. Section 79 of the House of Assembly Procedure Rules 2021 supports the committee's work. Upon completion of this closed process, a report will be presented to the Assembly highlighting the findings and the recommendations where necessary on or before the 25th of June 2024. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
Petitions, none. Government notices, none. Private members' notices, none. Motions, none. Personal explanations, none. Other business, government business. A bill for integration of Registry into Financial Services Commission, Miscellaneous Amendments Act 2024, second reading.
The Honorable Member for Island Harbor is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good morning, Madam Speaker. Good morning to the members of this Honorable House, to the staff, to those in the gallery. And Madam Speaker, I'd like to take this opportunity to say welcome to the teachers and students who have joined us here today. We continue to see democracy at work, and that it is continuous and successive, and there's a succession plan, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to move that a bill shortly entitled A Bill for Integration of Registry into Financial Services Commission Miscellaneous Amendments Act 2024 be read a second time.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, on June 11 of 2020, former Premier of Anguilla, Honorable Victor F. Banks, signed a memorandum of understanding for financial aid for COVID relief. And one of the provisions in that, Madam Speaker, was that Anguilla would move from state of being non-compliant to largely compliant with regulations, compliance with international bodies, monitoring like the OECD and the European Union, monitoring our financial services, Madam Speaker. This was one of the provisions, and this was also that suite of provisions, Madam Speaker, that included number 3, which stated that the government of Anguilla would continue to progress the goods and service tax in phases, which was started previously October 1 of 2019 with the IGT, which was approved, implemented by the prior administration, Madam Speaker. And then phase 2 would come into place on January 1 of 2021, and phase 3 on January 1 of 2023. Madam Speaker, the seriousness of this MOU that was signed, Madam Speaker, was that Anguilla was closed down at that time, had been closed since March 20th of 2020, because of the global pandemic, which was declared by the World Health Organization on March 11th of 2020, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I stress the seriousness of this because it seems that the administration that signed that MOU has now taken it upon themselves to make multiple presentations in this House, on radio programs and social media, that they would not have implemented the conditions that were made in that MOU, Madam Speaker, stating that they would have kicked it down the road. I paraphrase, Madam Speaker, but they have stated that specifically by the previous member from Valley North, who has resigned from this honorable House and has been replaced, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I think it's only incumbent on any administration that if you sign on to conditions to get help, which was much needed at that time because the country was closed, our main industry was non-existent because tourism was non-existent at that time, Madam Speaker, and there was no knowledge of when that would change because the world was thrown topsy-turvy, Madam Speaker. So the commitments that were made, that were signed on to, had deadlines, Madam Speaker. And it said that by June 30th, that some of these provisions had to be put in place. Madam Speaker, there had been many, many moves made for Anguilla to become compliant with financial service industry. Remember in 2017, with the Panama Papers, Madam Speaker, a company which was registered and had an office in Anguilla, Mossack Fonseca, that they up and disappeared, Madam Speaker, and at that time, the records that they held were also not available. And so Anguilla was given a status because Anguilla had signed on to reporting, Madam Speaker, these records were not available. The OECD and the EU basically made Anguilla non-compliant and blacklisted Anguilla. And so one of those conditions was that Anguilla would make the necessary steps toward becoming compliant. And it was stated that Anguilla had to get a rating of largely compliant. So you have non-compliant, partially compliant, largely compliant, and then fully compliant. And so we continue, Madam Speaker, in that limbo of being partially compliant at this point in time. And we want to, because, Madam Speaker, there is reputational harm if you do not become compliant with these international bodies. And your financial services will take a hit. You'll also take, there's risk of being labeled wrongfully, although we know that the bigger countries, developed countries, don't have the same type of obligations that we have as small countries trying to break into that space. Remember back in the 1990s and early 2000s, Anguilla, almost 20% of its GDP was gained from financial services. We've lost that, Madam Speaker, over the years. Some say it's because somebody in this honorable House wanted to be knighted as Sir. Be that as it may, Madam Speaker, we are here today. Madam Speaker, I go back, though, to the other condition about the goods and service tax, because recently, a single island-wide member of this House, the Honorable Kyle Hodge, would have stated on Friday, the 19th of April, and also on Monday, the 22nd of April, on the program that is poorly named Just the Facts, because there are no facts, Madam Speaker, that are spouted from that program, that there was no rate that was ever given by the former administration, Madam Speaker. Now, Madam Speaker, In 2016, CARTAC, the Caribbean Technical Agency, did a report for Anguilla and stated that you could get a VAT or goods and service tax. The rate would have to be 17.5% so that you could meet the gap that was necessary to be made, which when we came in, Madam Speaker, that gap was $22.4 million because we did notice, or we were told, that the accommodation tax, the IGT, the communication levy, the environmental levy, and the public entertainment tax, those 5 taxes which would be repealed and replaced with a goods and service tax, that they brought in $57 million. But we needed a gap of, we needed to make $79.4 million to be able to meet the expenditure that was necessary at that time. So the goods and service tax, Madam Speaker, had to be at 17.5%. Now, this was a recommendation. I agree with that. But, Madam Speaker, every step that was taken from 2016 by the former administration until 2019, when the IGT was put in place, the first phase of the goods and service tax, they followed the guidance of that CARTAC report to the letter. The only difference, Madam Speaker, is that it was recommended that the IGT be 8.5%, and it was rounded off at 9%. So it would then ensure that if they put in the second phase, Madam Speaker, which would be the second phase of the goods and service tax in January 1 of 2021, that they would have come up with similar rate as recommended by the CARTAC report. And Madam Speaker, the Honorable Premier, in the 2019 budget address, does address that the rate would be 17%, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in my bag I do have a copy of the 2019 budget address. I also have the 2019 estimates of recurrent revenue, expenditure, and capital. And Madam Speaker, I just want to find the page here, and I know it's green, Madam Speaker. So on this page, page 8, Madam Speaker, it says that 2020-2021, a partial GST is implemented in 2021 at a rate of 17%, which yields approximately 7% of the the GDP, the gross domestic product, Madam Speaker. Now, Madam Speaker, this is here in this book. This came in before the APM administration came in. The former Premier also mentioned in his budget address, Madam Speaker, which is also included in this booklet, 17% rate for the goods and service tax. So, Madam Speaker, when the current leader of the opposition, who was a member of government at that time, and the single island-wide member, who was a former minister in this administration who's crossed the floor, mentions that there was never any rate that the former administration would have mentioned or would have stated. Madam Speaker, these have to go through Executive Council before they can be put into this budget speech, the budget address, or into the estimates, Madam Speaker. And so maybe the member or members have a lapse of memory or intentional and misleading, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, I just wanted to put the record straight that the words that have been spouted on the radio and social media, where I have been called a liar, Madam Speaker, I just wanted to set the record straight that I did not make up, or no member of this side of the House made up, when we said that the Anguilla United Front administration, if they had been returned to office in June of 2020, would have brought in the goods and service tax second phase at 17% or thereabouts. Now, the single island wide member, Mr. Kyle Hodge, would also have mentioned that he had other options, which he did discuss, Madam Speaker. He talked about a sales tax. Now, Madam Speaker, the same CARTAC report talks about a sales tax of 18.5% if sales tax was paid business to business, business to consumer, which is a cascading tax. It would have to be at 18%, Madam Speaker. And if it was not, where businesses were exempted from paying sales tax business to business, Madam Speaker, it would have been 23.5%, Madam Speaker. Now, Madam Speaker, I'm not a good mathematician, but I must think that a sales tax of 18% on top of IGT of 9%, because it would not have repealed the 9% IGT, Madam Speaker, seems to be a lot higher number than 13%, which is the IGT, plus 4%, Madam Speaker. Now, Madam Speaker, the 9% would have been repealed, and for most foods and essential items in Anguilla, there is no GST, Madam Speaker. Zero rated. And also there's no custom duties, Madam Speaker, because we removed the GST, the customs duties from April 27 of 2022. So the cost should go down, Madam Speaker, because before you were paying the 9%, now you're not paying that 9%, and you're not paying the duties either. And Madam Speaker, the goods and service tax allows businesses to claim back the GST paid, Madam Speaker. So before, businesses would pay the 9%, they didn't get it back. Now they pay 13% on items that have GST, but most food items are zero rated, so there's no GST, there's no IGT, and there's no customs duties. Madam Speaker, it behooves me, and I know that some of these students are in the economics class, they would understand that if you remove these duties and taxes, that things should be cheaper. And especially if businesses can claim back the GST that's paid, they should not be adding that on to the cost. But Madam Speaker, I digress. So I'm getting back, Madam Speaker, to the integration of the Commercial Registry into the Financial Service Commission. But it's all interconnected, Madam Speaker, because this came about, or is coming about as a direct result of the MOU for financial aid for COVID relief. Because it required that Anguilla had to at least get to larger compliant with the OECD and other international agencies and get off the blacklist for the EU. Madam Speaker, we did. In our time, we did get off the blacklist with the EU with the help of the Cayman Islands for a short period of time, but then in October of 2023, we were returned to the blacklist, and that's because still we have not been able to comply with the reporting requirements. Because as I said earlier, there was a company, and there were other issues, but there was this company that left Anguilla, and there were no records. So during our time, Madam Speaker, we have put in place legislation that requires that records have to be kept for 7 years, and if a company is closing down, it has to make sure that those records are placed somewhere so there's access to those records for reporting purposes, which is important with these international agencies to curb money laundering, to combat financing of terrorism, to decrease the chance of proliferation of weapons, Madam Speaker. So, back, Madam Speaker, in '28th of September 2023, Executive Council met, and a proposal was to integrate the Commercial Registry within the Anguilla Financial Service Commission to support the registry's fulfillment of its mandate with regards to the required regulatory activities necessary to meet compliance with international standards on tax transparency. Executive Council approved the merger, Madam Speaker, of the Commercial Registry into the AFSC, and also approved the formation of a project team to look at the integration process. Now, Madam Speaker, this was then sent out to the stakeholders, lawyers, companies that deal with company registration, to get their input. We also spoke with the Commercial Registry / Financial Service Commission and the TCI because they had integrated. Other overseas territories have integrated, some, not all. We find that this makes it easier because the Financial Service Commission is responsible for regulation, Madam Speaker. And so, in terms of the limited manpower that we have in Anguilla, where it seemed like duplication of services, where the registry has to do the due diligence and the compliance, and the FSC has to do the same, we felt it would be good if they merged. And this has been done in other overseas territories, jurisdictions, and it seems to be working, Madam Speaker. But this required legislation, because the considerations, Madam Speaker, would be the employees of the Commercial Registry being incorporated into the FSC. If they didn't want to go, should they stay as public servants? How do you cater for that? If they were going to the FSC, how do you ensure that they went on better terms than they had in the public service? How to deal with their pensions, Madam Speaker? Remember, recently we integrated the Health Authority and the Water Corporation back into central government. This is going the other direction, where public servants are now going into a statutory body. And so we had to make sure that the I's were dotted, the T's were crossed, Madam Speaker, and also get the buy-in of the employees. And they have until today, the 26th of April, to decide what they want to do. If they want to stay as public servants, then Her Excellency the Governor has to find them a spot in the public service, because the Commercial Registry will be no more after the date the date determined for it to not cease and become part of the Financial Service Commission. And also to make sure that they have a better deal if they go to the Financial Service Commission. And those have been worked out, Madam Speaker. And they have been informed. And thirdly, that their pensions, their Social Security, and other benefits will continue, because, as I said, you don't want to make them any worse off than they were. The other issues, Madam Speaker, is the monies that would come in to the financial services or come into the Commercial Registry for company registration. And we had to cater for that, because that money is incorporated into the budget of the government of Anguilla, where the budget speech is given in December, to cater for that. And so we've also made arrangements for that the FSC will hold a certain amount of the revenue that would come into the registry usually. And a percentage of that goes back to government, and the FSC can hold a certain amount in reserves, Madam Speaker. That way they can make sure that they meet their obligations, their recurrent expenditures. And then today in the committee stage, Madam Speaker, we will bring in an amendment to the draft act as presented. And that's because, Madam Speaker, the Commercial Registry does hold a certain amount of money for companies and agents where the service has not been provided as yet, but it's basically monies that is there that if they want to register a company, that money is there kind of as a retainer that the registry could take money from that. That money also has to be transferred over to the Financial Service Commission, and we have a way now in the Act to account for that money and how it would be dealt with as it's held in bank accounts now that will be managed by the FSC. So, Madam Speaker, I hope that I have explained what is happening. The commercial registry will end on a date in the future, very soon. And employees will have a choice of staying in the public service or going over to the Financial Service Commission, better off than they were under the commercial registry. And also that any monies that are transferred over, that they're properly accounted for with transparency and accountability. And the date, Madam Speaker, will follow the passage, of course, of this bill. It comes in act and assented to by Her Excellency, and Section 57 will let us know when that date will be as decided by Her Excellency the Governor. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I now invite debate on the merits and principles of a bill for integration of Registry into Financial Services Commission, Miscellaneous Amendments Act 2024. The floor is open for contribution. The member for Sandy Hill is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise in relation to the integration of Registry into Financial Services Commission, Miscellaneous Amendments Act 2024. And Madam Speaker, I was happy to hear at the end the explanation from the member from Island Harbor as to the discussion in Executive Council in September of 2023 and the decision to integrate the commercial registry into the Financial Services Commission. Madam Speaker, some years ago, I myself would have maintained a license as a company management services provider. And over the years, I found that the regulations and the due diligence and the amount of work required to ensure that as a company management company, we remained in compliance with the various amendments and upgrades to legislation over the years, it became very onerous. And so I would have relinquished my license, but of course, notwithstanding having relinquished my license, I would have continued to be involved from a legal perspective in referring clients to other company management companies, to continue to assist in terms of the requirements for these companies to remain in good standing. And so I was curious, Madam Speaker, as to why the company's registry, the commercial registry, is now today being integrated. For many years, even before it was called commercial registry, it was called company's registry. And as everything else, things change over time and things evolve. And so today we see now where what has always been the case, the company's registry would have been, or the commercial registry would have been a standalone or separate but working along with financial services, is now part of the Financial Services Commission. And I was interested in hearing what is to become of the staff in the commercial registry. And I'm curious, Madam Speaker, because those members of staff in the commercial registry over the years have been extremely efficient, hardworking, dedicated individuals. Many of them, as you walk into the office, you get immediate assistance. And I would certainly hope that there is a place for those persons who are highly qualified, highly trained, to be able to find job opportunities within the public service. And so I hope that it is not a case where those employees will no longer be employed after the integration of the commercial registry. Madam Speaker, I was also curious to listen to the backdrop to the passage of this, or the bringing forward of this bill to the House of Assembly, where the Honorable Premier would have made mention to mention of the MOU that would have been signed in June of 2020. And so, Madam Speaker, I was curious enough that I went back to revisit the terms of the MOU, as the Premier would have indicated, and to confirm that, in fact, the terms of the MOU would have provided. And I'll read it for the sake of clarity. And this is the MOU that was signed in June of 2020. And there were a number of requirements that the UK government would have looked at in terms of providing the COVID financial relief. And those of us in June of 2020 would remember our borders were closed. We'd remember that many of our people were not working. We'd remember the threat and the fear of COVID that was taking place not just in Angola but throughout the world. And so this financial aid package was negotiated with the UK government to provide relief through December of 2020 at that time. And one of the requirements, Madam Speaker, was in relation to the GST. And the specific reference to that is found at page 12 of the MOU, where it refers to domestic tax. And it says, Madam Speaker, that the government of Anguilla commits to maintain progress in implementing a goods and services tax, including the Ministry of Finance's preparation and the Permanent Secretary of Finance's agreement to a white paper and a draft bill and regulations regarding the implementation of GST phases 2 and 3. And what this says, Madam Speaker, is a number of things. One, the British government was asking for the local government to maintain progress of implementation of a goods and services tax in a phased approach. What was the phased approach? In 2019, and I'll go to the report, the budget address 2019 that the Honorable Premier would have made reference to. And the budget address would have explained what the phased approach was. And on page 28 of the budget address, and for those persons, you can visit this the budget address, and the budget itself is uploaded at the gov.ai site, and you can feel free to go to it, page 28. And it says, the Premier at the time, the Honorable Mr. Victor Banks, said, Mr. Speaker, while we are on the topic of recurrent revenue, I will take this opportunity to update the public on our plans for the implementation of a goods and services tax. Now, the Anguilla United Front, which was a party in government between 2015 and 2020, has always said that there was a proposed plan to implement the goods and services tax. The interim goods tax would have been a reconfiguration of the existing taxes at that time in 2019. And the three phases that the budget spoke about is phase 1, the implementation of the IGT by the 1st of June 2019. And in fact, the phase 1 came into effect in October of 2019. So the timelines were not set in stone, Madam Speaker. And the timelines are subject to being amended and changed depending on the circumstances on the ground. And so you can set timelines, but at the end of the day, those timelines can be negotiated. And many of us will remember in the House of Assembly when the Honorable Neil Rogers would have stood up and asked the Attorney General, the Honorable Attorney General at the time, whether or not a MOU was set in stone, and he said no. And just like we are here, Madam Speaker, in this Honorable House making amendments to laws, amendments to time frames can be made. So laws are not set in stone. And we've seen the number of times this government has brought amendments to the same goods and services tax that it passed in this Honorable House in 2021. So what does that mean? It means that laws are subject to be changed. And so too, timelines in MOUs are subject to be changed. And so I will continue, Madam Speaker. It says phase 1 is the implementation of the IGT by June of 2019. It is a revenue-neutral reconfiguration of customs duties and customs services charges, an increase from 6% to a figure which allows for recoup of revenue lost as a result of customs duty reduction. The IGT will be repealed with the exception of a small amount for cost recovery at the onset of phase 3 of the process. Not phase 2, phase 3, the IGT. Let's talk about phase 2. Phase 2 is the introduction of a partial services tax. And listen to the aspects of this tax in 2021 that was proposed to be passed in 2021. It would have covered hotel accommodation, electricity, communications, and wholesalers. Very specific. Very specific. So the IGT in phase 2 would have remained. And it is in phase 3, which was to have come in the 1st of January 2023, where you have had the expansion of the services tax to include all other services. Wholesalers, communications, electricity, and accommodation. 4 specific areas in 2021. And of course, Madam Speaker, this would have been in a budget address, which was also subject to be changed. And the reason why I say subject to be changed, Madam Speaker, is because at the time that this budget address was prepared, there was no Goods and Services Tax Act that had come to Executive Council. There was no Goods and Services Tax Act that was passed in the House of Assembly. And so, and I want to specify for the young listeners in the House today and those listening and viewing, a law becomes a law when it comes to the House of Assembly and is approved. It does not become a law prior to coming to the House of Assembly and approved. So when you take a law, a bill, to Executive Council, and the members in Executive Council approve, they approve it to come to the House of Assembly. If a law comes to the House of Assembly and the governor does not agree with the law, it does not go into effect. So it can be passed by the House, but until signed by the governor, it does not go into effect. And so, if this government decided that they wanted to bring an amendment to the GST today, and it was not signed off by the governor, despite their best intentions, it would not be passed. It does not become law. And so, in relation to the Goods and Services Tax Act, this APM administration brought the Goods and Services Tax to Executive Council, approved it in Executive Council, every one of the members, and then brought it to the House of Assembly, where the then Member of Government, Honorable Kyle Hodge, and the Minister, the Member for Valley South, Ms. Deanne Kentish Rogers, did not approve it in the House. They opposed the Goods and Services Tax Act in the House of Assembly. But it was passed because the Attorney General, the Honorable Attorney General, and the Honorable Deputy Governor would have put forward their vote to support the passage of the act, although the majority of elected representatives in the House opposed the passage of the Goods and Services Tax Act. And the reason why the members of the opposition opposed the passage of the GST Tax Act was because it was not the time to deal with this act when the country was still reeling from the effects of COVID-19, when a number of people were still unemployed, without jobs. And up until then, we still did not understand why this phased approach that the UK government had agreed to in the MOU and was referred to in the 2019 budget address did not come to the House. So the question is, the GST tax that was passed in 2021 was not reflective of the agreement that the previous administration had with the UK government to pass it in phases. Why? And so when you hear the Premier, the member for District 1, make reference to the 2019 budget and the 2018 Executive Council minute that spoke about IGT and GST generally, until the GST Act came to this House in 2021 and passed by this administration, there was no Goods and Services Tax Act in Anguilla. There was no Goods and Services Tax in Anguilla. So as I've said before, this is the APM's GST. Hug it up, like it, lump it together. It is the APM's GST. And with the APM's GST, this administration has come from time to time to make adjustments to the same APM GST. Why do I raise that, Madam Speaker? I raise it, Madam Speaker, because the GST today, it is well known that it is overperforming, because the Premier, the leader of government business, has said so on more than one occasion. All of the members have said that this GST, well, let me rephrase, because not all of the members, various members, Madam Speaker, have said that this GST is doing well. Now, let me say this. The reason why the Goods and Services Tax Act even came into existence is not something that lie with this administration. It was something that came on the table from as far back as 2009, when Anguilla suffered through the economic downturn, worldwide economic downturn. And that was when the discussion of GST first evolved, or VAT, value-added tax. And in October of 2011, the Anguilla United Movement Administration would have taken to Executive Council a decision to move forward with a GST VAT structure to be implemented no later than December of 2014. December of 2014. And the Honorable Member for Road South, on more than one occasion, has confirmed that that is the case. He has confirmed that he was part of an administration that had brought to Executive Council the proposal to move forward with GST. And everyone has the recording, so it's no secret. So the point I'm making, Madam Speaker, is in 2015, when the Anguilla United Front administration took office, there was a progression, but it couldn't take place in 2015. Why? Because in 2015, what the Anguilla United Front administration met was the banking situation. The banks, the two indigenous banks, had to be resolved. They were in conservatorship since 2013, since the prior administration. And so in 2015, that was the first thing that was placed on the table to be addressed. The banking resolution took place in 2016. And today, we see we have the National Commercial Bank of Anguilla, which is the successor of the National Commercial Bank and the Caribbean Commercial Bank. And we've heard members of this government, including the member for Island Harbor, praising the existence of the bank, praising the fact that the bank is doing well. And so, and of course, Madam Speaker, the 70,000 deposits that were held in those two indigenous banks were secured. Those domestic deposits were secured, so every single Anguillian who had $1 in those banks were able to retain that dollar. If they had $1,000, they were able to retain that $1,000. And that was the result of the banking resolution. Now, of course, the banking resolution came with a cost. But it would have been anticipated that when the Anguilla United movement would have agreed for the ECCB to come in and take over those banks, I would imagine that that administration would not have felt that all those deposits held by people in Anguilla, by Anguillians, by our citizens, would be destroyed or would be lost. So I would imagine that in 2013, when those banks were placed into conservatorship, what goes in ought to come out. Because at the end of the day, the most important thing was to secure those monies belonging to our people of Anguilla. And so, Madam Speaker, as I stand here today, I am happy that that decision was made. I've heard the Honorable Premier and I've heard other members of government criticize the banking resolution, but as of today, the people of Anguilla have not seen any alternative. They have not been presented with any alternative approach that had this administration been in, they would have taken. No plan, Madam Speaker. And so too, no plan in relation to the GST. During the 2020 campaign, this APM administration said that they had all the information. In fact, they were on the radio speaking about the MOU. They said they would not accept the $100 million. The very MOU that the Honorable Premier is speaking of. Prior to his election, he said he wasn't going to accept the money. He'd give it back to the British. The very same APM campaigned no GST because we have a plan. We are going to do something different. And so the people thought that this APM administration would deliver them from GST, any form of GST, and would bring the country back. Remember, the borders were closed. People went to went to vote with the borders closed. And so, believing that this APM administration would deliver on its promise, the people voted on this GST campaign. And today, we have the members of government here in the House based on the no GST campaign. And they can say different. They can say, no, it wasn't. It's because we're prettier. They'll say because we look better. That's why the people voted for us. But at the end of the day, it was the emotions, it was the fact that when people are not working and you tell them that you will deliver them from more taxes, that you won't impose this tax, that has an emotional impact. That has an impact on your pocket. And so the people would have voted because they felt that this is what they wanted. But let me say this, Madam Speaker, I want to be specific. I have been going through my community, and indeed all across Anguilla, and what I hear is that the Anguillan people are not opposed to taxes. They are not opposed to taxes. So when you hear people say, oh, Anguillans don't want to pay taxes, that is not true. What they're saying is the extent of the tax is too high. It is too burdensome on them and on their families. So let's fast forward to today. We have the APM GST tax because it's their structure. They talk about basket of goods. Basket of goods is traditional in any GST tax structure, any VAT tax structure throughout the world. That's the norm. The Honorable Premier says that on most food, and I'm quoting his words that he just stated, that on most food there is no GST. And there seems to be a disconnect between the Premier's words that on most food there is no GST and what is at the store. And so, as members of government, if you go to the store, and I would imagine that every member of government shops. And I know that every member of government will understand that when they take things to the till, that GST is included on those items that are not essential items or in the basket of goods that this administration will have excluded. Cornflakes has GST. A basic meal that most parents in the morning, when they're rushing to send their children to school, say, go grab a bowl of cornflakes before you head out. I have had people ask me if there is a way for GST to be removed or for cornflakes to be made cheaper. Because since the implementation of GST, the price of cornflakes has gotten so high. It is not an essential item.
Madam Speaker, point of order. Member is misleading. It's not because of GST why the cost of cornflakes has gone up. If that is the case, Madam Speaker, I myself have not had cornflakes in years. Madam Speaker, there are many costs of shipping, cost of insurance, the supply chain, Madam Speaker. The member knows that inflation in the United States, where the cornflakes come from. So to say, Madam Speaker, to the public, to this listening gallery, that GST is what caused cornflakes to go up, Madam Speaker, that is misleading. Also, there's no customs duties, Madam Speaker. And so I just would like the member to be more circumspect in her statements. Thank you.
Carried.
Thank you,
Member?
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker,
Please take into consideration the points that the member have made.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Honorable Premier is absolutely right. The cost of shipping has gone up. The cost of shipping has gone up. And many persons will remember that in recent weeks there's been a whole back and forth in terms of the increases that took place at ASPA. The increase in transportation costs. There's been an increase in shipping generally worldwide, which has impacted the cost of goods on the shelves. There were taxes that were increased and fees that were increased by this administration before GST was added. And let us remember that at the port, GST is added onto the cost of shipping, the insurance, and the freight. So if shipping has gone up, freight has gone up, insurance has gone up, and you add GST, what do you get? An increase in price.
Point of order, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would have stated in my presentation earlier that GST paid by businesses is reclaimed. So therefore, Madam Speaker, the GST on the items that are GST-able, that should not affect the price, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you for your explanation, member. You did.
Madam Speaker, I would encourage the member for Island Harbor to visit the stores to ask questions, because what he is speaking about is a theoretical argument. In theory, this should not take place. In theory, there should be no increase in price. But in actuality, when you go to the store, you will understand what is happening. And so it is not enough to say that when you're sitting behind your desk and you're crunching the numbers, there should be no increase. The reality is that there is an increase on prices in the stores. And when you speak to the shop owners as well, they're saying that the same thing. They're explaining why the increase has gone up. And
Member, I just want you to understand the member's point of order. He's not saying that there isn't an increase in stores. He's saying there's no increase on conflicts based on the fact, based on GST. That's what he is saying.
Okay, and Madam Speaker, I'm saying, thank you.
Can I speak, member?
Yes.
You're supposed to be seated. I will allow you to continue, but please, let's not mislead.
Madam Speaker, if I may, I was on my feet speaking. The member did not make an objection when you spoke, with all due respect. And so I was on my feet because
I know, but
there was no objection at that time.
Can I speak to you for a moment, member? The member made an objection that you are being misleading, and you still continue the train, and that's where I came in, because you continue that trend to mislead. He made a specific point that the cost, the rising cost, is not due to the GST on the cornflakes, because there is no GST. There is no customs duty, as far as I understood from the member. And all GST is reclaimed by business owners, so it should be granted back to consumers. Is that correct? That's correct.
Madam
So,
Speaker,
so
with
your
all due
argument is
respect-
misleading.
No, Madam Speaker. With all due respect, I am not misleading, and the conclusions that are being arrived at is inaccurate. Is totally inaccurate, and I will explain why, Madam Speaker. And that's why I was saying what I was saying. That when the goods land, you are paying a higher cost on shipping. The single and white member said so. You're paying a higher cost on insurance. The member for Island Harbor said so. And when you land, there's an increase in transportation costs and all the other attendant costs for the goods to get to the shelves. The GST is paid by the shopkeeper at the port. And the GST is calculated on the cost of the shipping as well, and the cost of the insurance. So if everything has gone up, and then you add GST at 13% onto it, then you're paying an increased cost.
But remember, you're missing one point.
What's the point?
The point where you mislead is that you leave out the fact that the merchant gets back the GST.
No, Madam Speaker, let me get to that point. Let me get to that because I said when the goods get to the shop. Now let's talk about when the goods get to the shop. When the goods get to the shop, the shopkeeper has paid for the container. They've paid the cost of shipping. They've paid the cost of insurance. They've paid the GST at the port. How does the shopkeeper get the GST back? No, do they? So I will ask the member for Island Harbor to explain if he understands that GST is charged on every item that's not exempt on the shelves. Is GST charged on the items in the shop? So unless someone tells me no, then I will say, because I know for a fact, because I have spoken to the shopkeepers, and I understand how they are pricing their goods. When the items get to the shop, the items are placed on the shelves, the GST is added on those items. That's how the shopkeeper is able to claim back the GST. And that is how the ultimate consumer is paying for GST on the items. Because it is not that the shopkeeper pays GST at the port and don't claim it back. How do they claim it back? They have to add it to the cost of their goods. They add GST to the cost of the goods. And unless a member of government can stand up here today and tell me that shopkeepers are not adding GST to the cost of goods, when you add GST to the cost of goods, the price is going up.
Madam Speaker, point of objection. I mean, I don't think that we need to have this part of the discussion because, Madam Speaker, GST is paid by the consumer based on the price that is set by the merchant in the store. Now, if the member is saying that merchants are adding the GST, which they know that they can claim back to their price, then that is the reason why we have a consumer affairs unit, Madam Speaker. Because I've been saying this from day one, that any good corporate citizen should know that if they pay $100 in GST at the port, and the following month, by the 20th of the following month, they can claim back that $100, that they should not be adding it to the price, Madam Speaker. And if this is what the member is saying is happening, then the merchants should know right now that the Consumer Affairs Unit will be looking at that, and when the price control comes in, that will be taken into consideration. Because the idea of a goods and service tax or a VAT is that you don't pass on what you're going to get back to the consumer, Madam Speaker. That's all there is to it.
Thank you for your explanation. I think just to recommend that maybe there need to be some education in GST because obviously it's not understood. Thank you.
Yes, not understood by all of Anguilla, obviously. Because, Madam Speaker, I will say to you that to accept what the member for Island Harbor is saying makes no sense. Because what I'm hearing from the member, and he can correct me if I'm wrong, is that the shopkeeper pays GST at the port. So if the GST costs $100,000, let's say make it easy, $1,000. If GST is charged $1,000 by the shopkeeper goes to the port, pays the $1,000, and then at the end of the month goes back and asks government back for the $1,000. Then that suggestion means that what you put in, the shopkeeper is getting back out. So what's the point of the GST? If what you're giving out is exactly what you're getting back at the end of the month. At the end of the day, the ultimate consumer is paying. And that's because the shopkeeper has to add the $1,000 to the goods to be able to reclaim it.
Madam Speaker, again, I stand, just because there are students here, and poor teacher Hazel's class, I don't want them to go back and write this on their SBAs and stuff like that, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is how it works, Madam Speaker. And the best person for this, Madam Speaker, is Mr. Ivor Lake from the Highway Tire Center. He did it during a public consultation. He wrote it out, selling a tire, Madam Speaker, and how it works. So, Madam Speaker, let's take the $1,000. You pay $1,000 at the port as GST, Madam Speaker. Now, Madam Speaker, that merchant goes to the shop with the goods and says, okay, I paid, let's say the goods are $5,000 and you pay $1,000, that's not the percentage, right? But I'm just saying that. Now, the shopkeeper adds the cost of his employees, of his electricity, of his phones, of the transportation from the port to the store, and puts that in the price, Madam Speaker. But the $1,000 that was paid as GST should not be added on to that number. You're covering your operational costs because you know that the next month on the 20th, when you put in your claim for that $1,000 that you paid at GST, plus, Madam Speaker, you also can get back what you paid in electricity. You can get back what you paid if you bought furniture. Whatever expenses, Madam Speaker, that they were, you can claim back. I'm not getting to those. Just the $1,000 that you paid in GST, the next month you get that back as $1,000, Madam Speaker, or it's claimed against whatever you would have had to pay the government because the consumer now pays GST based on your price. So your price is going to be that $5,000 plus your cost of transportation, electricity, your employee costs, all of that stuff. So that makes the price higher than $5,000, right? That goes up some. But you know that $1,000 is not going to be added or shouldn't be added to your price. So the GST that the government gets back is actually based on that increase in the price, based on that 13% if it's there. And if it's zero rated, then there should be nothing added on GST-wise, Madam Speaker, when you buy it from the store. Although the member says some of them are doing it, I would hope that that is not the case because the inspectors will be going out, Madam Speaker.
Thank you again for your explanation, member. You may continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. With the entire explanation, the Premier said one sentence that was significant, that the consumer pays GST on the shopkeeper's price. So the consumer pays GST. Full stop. Yes, thank you. So that is exactly what I've been saying all along. The consumer is paying GST. And when you take into consideration the fact that the cost of goods from wherever it is they're being imported, because remember, Anguilla is a country of imports. So we import significant amounts, mostly from the United States. And so when the cost of goods, when the cost of apples increase, let's not say apples, let's say the cornflakes. When the cornflakes in the United States increases and the shopkeeper has to pay more for the cornflakes and the increase in the cost of shipping and every other increase that they've had to withstand, then that cost has to be passed on. You cannot expect a shopkeeper, a business, to absorb every increase in cost that takes place. And so the cost of the conflicts will go up because ultimately the cost of everything else, sourcing, shipping, and then the GST added onto it, creates the increase. And, Madam Speaker, in relation to the GST, this administration has said repeatedly that the GST is overperforming. They've spoken about how much money has come in and how much money is anticipated. We also know that they have an agenda that the intent is to build the airport. And I heard the member for Road South state that the airport is expected to be completed by the first quarter of 2026, second quarter of 2026, thereabouts. And we remember the statements made by the Honourable Member for Island Harbour and the Honourable Member for Road South when they stated that there was an expectation that the UK government will have provided funding for the airport beyond the £12 million, I believe. And that did not come through, and so government will have to fund the construction, the development, the extension of the airport, etc. GST is a tax, like any other tax in any country, that allows for services to be performed. And like I've said, Anguillians are not in opposition to paying taxes. What the people are saying is that if your GST is overperforming, greater than what you had anticipated, greater than the budgets that were approved by Her Majesty's government. Yes, thank you. His Majesty's government. Greater than what was anticipated. And in light of the concerns that you're hearing, because remember, that shopkeeper that is paying the $1,000, those funds are coming out of that shopkeeper's pocket, out of their company. So they have to front load that cost to be able to get those goods onto the shelves. And they may or may not be able to sell that entire $1,000. There may be some amount that goes into the garbage, that becomes expired, that spoils. And so the shopkeeper, but at the end of the day, the shopkeeper loses when items spoil, when items go bad. That is the reality. That is the reality. Yeah, that is the reality. So the point I'm making is that the shopkeeper themselves have to deal with any number of factors beyond the cost of bringing items into Anguilla and beyond placing the items on the shelves. And I don't think that anybody can dispute that. That's a reality, that's a fact. It's a nature of doing the business, the type of business where you have goods that can expire. And so, and the other thing, Madam Speaker, is when the cost is too high, even if the goods don't expire, you may find that they stay on the shelves as well. And so the shopkeeper loses out because then they're unable to turn over those items where the costs are significant or too high. And so all of these factors are reasons why people are saying, our Anguillans are saying that they're traveling next door. And I hear members of government saying it's no more than what was before, and that is not true. Because when you talk to the average Anguillan, and when you go and speak with people, they will tell you that they made a decision, they did the calculations themselves, and while they weren't doing it before, they're now traveling overseas and buying in bulk, not just for one household, but maybe 2 or 3 households. And they're telling you that the cost of even paying when they land at the port is still less collectively in terms of what they get than when they buy locally. And so what does that mean? It means that our shopkeepers, our local retailers are feeling the pinch on all sides. On all sides. And what about the consumer? More importantly, the consumer is trying to make ends meet. They're cutting and contriving to make sure that they can continue to put food on the table for their families, that they continue to provide. And any number of us have been either in a situation or we've seen standing in the grocery line where somebody has a number of items, but the money that they have to spend is less than the items that they have. And so what do? Oh, I'm not going to take this. Tell me how much this is that comes to. I only have this amount of money in my hand. That's a reality of how people are living. It is a reality as to how people are living. And so unless we're paying attention, then we cannot understand and appreciate how our people are faring in this country. And so when you hear questions being asked and asked again for relief from GST, reduction in GST, whether it's a percentage, relief at the ports, whatever the case may be, the expectation and the hope is that whatever relief is provided will be passed down to the ultimate consumer. And that is when consumer protection becomes important. So you can't jack up the prices. You can't have the cost of importation of goods be increased. You can't have the cost on the shelves be increased as a result of all sorts of factors, internal and external. And then you say that the shopkeepers are charging too much. You have to ask the questions. You have to sit down and you have to understand what's going on. And it is only then that you could appreciate that the end result is a direct reaction to the measures, the tax measures, and the way the tax measures have been put in place. And the people are responding to that. The people are responding to that. And so the first thing that this administration needs to do, even before they bring the Consumer Protection Act to the House, is to go into the shops, ask questions, sit with the shopkeepers. It is not a hostile situation. These are our business people. And you want to encourage businesses in Anguilla because government doesn't make money. Government creates the atmosphere to make money. So sit with the shopkeepers. Understand what they're dealing with and try to come up with remedies, with solutions. And I go back to 2019 when the Anguilla United Front had a meeting when we were looking at implementing the interim goods tax, the first phase. We had one meeting with the business people. One meeting. And in that meeting, the business owners said to us that they would prefer that whenever GST is implemented in the future, that it not be imposed at the port because it would affect their cash flow. And being that coming out of Hurricane Irma coming out of COVID before that Hurricane Irma and before that the economic downturn, the businesses were still in a very precarious position. And so they suggested to the previous administration to implement GST at the point of sale, not at the port, because then that would allow them to be able to continue to survive as a business. That was the only discussion. The only discussions that I would have been involved in as a member of the previous administration in relation to a discussion as to what GST could look like in the future. And this bearing in mind that there was no GST Act that had been presented to the previous administration. So we can talk about all the white paper, we can talk about the budget, we can talk about all of these things where discussions are held. Discussions are always held, but it is when you approve a bill in the House and the provisions of those bills, the laws and what they provide, that is important. And so I've heard the member for Island Harbor talk about it is reasonable to assume that because the first phase of GST of the IGT was implemented, it is reasonable to assume that the next two phases will have been done in the same way. The recommendations will have been accepted and implemented in the same way by the previous administration. Hogwash. Hogwash. Because at the end of the day, the decision to implement a tax such as the goods and services tax on the people of Anguilla is a significant move. It is a departure from the way in which taxes were collected and taxes were structured in the past. And so it's not enough to simply accept a recommendation and drop it. No. Serious work would have had to have been done. Serious discussions, consultations, further consultations like the ones we had when we had the IGT discussion would have had to take place. And I would tell you that having listened to those shopkeepers, I was of the view that their recommendation to not impose GST at the port made sense. Because while we are concerned about bringing taxes in and raising revenue as a government, we have to be concerned to ensure that our business people are able to continue their businesses. Because if they close down, then we have employees who become unemployed. We have monies that are no longer coming into the treasury. There's no electricity that they're paying anymore. There are no taxes that this business will be paying anymore. And so it is not in the government's interest for businesses to close down. It is in the government's interest to find out what they need to be able to sustain themselves and reasonably provide for a profit margin so that our people, the average consumer, is not unfairly burdened. That's the balance. That's the balance that has to be met. And unfortunately, the way that this GST structure is set up today, that balance is not apparent. It is not there. So we have the APM GST. Where are we now? You've heard cries that, yes, it's been 2 years. I know that members of the government will have said, oh, you know, talking Anguilla is only 8 days. Pass the GST, 8 days later, people won't forget it. Life is going to be great. It is not. And the member and I would have attended 2 schools with the members, with the clerk of the House and the member of staff of the House. The first one was with the member for Road North, and the second one was with the member for Road South. And on both occasions, an open question was asked by the clerk of the House of the children. What tax do you think you do not like? And the answer in both cases was GST. Now, as I've said, and this was primary school, Madam Speaker. This was primary school. So what this says is that GST is not a thing of the past. GST is affecting our people today. GST was not an 8 days talk. GST is here, and it has to be addressed in a way that is more that can impact our people's lives in a better manner than it is now. Madam Speaker, people are living hand to mouth. Even civil servants, including civil servants, who people say, oh yes, they have a salary every month. Their income is secure. But at the end of the day, if your expenditure is greater than your income, you too are suffering. Your standard of living is not where it should be. And I actually visited somebody's home and I felt so sad. And they showed me, as a civil servant, what their pay looked like. They showed me their pay slip and the amount of money that came in. And when they showed me the amount of money that went out with the Social Security and stabilization levy and the loan to be able to have a vehicle to get to and from work, and at the end of the day, that person was in a negative. The person was in a negative. Their salary coming out, and from the same salary slip shows all of the expenditures coming out. Nothing. Nothing. And so as a grown person, having to rely on parents to help support, because the cost, their salary, was less than their expenditure. So we have to provide the ease, Madam Speaker. There's no doubt. And at the end of the day, while it is that this administration brags about infrastructural projects, and I would say that the number of infrastructural projects that this government has undertaken, that from start to finish, is minimal. And the reason why I say so, Madam Speaker, is because all these beautiful schools that we have were started under the previous Anguilla United Front administration. The hospital facilities that we have, the clinics in the various, this beautiful, beautiful buildings, were all started under the Anguilla United Front administration. The Blowing Point Ferry Terminal, the funds were through the AP program, which was garnered through under the previous administration. And so, Madam Speaker, when we talk about infrastructure, we have, yes, we see the road, someone called it a maze, the Valley Road. They talk about, people are repeatedly talking about the structures in the center of the road. I can't remember what they call it, some cartoon, I can't remember, but they call it a maze. And the criticisms about what's in the center. I think it's a beautiful piece of work. I don't know whether it's practical, but it's beautiful. And the road and the valley, the airport, the Jeremiah Gums Highway, the bypass, that was done after this administration, but I could recall and I can pull up a newspaper article where the previous Minister of Infrastructure had spoken about having that done. But to be honest, Madam Speaker, the member for Road South would have put it eloquently on one occasion where he says that the vision of today is not necessarily just a vision of today. It's a vision that has been a long time in coming, and so every administration continues to progress the vision for the development of the country. And that is one thing I would say, irrespective of political lines, the vision of every political party, the vision of every government must be the advancement of the people and the advancement of the country. Must be. Because if you are not there for that purpose, then you should not be there. And so, Madam Speaker, the GST is here. Questions have been asked up to last week of the Honorable Premier whether or not there's any intent to reduce the GST, to revise it, etc. There is a disconnect between the views of the member for Island Harbor and the views of the business community as to how GST has impacted them and the calculations. And there has to be some reconciling of where we see the country going and ensuring that while we take our country down the road of infrastructure development, that we also develop our people. We have to continue to develop our schools. At the last House of Assembly meeting, one of the children from Valley School have asked about the construction of the other aspects of the Valley School to be done. We have the Albina Lake Hodge Comprehensive School. I was very impressed to see a basketball court, a basketball net and rim erected yesterday afternoon. And when I asked, what is this? When did this get here? I was told that just got there, and it was required for what's it, the exam? The CSEC? The CXC? PE and sports, right. And so it was a requirement. And so it was erected on a parking area, but it was erected. And already you had 7, 8 children, boys. Somehow I don't know where they get the basketballs from. The basketballs showed up from somewhere, but they were out there playing. But there has to be a playing area further developed at the high school, Madam Speaker. The reality is that there's never enough money to accomplish every single thing that you want to at the same time. But there has to be priorities. And the priorities have to be health, education, progressing our people, and infrastructure, Madam Speaker. Because by the, and let me say this, the Anguilla United Front, and Carl, they're going to also speak to that as well, has always been in favor of the expansion of the airport. For over 10 years, the government of Anguilla would have been involved in litigation with a particular family in relation to lands that were acquired for the extension of the airport runway. Mr. Connor himself, the member for West End, would have traveled overseas to have discussions and ensure that airlines would be able to come into Anguilla. A paper proposal would have been made to American Airlines pre-elections in 2020. And we know that after elections, and we're very happy to see American Airlines here in Anguilla operating. So, Madam Speaker, there's a lot of work to do in this country, but you cannot leave your people behind. You must bring your people with you. And if you hear the cries of the people are hurting, and they are looking at some relief through the GST tax structure. I have heard, Madam Speaker, some members, some supporters of this administration saying, oh, what is the Anguilla United Front going to do if they get re-elected? GST is here to stay. GST ain't going nowhere. But, Madam Speaker, every time, how many times have we come to the House when GST has been amended? So the same GST that the government people, supporters are saying GST ain't going nowhere, the same government is coming to the House and making amendments to the same GST Act. Madam Speaker, the amendment to the GST Act in relation to insurance, removing insurance, I think there was one in relation to removing property, etc. Those were in law and were affecting the businesses. When the GST was first passed in this House of Assembly, the reason, and I want to put this for the record so that, because it seems like this administration would like to paint a certain picture. The reason why the members of opposition were opposing the goods and services tax in 2021 and again in 2022 when it was being implemented was because we were saying it is not appropriate at this time. And anyone can go back to listen to the recordings and hear the presentations that were being made at that time. And what we were saying is that in other parts of the world, including in the UK, they were making provisions to assist their people, to assist their businesses. But here in Anguilla, we weren't doing that. Yes, we had the $1,000 from Social Security. That was started under the previous Anguilla United Front administration. But there was no relief for businesses. And so, while it is that you have other countries that had made a determination to help their people during that time, during that difficult time, we had a government in Anguilla saying we are going to pass GST. We had a government at the time that came to the House and had the first reading of GST, while you had protesters here in the gallery, Madam Speaker. And so, and there was a protest by the business people as well, Madam Speaker, prior to that. So at the end of the day, the GST was opposed by the Anguilla United Front, the members of opposition in the House at the time, not because the concept of GST is a bad tax, and we would have never said that it was a bad tax for the people of Anguilla because it depends on the structure. The problem is the structure of this GST. This APM GST is not good and is not beneficial for the people of Anguilla. And that is why. And we also ask the question, why is it that this administration has not gone down the road of implementing in phases so that you can take the first part, and the first part would have been with the wholesalers, telecommunications, the accommodation tax. Why did you not implement that first part first and look and see how it impacted the people of Anguilla? Why did you not do it in phases as the UK government had agreed to with the previous administration? Those were the issues that we had. But of course, once the GST is passed, and we're seeing the effects of the impact on different sectors and on the people of Anguilla, then yes. But the issue is that GST, in the way in which it was implemented, was not good. And the fact that this administration has brought various amendments to the House means that they too recognize that what they passed in 2021 was too onerous on the people of Anguilla. And I give them credit for that. I give them credit for coming back with adjustments to help ease the people of Anguilla, but it's not enough. There needs to be more. And if the GST structure is bringing in much more than anticipated, then something should say to you to provide ease to the people of this country. It is not enough to brag about how much is coming into the Treasury, because you may be looking at it from the government coffers. But what about the people? What about their savings? What about their ability to maintain themselves and their children? And so, Madam Speaker, I see that every one of the members are writing furiously, and I'm happy that they'll respond. But at the end of the day, the point is that this government is sitting. This government has the opportunity to make significant changes to the goods and services tax structure. And remember, one of the other reasons why we had an issue with the GST was that the government had just come from increasing numerous taxes and fines just before implementing GST, and we couldn't understand. So one of the things that I said was that if you're going to impose GST on these same areas, then remove the increases that you placed before. Why would you increase taxes and fines and then add the GST structure onto it? So you're making life more difficult for the people. And so it is not enough for this government to have their supporters asking what the Anguilla United Front will do if elected. We know what we're going to do. We are putting together our plans. We are putting together something substantive that will ultimately help the people of this country. But the government is sitting now. The government is coming to the House on various taxes, various amendments, various bills. Every single bill currently before this House today is an amendment. And I'm hoping before long we can see an amendment to the GST tax, a significant amendment that will help the people of the country. So don't ask the opposition, what are we going to do? Ask yourself, what are you going to do? If you are hearing the cries of the people, if you are hearing that when you go to the schools, the school children are saying that GST is a problem for them, and that's coming out of their homes because the parents themselves are identifying the problems that they're having now that they did not have pre-GST, then the question is, what is your legacy? What are you going to leave for the people of Anguilla? What changes do you intend to make before the next general election? And not closer down to the general election to say that it's a political football or a point that you want to score. No! It's been in place for 2 years. GST was implemented in 2022. It's now 2024. July will make a year. And you've seen the effects of it. So what are you going to do? You've heard so many proposals, you've heard ideas, you've heard suggestions. Do you intend to adjust the goods and services tax structure soon to provide relief to the people? Are you going through your communities and asking people how they are faring? Are you hearing their cries? Are you understanding that something needs to be done to help the people of this country? And if you understand that, if you are hearing, if you're paying attention, then what is your next step? It cannot be simply you build the airport and in 2026 when it opens, the country will reign, there'll be streets of gold. You can't develop and leave your people behind. You have to bring them along. What are you going to do? Sooner rather than later. And so, Madam Speaker, in relation to this integration of Registry into Financial Services Commission Miscellaneous Amendments Act, it sounds, based on what the Honorable Premier has said, that the consultations have taken place, that there is a need from a financial services perspective, and like I said, having been in the industry, having understood and having seen the requirements evolve over the years, I understand. And so there are times when, and not just in Anguilla, throughout the region. And it's interesting to note that while we in Anguilla and our other counterparts in the region have to deal with more and more regulations and restrictions, and remember that in the 1980s, when ACORN was implemented, the Anguilla Commercial Online Registration Network, that funding was through the United Kingdom. So there was an encouragement to develop our offshore industry and our companies' registrations at that time. But obviously over the years, as I say, things change. Policies have changed, and now it is clear. Because I cannot understand how is it that Anguilla, despite continuing to pass all of these regulations, all of these restrictions, continue to remain on the blacklist time and time again. Time and time again. No matter who is sitting on the board for the Financial Services Commission, no matter who's sitting in the chair, no matter who they answer to, the Financial Services Commission, because they don't answer to the Premier, they don't answer to you, they don't answer to any member of government, they're answerable ultimately to the governor. So how is it that we remain on the blacklist time and time again? So questions I have, Madam Speaker, and those questions will continue to stay around. Because I know that in countries such as Jersey, Guernsey, Isle of Man, those countries are considered to be offshore jurisdictions, but technically onshore, don't have the same extent of regulations. And so the ultimate impact, in my view, as to the extent of these regulations, and years ago we used to get a lot of business from UK citizens, from US citizens, and it is my view that the general view these days is that it is better to remain onshore. It is better to incorporate Delaware, Nevada, in these, in these other countries, Liechtenstein, these countries, because the requirements are not as stiff as in Anguilla. And so, Madam Speaker, in light of the requirements, and the only thing I would ask is that, and it's probably more of a matter of housekeeping, because we were not made aware until a few days ago this week that these matters will come into the House for second and third reading. I would ask that the lines of communication be opened so that there is clear communication to the members of opposition. There are 2 members of opposition, 3 members absent today, 2 of whom were unable to make it, especially as a result of the short notice. That I think it's a matter of common courtesy for the members of opposition to be informed as to the fact that there will be 2 readings in the House of Assembly in the same week and in advance, or certainly pick up a phone and not simply by way of a notice of a meeting. I do not think it's sufficient enough. And so I would put it out there that there be greater communication, that, and I assume, in terms of an explanation why 2 readings in the House this week, is because of the nature of the financial legislation that's being brought and the time frames that within which they have to be passed in the House. But again, common courtesy goes a long way in ensuring that the House of Assembly and the operations thereof operate as smoothly as possible. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable.
Sorry.
Yes. Yeah, just for the record, I am not here to allow excuses from members for their absence. Members have notified the House that they'll be absent. They have given reason why they have been absent and apologies have been made. But you are elected as members to the House of Assembly first. That is your first duty. That is an obligation from the people of Anguilla. You give yourself to the people of Anguilla for this duty. And House can be called at any time. Anytime. So please, members, don't make excuses. And to the leader of the opposition who's just stepped out, do not make excuses for your members. Learn the rules. Learn the rules. We may continue. I recognize the member for Road South.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I think you took away my entire debate just now. Because we were all told after the first reading on Tuesday that we'll be coming back on Friday. The members of the government, and I think we can all appreciate this fact, have a lot of work to do and a lot of things that we do on a daily basis. And so we are all notified at the same time when we'll be coming back for the second and third readings. Now the members of the opposition, I know the members of the opposition very well. The members of the opposition are all basically self-employed and have a lot more flexibility than the members of the government. And their primary role, once elected, is to serve in this parliament. Because when we are finished with this parliament, we have to go back to the offices in the management and governance of this country. And when they're finished, they can go to the beach if they so desire. I'm not saying they will go to the beach, but if they choose to, they can go to the beach if they so desire. But I also want to say...
Excuse me, on a point of order, Madam Speaker, just for clarity, and I'm sorry I had to, and for the general public, I had to step out on an urgent call, so I actually missed the statements made by the Speaker of the House. I did hear the last part about learn the rules, and what I said at the end of the day is courtesy in terms of contacting people and letting them know that there will be a meeting later on the week and the reason thereof. Now, in terms of having flexibility, in actual fact, being in private sector is actually quite difficult, especially if you own your own business. Not only that, if members had other obligations, especially being off island, etc., those plans cannot change on short notice. And that's why I raised it, because some of the members who are missing today are actually off island and one is ill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker.
For the record, there is no point of order. I have made my statement and my statement stands. I have accepted I have made apologies on behalf of members because they have given notice. They had I believe ample notice would have been given via this medium during the last sitting, and I believe notice would have been sent out by the clerk of the House. You may continue, member.
Madam Speaker, I expect that every time I rise to speak, the leader of the opposition always seem to have points of orders to express. I sat here silently, and while she made her presentation, and given all the respect that she's granted, because I've often heard my father say, while in government, that oppositions are always governments in waiting. Always. And there will come a time when the opposition that is sitting today will become the government of the day. That time will come. It's inevitable. No government, no politician, no political leader, whether it's Fidel Castro, Muammar Gaddafi, Mia Mottley, Emil Gumbs, or Dr. Ellis Webster, will remain in office indefinitely and forever. somebody from the opposition, or the opposition always becomes the government. And the one thing that we can attest to is the fact that there was a time when that opposition was the government. There was a time when the now leader of the opposition was the deputy leader of the Anguilla United Front. And so we saw how they governed. And we saw the leader of the opposition speak of protests and unpopular bills come into this house, and people have been protesting. But I can recall, Madam Speaker, not too distant time ago, when there was a bill that came to the House relating to the banking resolution. And some individual from Island Harbor was so upset that he broke the door of the House down, Madam Speaker. And the persons flood into this honorable House protesting the banking resolution because there was no public consultation by the then government that the now leader of the opposition was the deputy leader of, and a member for West End served in as well. And because of the protest that was held in this honorable House, Madam Speaker, barriers were erected around the House. Security forces were brought in to protect this House, Madam Speaker. And the leader of government business acquiesced to the demand for public consultation. A public consultation was held in West End. And in that public consultation, one Devin Hodge raised some very important points related to the banking resolution. And the Anguilla United Front's leader at the time said, when I was just finished school, I was young and exuberant and thought I knew it all too. Very dismissive, Madam Speaker. And I often hear the leader of the opposition speak about the banking situation that they had to deal with when they first came to office, Madam Speaker. And every time I hear that, it pains me. And the reason why it pains me, Madam Speaker, because the now leader of the opposition was a sitting member of the board of directors of the National Bank of Anguilla when that bank went into into problems, Madam Speaker.
On a
Madam
point of order, Madam Speaker. The member is misleading, in fact, telling an inaccurate. He's lying. I was not a member of any board at the time that the bank was taken over.
I did not say that.
What did you say?
I said, Madam Speaker, that the now leader of the opposition was a member of the board of directors of National Bank of Anguilla when the bank went into trouble. That's what I said. That's what I said. I didn't say when it was taken over because she resigned. She was wise. She knew what was happening. She resigned before the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank came in, Madam Speaker. But what I said, and that's the second time on a point of order. Somebody can come out and keep count. Madam Speaker, what I said is that the leader of the opposition, the Honorable Cora Richardson Hodge, was then a sitting member of the board of directors of the National Bank of Anguilla when the bank went into trouble. Because, Madam Speaker, the bank was in so much trouble during that time. You remember, the now leader of the opposition ran in the 2005 general elections. So she had already offered up herself for public office. So, no, 2005. She ran the first time in 2005, 2010, when she lost to the Honorable Jerome Roberts in 2010. But she had already offered up herself, and in 2009, she was already planning on running for office in 2010, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, we know that the bank was in trouble in 2009. We know that the bank was in trouble in 2008. And the reason why we know this is because they created a vehicle called the ASIDCO, the Anguilla Social Security Investment Company, Madam Speaker. And through that vehicle, they took a property out in Cinnamon Reef that was valued at $2.75 million and sold it, Madam Speaker, for $20 million to create liquidity for the National Bank of Anguilla to prop the bank up, now burdening the government of Anguilla for a bill of $300,000 a month in payments, Madam Speaker. This is what happened. And in 2013, on the eve of the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank coming to Anguilla, the Honorable, then Cora Richardson Hodge, member of the board of directors of the National Bank of Anguilla, resigned her post as a member of the board, Madam Speaker. But she had already known that the bank was in dire straits, Madam Speaker. So for her to give the impression that the bank came under trouble under the Anguilla United Movement, now Anguilla Progressive Movement, is a lie from the pit of hell, to quote the Honorable Cora Richardson Hodge. Because, Madam Speaker, when we came to office in 2010, Madam Speaker, one Jerry Allen Gomes reached out and he said the banks need to meet urgently with the government of Anguilla. And that meeting was held at a conference room of the Caribbean Commercial Bank. And the chairman of the board of directors was one Osborne Burlington Fleming. And Osborne Burlington Fleming was the chairman of the board of directors of the Caribbean Commercial Bank from 2000 to 2010 and beyond, Madam Speaker, while at the same time, he was the chief minister and leader of government business. This is a matter of fact. So while he sat during the day as the chief minister and leader of government business, he sat during the night as the chairman of a major bank in Anguilla, Madam Speaker. And there was one Mr. Edison Alvear Baird who wrote to the governor, Madam Speaker, in 2001, asking about this serious conflict of interest. And the governor responded, didn't give any satisfaction. But when we came to office and the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank came to Anguilla in August of 2013, the governor of the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank, now deceased, Mr. K. Dwight Venner, Sir K. Dwight Venner, said that they wrote on several occasions to the then Chief Minister, Mr. Fleming, asking him to resign as the chairman of the Caribbean Commercial Bank. And he responded and said he'd rather resign as the Chief Minister before he resigned as the chairman of the bank. And everybody in the room said it was a serious anomaly that prevailed during that time. And the leader of the Anguilla United Front, that's Osborne Burlington Fleming, who was the chief minister and the chairman of the board of directors of the Caribbean Commercial Bank, went in the public domain and said to the people, go and borrow and build. Go to the banks and borrow, build, and people from all walks of life in Anguilla and in the diaspora did just that. And within a year or two, it all came crashing down. So much so that the banks were having up to 70% non-performing loans when the threshold is 5%. So consider that. And you know who was giving those loans? You know who was granting those loans and signing off on those loans? One, Ms. Cora Richardson Hodge of the board of directors of the National Bank of Anguilla. So Desiree sang a song where it was written by Bernard B. Watley called How Did We Get From That to This and No One Seemed to Notice? Madam Speaker, so how did we get here? And even today, as we present this amendment to this bill, Madam Speaker, we must understand, and the leader of the opposition mentioned it. She said, how is it that we're on the blacklist, we're making all of these amendments, and we're still on the blacklist, Madam Speaker, and we are not answerable. The Premier, Dr. Ellis Webster, and the Minister of Finance is not answerable. But it was the same Anguilla United Front, which was called ANA, who changed the Constitution, Madam Speaker, to take away the power and authority of the financial services industry from the government of Anguilla and handed it off to the British government. And London is the world's biggest money laundering center. And if London is the world's biggest money laundering center, what do you expect? They don't want the businesses to thrive in Anguilla. They want it to be directed to London. And that is why BVI today, Bermuda today, and all of these countries are under serious pressures, Madam Speaker. This is a fact, and just the facts. So we come to this House time and time again, making amendments to financial services legislation. And even the Premier can't even ask a question because the Constitution says that the Premier cannot ask a question of the Governor as it relates to the governance of the financial services industry. So who did it? Every single time this Anguilla United Front has been in office, it has been another Anguilla United fiasco. Madam Speaker, every single time. The problems in Anguilla has their genesis rooted in the Anguilla United Front, previously ANA. That's where the problems are, in every single time. We have had to come to office to remedy the situation, Madam Speaker, every single time. And I hear the leader of the opposition talking about GST. There's no reason for the leader of the opposition to talk about GST. She said, and I quote, that this is the APM GST. We should hug it up and love it up. I agree. This is the APM GST. And she also recommended that we should have taken the AUF GST. She said, and I quote, the APM should have implemented AUF GST in phases. 2019 was the first phase. 2021 would have been the second phase, and 2023 would have been the third phase on all services. So when we stood up prior to the 2020 election and we said this AUF GST will be like yellow dad choking off your favorite mango tree, we were right. And what did we do? We came in office, and when we were told that we could not avoid the GST, because even the leader of the opposition, the Honorable Cora Richardson, has said the only way out is independence. She said it, not me. She went to St. Martin on Billy D. SOS program, and she said the only way out is GST, is through independence. So if that is the case, what is the leader of the opposition saying? That the Anguilla United Front plan is to move Anguilla into independence and get rid of GST? I don't know. Because I don't know what the plan is, and I'm not asking what the plan is, because I know that a leader of the opposition also stood up in this house and she said that a member of Road South have said that if the AUF comes to office, they will get rid of GST. And I'm challenging the member of Road South to prove where that the Anguilla United Front have said they will get rid of GST. So what does that say? That the Anguilla United Front has no plans or intentions, no matter what Melinda Goddard says, to get rid of GST. They have no plans. And the leader of the opposition have said on Tuesday of this week, while here in this house, that the leader of the opposition brings forward all the ideas and views of the members of the opposition. So the leader of the opposition, in essence, is a spokesperson for the opposition. But how can the leader of the opposition be the spokesperson of the opposition and be anything of a strong leader, or having the strength and fortitude of a leader, when she have members saying, the British will see us coming. We will get rid of GST.
Member, just make your point without without any ulterior motive, okay?
Madam
Let's
Speaker,
just be cordial. You can be cordial and make your point.
But I
Yes,
do note, though, Madam
please.
Speaker, that the leader of the opposition said that somebody lied or somebody's a liar. Right?
Well, you could have pointed it
Right.
out if I missed it, but I did not
Yeah.
miss that one.
Yeah.
So just let's be
Fine.
cordial in our
But the
dialogue.
leader of the opposition has even failed as a leader. Because if the leader of the opposition is a spokesperson of the opposition, and everyone's supposed to come to the public domain with a united position, how is it that the British will see us coming and we will find every alternative to GST? One. Secondly, before I joined the party, we had a serious discussion on GST, and GST is critical, Madam Speaker, for me joining the party. But the leader of the opposition have a different position. And the reason why the leader of the opposition have a different position, the leader of the opposition knows that the GST will not be repealed or anything like that, Madam Speaker, is because the leader of the opposition sat in government for 5 years, and she understood government, while the recruit sat in government for 2 years and didn't even pick up a paper to read it, Madam Speaker. But the leader of the opposition is a very capable and trained lawyer and understands legislation. So the leader of the opposition would understand that when the Anguilla Progressive Movement comes to office, and within 2 or 3 days of coming to office, Madam Speaker, a raft of legislation is handed to the government of the day with Terry Harrigan, Speaker on the bottom, it means that that legislation was prepared before the Anguilla Progressive Movement came to office, because there's no way that legislation could be prepared in 3 or 4 days, Madam Speaker. And when that legislation was brought to the Executive Council, the now member of the opposition, who was a minister of natural resources at the time, said, no, I ain't supported this. And we all had it deferred. But yet he said he didn't see it. Madam Speaker, and when you hear us talking about GST, and the leader of the opposition was correct when she said in 2009, the whole idea of GST came about, and then the government of the Hubert Benjamin Hughes had Executive Council in 2011 and spoke about it, and the Anguilla United Front came to office, Madam Speaker. And you remember, the Anguilla United Front campaign on what? Leader of opposition talk about emotions. We will get rid of the interim stabilization levy, not the next day, but on day one. On day one, Madam Speaker, the members of the opposition, we will get rid of the interim stabilization levy on day one. And 5 parliaments later, the interim stabilization levy remained. It was the very same chief financial advisor of the Anguilla United Front today, Ms. Melinda Goddard, who said that the interim stabilization levy will kill tourism. Similarly, she said the GST will kill tourism. And when we look at the tourism stats, not prepared by us, but prepared for us, it says that tourism, every single month, is broken records.
On a point of order, Madam Speaker, I've heard the member now refer to Ms. Melinda Goddard, and I just want to say for the record that Ms. Goddard is a private citizen. She doesn't have the ear of the House or the ability to speak in this House for herself. But I can say, Madam Speaker, that the representations that the member is making in terms of any role that Ms. Goddard is playing in relation to the Anguilla United Front is inaccurate. And so I ask him to refrain from making reference to the private citizen in this House where she doesn't have the opportunity to respond and address you herself. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I will refrain from making reference. But the leader of the opposition is not telling the truth as a rule in produce that evidence to the leader of the opposition, Madam Speaker. I will produce that evidence, Madam Speaker, to the leader of the opposition. But, as I was saying, Madam Speaker, the leader of the opposition always asks the question, where is the minutes to prove that they spoke about GST in the Executive Council? Madam Speaker, do you know that the discussions that were held during the term of the Anguilla United Front are archived, and the Anguilla Progressive Movement have no access to that information? You may not know it, but the public don't. You may know it, but the public don't know it, and the opposition knows the public don't know it. So that's why they keep on speaking to things that we don't have access to. Madam Speaker, not one member of this administration have read the banking resolution, have read the banking report or anything like that, Madam Speaker. And think about this. The leader of the opposition made reference to the banking resolution and said that we have no options for the banking resolution. But how will we have options for the banking resolution when Hubert Benjamin Hughes asked the British government to fund options, plural, not singular, options to the ECCB recommended resolution, whatever that may be. And they did so, Madam Speaker. But you know when they came? In August of 2020. And you know who was the government in August of 2020? The Anguilla United Front. We never saw them. They have seen them. They saw them. But they're asking us about resolutions. We know that we didn't have the capability or the capacity to develop the options. 2015. Let the record show 2015, Madam Speaker, when the United Front was in office. We knew that we didn't have the capability of developing bank options, but they didn't either. The government of Cora Richardson Hodge did not have that capability either, and they were presented with options. And they chose one of the options. We don't know what the options are. So if we don't know how the options are, how can we make an informed decision without the information? You cannot make informed decisions without information, students. You can't.
Member,
you have to have the information, Madam Speaker. in order to make informed decisions. And we don't have it. Up to this day, we don't have it. But because of that resolution, Madam Speaker, because of the banking resolution, we incurred a significant amount of debt that necessitated the need to have the goods and services tax. And they pretend as if they weren't going to pass the goods and services tax, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, they knew they were going to pass the goods and services tax. Because on October 1st of 2019, the first phase came in. And the leader of the opposition stood in here today, and she said should have been a revenue, no, she said it was revenue neutral. She didn't say should have been. She said it was revenue neutral. That is factually incorrect, because in October 2019, one Hayden Hughes and one Patrick Martin-Barrow did a show on Class FM where Patrick Martin-Barrow was able to demonstrate that the interim goods tax was not revenue neutral, and it significantly increased the cost of imports, especially fuel. And coming out of that meeting, the public relations officer, Mr. Mark Romney, issued a public call to all importers and brokers to meet at the Ministry of Finance to discuss it. And even myself as an importer, I sent an invoice in customs duty receipts to Mr. Romney, and Mr. Romney acknowledged that it was not revenue neutral. So when the leader of the opposition get up in the House of Assembly, knowing full well that she is closely tied to a company called, not closely tied, but her husband runs a company called Tropical Flower, she should know that there's imports, and they would have been impacted as well. As a matter of fact, they impacted it even, Tropical Flower even further. Talking about business, Madam Speaker. It was the Anguilla United Front, Madam Speaker, when the retail sector in Anguilla was dominated by Anguillians. We were proud. I was proud whenever I go to my mother's homeland, Barbados, and I talk about grocery stores, and they brag about what the grocery stores own, a few owned by Syrians. I say, well, all the grocery stores in Anguilla are owned by Anguillians. All the grocery stores, all the hardware stores are owned by Anguillians. R&M, Superette, Galaxy, the pub, and they can go on and on, Madam Speaker. And in 2002 or thereabout, the Anguilla United Front started granting licenses for persons emanating out of Southeast Asia, Madam Speaker. Licenses back, left, right, and center. And I remember when Albert Lake opened his new grocery store, when he had refurbished his new grocery store, and he had modernized it, and he had a groundbreaking, not a groundbreaking, but an opening presentation. It was beautiful, beautiful statues and what have you. Lowell Hodge and I were sitting on the outside, and he said to me, and I always refer to it, and he knows this, I'm sure he can remember this. He said, this is beautiful, but you see all of those Asian businesses that the Anguilla United Front are allowing in Anguilla? It will come a day when Albert Lake becomes a peanut farmer. And I said, what do you mean by that? He said, because the way they do business, the way they manipulate things, you will see Albert Lake's market share in the retail sector vanish, disappear, and eventually close business. I couldn't fathom it, because when you think about it, the Albert Lake on a whole, you can't fathom it. So I say, you know what if he's right? I went to the Minister of Finance in Anguilla United Front administration. This is 2002, 2003, Madam Speaker. And I spoke to him about it, and he said, Hayden, you don't have to patronize them. That's what he said to me. Hayden, you don't have to patronize them. Even the Honorable Kyle Hodge, he said, Madam Speaker, just before he resigned from this administration, when you unpack the differences between the Anguilla United Front and the Anguilla Progressive Movement. On one hand, you have a progressive administration, the Anguilla Progressive Movement. On the other hand, you have this administration who's secretive and destroy local business and enterprise, Madam Speaker. And the businesses have been opening under this administration. There's a beautiful business in South Hill called Curry Goat, Cajun Goat. There's another beautiful one that just opened up called the Lobster House. Beautiful, really highlight the area and so forth. These businesses are opening up left, right, and center. And if you look at the Ministry of Finance and the amount of business licenses that have been applied for, and you look at the car rental agencies in Anguilla who have been importing cars and can't keep up with the demand because of the growth in business, Madam Speaker. And I'm not saying that people are not having hard times. When you go to California, you wonder, this is the great USA. You're driving through Los Angeles and all you're seeing is tents and homeless people, Madam Speaker, the richest country in the world. So I'm not saying that there are not people in Anguilla who are falling through the cracks. That's a given. And while it is there are civil servants who may be really under severe pressure, Madam Speaker, this is the administration who refused to take the former administration to cut the civil servant salaries by 5%, even though Evan McNeil Rogers got up in this parliament while we were in government and he was in opposition, still pushing the idea of cutting the civil servant salaries. We restore the increments and restore the salaries, Madam Speaker. We gave them double salaries, Madam Speaker, even though there was opposition, Madam Speaker. So don't come in this honorable house pretending that you care. You don't care. You're pretending that you care, but you don't care. And I promise to be short, Madam Speaker, and I'll be short, but I don't know what short is, because short is relative. Because I thought I was tall until I stood next to Michael Jordan, Shaquille O'Neal, and I realized I was a midget. So, Madam Speaker, the reality is that, and I want to say this, even beyond what I said before, on the 3rd of September, 2019, Madam Speaker, an act was passed in this honorable house called the Interim Goods Tax Act 2019, the Excise Tax Act 2019, Customs Service Fee Act 2019, Madam Speaker. That the interim goods tax, that is the baby of the GST. You know, before we become adults, we were babies, we were embryos, and then we became babies, and then we became adolescents, and then we became adults. The interim goods tax was the baby, and the baby was born right here under the Anguilla United Front with the vote of Cardigan Connor, Jose Van Der Poel, Corey Richardson Hodge, Evan McNeil Rogers, Curtis Richardson, Victor Franklin Banks, Everly Bradley. The baby was born. And once the baby was born, the baby was nourished and fed. And when we came to office and we said, no, we ain't doing no GST, they say, you ain't doing no GST? Well, if you ain't doing no GST, we will do the GST for you. We can also suspend aspects of your constitution. And we will govern your Ministry of Finance. So when the British government accept what the Anguilla United Front had accepted in terms of promoting the 17% GST and say that we will be imposing a 17% GST on you, then what do? The opposition then gets up and say you're elected to lead, and you reneged on your responsibility to lead, and now you have a 17%, 17.2 or 17.4% GST on all services, no exemptions. And what can we do? We don't have the power authority, just like we don't have the power authority over the financial services industry, Madam Speaker. That's what would have been happening to us. And when you hear them saying, Madam Speaker, that there's no evidence that there's anything speaking about 17%, Madam Speaker, and when you pick up the budget address and you see the 17% in there, and when you look in May, Madam Speaker, May of 2020, you know what May of 2020 is, Madam Speaker? A month before the 2020 general election. Mr. Banks, and I respect that man tremendously, stood, and he didn't back away from it. He didn't hide from it. He didn't say, I'm not going to do it. He said to Hammer on Class FM, he said, GST is coming. And he explained why the GST is coming, Madam Speaker. See, the British government is making tremendous sacrifices. They're giving us $100 million. We have already done some work on GST, and GST is coming. He never backed away from it. Miss Bradley, the Honorable Everly Bradley said, when the opposition was attacking her son, the Honorable Perrin Bradley, for voting GST, she said if we had gotten re-elected, GST would have been passed right away. Not next week, right away, to be implemented in phases 2021 and 2023. January 1st, 2021 and January 1st, 2023, Madam Speaker. And when you hear the members of the opposition talking about members of this parliament who were unelected, who voted, Madam Speaker, without recognizing that on one of the amendments to the Constitution that was done by the Anguilla United Front previous Anna, brought about a nominated member called the Parliamentary Secretary. And the Parliamentary Secretary, the first Parliamentary Secretary was one, the Honorable David Carty, who served as the Parliamentary Secretary responsibility for education and the environment from 1989 to 1994, Madam Speaker, had full voting rights in the House. And even before that, the Honorable Smithy, I forgot his real name, and Newton Smith, the Honorable Clive Smith, these members were members of Parliament with voting rights, were not elected by the people. The Honorable Keisha Webster, the Honorable Cardell Rum, the Honorable Roy Rogers, and the list goes on. Most of the nominated members of this Parliament, Madam Speaker, were nominated by the Anguilla United Front, and they had full voting rights. But when it doesn't serve their purpose, it's a problem. When they had the opportunity to amend the Constitution, you know what they did? Just before the election, they brought about that large, and they changed the Constitution to allow the possibility of the United Front being able to do what they have done in the past, flying people unlawfully to vote in our elections. I'm not saying that Anguillians in the diaspora shouldn't be allowed to vote, you know, but when they flying them in and don't deny it, because a lot of your people are now with our people, and they're the ones who sometimes collected the checks from Risotto and Hickox. So don't try to deny it. Go ahead
On a point of order, Madam Speaker, I'm asking the member to retract any suggestion of any payment of monies, etc., from any developer or any other entity in relation to elections by the Anguilla United Front. It is totally inappropriate, totally inappropriate. And I want him to bring to the House of Assembly such proof, and in the absence of same, I ask that he withdraw such scandalous statements from this House.
Madam Speaker, I am not withdrawing it, Madam Speaker, because they know it to be true. Madam Speaker, I was the host of a radio talk show, Madam Speaker, where not only affidavits were signed and sworn, Madam Speaker, was granted to Christina Scott as a governor, Madam Speaker, was investigated, Madam Speaker, where the Commissioner of Police even flew off, Madam Speaker, to interrogate individuals who are part of this scheme, who are not qualified to be on the list because they didn't have any permanent residence, belonging status, Anguillan passports, and so forth. This is a matter of public record. So why are you asking me this? When this is a matter of public record, Madam Speaker, it's a matter of public record that a politician in this House office was raided and the computers taken and investigated too. Madam Speaker, that's a matter of public record.
On a point of order, Madam Speaker, I assume that the member, first of all, in terms of addressing the Assembly, the member must confine his or her observations to the subject under discussion number 1. A member, while speaking on a question, must not impute improper motives to any other member. In relation, Madam Speaker, and that is in relation to the statement that I first objected to, that the member is making statements in this honorable House that are scandalous without any proof. And I don't care how much he gets up and says something is a matter of fact. If it hasn't been brought to the House by way of proof, I'm asking that he withdraw such scandalous statements. Number 2, Madam Speaker, the member would have made reference to police searching offices and taking documents, taking records and computers. And I assume that the member is referring to my offices that were searched by the police. I'm asking.
Let's continue.
Madam Speaker, I'm
Member,
on my feet on an objection, on a point of order in relation to statements made by the member. And I'm asking for those points of orders to be addressed.
Madam Speaker,
I am not
stood
aware that
silent.
the
Oh,
member
sorry.
imputed improper motive to any member of the House. I am unaware of that. Who did he impute improper motive to?
Of the members of the opposition who comprise the Anguilla United Front, Madam Speaker, by making statements that checks were collected, that there were certain things that were done illegally by the members of the Anguilla United Front. He clearly
I think he
stated that.
verified that. He said there's a matter of public record where
How
there
do
was
you
an
verify matter of public
where
record in
there
the
was
House
an
based on verbal
investigation carried
statements? No, Madam Speaker. I am asking for the evidence to be brought to this House. You cannot say, I can stand up here and say that the member has long hair to his
please.
shoulders and it's a matter of public record.
Please.
That is not accurate.
Madam Speaker, if the member want me to bring it to the House, I'll bring it to the House, right? But it's a matter of public record. Anything that is in the public airways, the recordings of the Commissioner of Police interviewing and so forth, all of these things are matter of public record. The affidavits that were signed and so forth, all of these things were a matter of public record. But if the leader of the opposition want me to bring them as a matter of public record to the House, I will bring them to the House. But I also want to say that
If I may, Madam Speaker, if I may, the objection was not in relation to anything about any investigations, etc. It was in relation to checks given by hotels, etc., that you first stated. That's the basis on which I objected to them asking for evidence to be brought to the House.
Well, then we'll have to have witness statements, Madam Speaker. Then we'll have to have witness statements, Madam Speaker. Because, Madam Speaker, here's it. I remembered in the last general election campaign, one of the talk show hosts, what's at stake, said, follow the money. Who's financing this juggernaut, Madam Speaker? And they were of the belief that somebody or some entities were financing the Anguilla Progressive Movement campaign. So it was so great when the Honorable Kyle Hodge said on public radio that the Anguilla Progressive Movement is paying their campaign debt. You know who paid the campaign, paying the campaign debt? Not him. Merrick Richardson, Hayden Hughes, Quincy Gomes-Marie, Deanne Kentish-Rogers, Kenneth Hodge, Ellis Webster, and Courtney Morton. We are still paying campaign debt. You know why we're paying campaign debt? Because we self-finance, so we were not obliged or obligated to any developer, Madam Speaker. But yet, they will think that we did something sinister. So I'm glad that Mr. Hodge is out there saying what he's saying. It's a beautiful thing, Madam Speaker. It's a beautiful thing. But I'm not retracting what I said, because I say that as a matter of fact, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker.
You said you will furnish the House with the evidence, and we hope that you will.
And I hope you allow me to play the recordings as well as part of the evidence, Madam Speaker.
Please continue, member.
You'll get what you asked for, member. You know, Madam Speaker, you know, we talk about impugn improper motive. It have been several times the leader of the opposition have said that I lied. I've never once got up on a point of order to say I didn't lie, because I know I didn't lie. Because remember when the leader of the opposition said that me saying that members of the opposition, members of the Anguilla United Front, say they will get rid of GST, she said to quote from the Honorable Single-Eyed member, Mr. Hodge, I don't know which Mr. Hodge, she said that's a lie from the pit of hell. And she challenged on using the government platforms to campaign, to produce the evidence because of misrepresentation of the truth. I'm quoting, by God, bless God, thank you God for this memory you have bestowed upon me. I'm quoting. Madam Speaker, you understand what I'm saying? But the evidence is out there, so I'm lying. But she almost made me feel that I was lying. I had to sit back and say, she must be right. She was so convincing. And I applaud the leader of the opposition, the Honorable Corey Richardson Hodge, for her skills as a politician to make even me doubt the facts. She's very skilled in terms of convincing the people of Anguilla that the sky is not blue, the sky is purple. Yellow, as someone said, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, so I want to say this. Premier Banks received the support of all of his colleagues on the government side of the House of Assembly. He told the Assembly that the government has sought and obtained the necessary technical advice on the legislation. The necessary technical advice on the legislation. It is envisaged that the legislation will take effect as of October 1st, The goods and services tax will be introduced in 3 phases, bringing Anguilla and its customs and trade systems up to date with international standards and requirements. Right? The requisite technical advice. But the requisite technical advice comes from who? I'm quoting, sorry for the record, I'm quoting GST legislation passed in Anguilla's House of Assembly in an article in Anguilla on September 9, 2019. I'm quoting from that, right? But the requisite technical advice comes from who? It doesn't come from the think tank of advisors that Mr. Kyle Hodge spoke of. He said that that's what you need to have in the Just Effects program with Cora Justin Hodge. They're going to have a think tank of advisors who's going to set the technical advisor and technical staff in the government of Anguilla aside. You, permanent secretary, you heads of the department, we don't need you. We have our think tank, and we're going to be governed by our think tank. And Madam Speaker, but the technical advisors included the Controller of Inland Revenue, Mr. K.L. Connor, the Controller of Customs, Mr. Travis Carty, permanent secretaries, including Dr. Aidan Harrigan. They had technical advice from overseas, Madam Speaker. And I attended, me personally, attended a public consultation that was held at La View, Madam Speaker, in 2019, where they rolled out what the goods and services tax would look like, Madam Speaker. And you know where the first point of contact for the goods and services tax was? At the port. At the port. And I can send this information to yourself and other members of the opposition because they give it out for a refresher and a reminder. Because all of us obviously seems like don't have the same cerebral capacity to use medical terms, Madam Speaker, which means, you know what it means. So, Madam Speaker, I want to say something, Madam Speaker, but I'll save them for later in the interest of time because you know Blue Week is this week and there's a great fish fry down at the People's Market, Madam Speaker, People's Market that we redeveloped, Madam Speaker, to be a beautiful centerpiece in the city, Madam Speaker. And when you hear the leader of the opposition criticizing the medians, it's called medians, M-E-D-I-A-N-S. When the medians in the Valley Main Road ask the question, since you have an issue with the medians in the Valley Main Road, so much so that your talk show host even wrote to the governor, asking the governor to intervene and remove the medians, will you remove the medians when you come to office in 2035? I don't know. But Madam Speaker.
On a point of order, Madam Speaker, just for clarity, when I was speaking, I never criticized. I made reference to what people, the criticisms that people were making. I didn't say that. I said that that is what people are saying. When I spoke in the House, don't ask me why I think I'm telling you what I said.
Thank you, member. There's no rule breached. You may continue.
I'm asking the member to correctly speak about what I said. He's misquoting me.
No, I'm not misquoting. I'm not misquoting. She said it was confusion, and she said people are saying that these things, but she said she gave her opinion before she said that people are saying these things. I don't understand why the leader of the opposition keep getting up on a point of order. I would suggest, Madam Speaker, I would suggest to the leader of the opposition, just as they do it in the school debates and so forth, take precocious notes and respond in kind, as opposed to every so often jumping up on a point of order. Because when you jump up on a point of order, I just prolong your pain by staying on my feet longer. And I don't want to do that because you're my good cousin, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, I believe all of us in here today are in support of this amendment. All of us here today understand why this amendment is here. And it is good when all of us can agree on the amendment for the integration of the Registry and Financial Services Commission Miscellaneous Amendments Act 2024, Madam Speaker, because these things need to be done. But you see how we are discussing the issue of GST. Just last year, I believe it is, we had a visit from an official out of Canada, and he said they implemented GST some couple of decades ago And he said, don't think that a debate or a discussion or the discourse around GST is going to go away. Because even today in Canada, it's a big discourse. So we, even though there's 104 countries around the world and that have implemented this type of tax, and we have this tax, the reality is though, and the leader of opposition has said it, but what the leader of opposition didn't say when she said that the only way to get rid of GST is to go independent. What the leader of opposition didn't say is whether or not it is her goal to take Anguilla into independence, one, and secondly, if Anguilla goes into independence under the leadership of Shirley Rogers Webster or Cora Richardson Hodge, Madam Speaker, will they then repeal GST? And once they repeal GST, are they planning to implement the taxes that Shirley Richardson Hodge have recommended, such as Shirley Rogers Webster? Sorry, Shirley Rogers Webster have suggested, such as income tax, an income tax up to 40% of your salaries, Madam Speaker, because if you think about it, if the United Front was able to win an election, almost 7 seats, Madam Speaker, on the idea of removing a 3% interim stabilization levy, which is a tax on income, imagine the United Front bringing in a 40% tax on your income. How will that fly with the people of Anguilla? So that said, thank you, Madam Speaker, for your time.
Thank you, Honourable Member, for your contribution. The Honourable Member for Valley South is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and good morning. Well, good afternoon now to persons in the gallery and to my colleagues on the other side of the House and to those who are listening via live. Madam Speaker, I actually had some notes, but unfortunately, I didn't realize the contributions would have gone that lengthy, and my device has died, unfortunately. So I will have to rely a bit on memory. My memory is not as good as the member for Road South, unfortunately, but I will do my best. I do rise in support of the amendments, the miscellaneous amendments to the integration of Registry into Financial Service Commission Act 2024. And as we would have heard before, Madam Speaker, a number of these requirements in relation to regulations and legislative changes that relate to reporting standards can be seen by the industry as quite onerous. That's something that we have heard and we've seen over the period of us having to make these regulations. And it is a point of contention across the region, specifically in the overseas territories, Madam Speaker, because we know that the yardstick is different with which they measure us with versus the more developed countries. Nevertheless, Madam Speaker, Anguilla does not stand alone, and the reason why, well, to put some context behind it, Anguilla depends a lot on imports. We are an externally vulnerable country, which means if we are unable at one point or the other to have access to an external market, let's just say because of the particular position of our financial industry leads to our risk rating increasing, or for our correspondent banking, which is of course necessary because we are an import-dependent country, which means if you are buying goods and services and materials to come into the country, you're sending money outside of Anguilla. And if you cannot send money outside of Anguilla, then you cannot receive these goods and services, well, goods and materials. And if you cannot receive these goods and materials, it stands to reason that you will put your country in quite a precarious position, because most of the things on the store, in the store, in our supermarkets, is imported. We don't make most of these materials here. So that being said, Madam Speaker, a lot of these things don't stand alone. They're not insulated. They're very vulnerable. And so it becomes a requirement on us to do as much as we can to prevent Anguilla from being put in that onerous and very precarious situation. Madam Speaker, the legislation makes certain recommendations, especially in relation to the integration of the registry into Financial Services Commission, and I'm sure that persons who do have further questions, I know this is a particular bill in terms of personnel that is limited specifically to those persons who are in the registry, and therefore it may not seem as something that has wide-reaching impact, doesn't have wide-reaching impact in Anguilla. And so if there are further questions, Madam Speaker, I'm sure that persons will be able to ask the Financial Services Commission for further clarification or what implications will be as a result of this amendment. Now, Madam Speaker, I know that what the Premier stated in his opening remarks was that a lot of these amendments, these changes in relation to the way we operate with our statutory bodies and our Financial Services Commission, these are found, the bedrock of these changes is found in the MOU for emergency financial aid, which took place in 2020. Now, I just want to say very shortly that there are a couple things to highlight here. By virtue of it being an emergency, the MOU was a MOU for emergency financial aid, which meant that the position of the country was an emergency. Anguilla would not have had to accept those terms if it was in a stronger financial and fiscal position. So if Anguilla was in a strong financial and fiscal position, it would not have needed to say yes to that MOU at all. It would have said, well, because I know that my people on the ground are saying we don't want to engage. To be honest, Madam Speaker, I can't even say that our people on the ground wanted to say anything, because the reason why the people of Anguilla actually know anything about the goods and services tax is because when we were campaigning in 2019 and 2020, this administration discovered the terms and brought them to the public. That's what happened. So I often find it very ironic when the Anguilla United Front opposition makes statements specifically as it relates to consultation. Specifically as it relates to consultation. Because the MOU was a private document. It was not for public consumption. And so when you see these raft of recommendations, these raft of decisions that have to be made, you often think to yourself, and this is what I said to myself, as a young woman who has just been elected into office, I said, this is probably one of the most depressing periods of my life. You know why it was depressing? It was depressing because I had dreams and aspirations that this country couldn't answer. I had dreams and aspirations that this country could not answer. That's how bad the financial position was. If somebody has to give you money just to pay your teachers, just to pay your nurses, that's how bad it was. So this whole argument about not this time or this isn't the right time is a moot argument, Madam Speaker. It's a moot argument. We were in such a bad position. The lights on in the schools, you wouldn't have had lights because you wouldn't have money to pay for your electricity. You could not pay for your electricity. You could not pay your teachers. You could not pay your doctors, your nurses, your essential services in a pandemic. You think people are going to walk for free? People are going to walk for free? You know, Madam Speaker, that this country has large ambitions. And we talk about taxation. We talk about the cost of progress. Nobody really wants taxation. Why? nobody really wants taxation because nobody wants less disposable income. That's a reality. So anytime you have a conversation about taxation, it's always going to be an unpleasant one. It's never going to be pleasant. You're never going to want taxation. But you have to ask yourself certain questions. Is it worthwhile that the dreams, when I go to schools and I hear children saying that they want a dance theater, who's paying for the dance theater? Isn't it government taxes? Yes. The students want sporting facilities. Who's paying for the sporting facilities? Isn't it government taxes? Yes. The teachers want revisions in salaries. Who is paying for revisions in salaries? Isn't it taxes? Yes. The children want programs for sports. Who is paying for the programs? Isn't it taxes? Yes. And you know what, Madam Speaker? I can understand the disillusionment of the people of Anguilla. Why? Because we've never had it. We've never had programs in sports that were funded by the government of Anguilla. We've never had the wholesale development of sporting facilities for the people of Anguilla. So it's sometimes very difficult to see what you've never had. That can be difficult. But the difference is, now you do see these programmatic support. So when you see the students who will be the beneficiaries of the sports grant this year, while it is something that is announced by the government of Anguilla, this is being funded by the people of Anguilla. These are the programs, these are the things that people of Anguilla have been asking for. And you know what has been the position? Years and years, the government of Anguilla has not been able to respond to the desires of its people. That's an awful position for a government to be in. Awful. I've heard about a fish processing plant for almost as long as I have been alive. And I am not that old. I don't know if I look old. I have one gray hair stand up to the front of my head now. Two. I'm not that old. I've heard about a fish processing plant for as long as I can remember. I have heard about airport development for as long as I can remember. I've heard about sports development for as long as I can remember. I have heard about cultural development for as long as I can remember. And it says something that the entire region, Madam Speaker, I can tell you the amount of times I have traveled in these 2 years. Because for 2 years of our term, we have not been able to do much because of COVID-19. In these 2 years, when I have traveled and I have gone with other overseas territories, ministers of education, sports, culture, youth, and arts, I am sometimes embarrassed. I'll be honest. I'm sorely embarrassed that Anguilla cannot offer what other countries are offering. BVI right now pays their athletes $4,000 a month just to train. That's why they have athletes going to the Olympics under the BVI flag. You know, it hurts me. It does hurt me. Because I want that for my people. I want that for young people in this country. I want them to have the same opportunities. But your government has to be able to respond to your desires. There is always going to be a cost to progress, Madam Speaker. And I'm not saying, this administration has never said that we have all the answers. And we come back in this House time and time again to make adjustments because we have stated from the time we got in office that we will continue to tweak. We will continue to make those changes because we know this is an iterative process. We'll continue to make it better. Just the other day, we made an amendment so that anybody who's putting on anything within a charity, raising funds, they're exempted. And I know at some point in time, you guys, especially those persons, Madam Speaker, through you, the young people who will be participating in Anguilla Youth Parliament or Anguilla Youth Council, you will at some point go off to be with our UN subsidiaries, right? There will be the UN Youth Conference and all of these forums that you participate in. And you will see that the challenges we face here in Anguilla are not unique. They're not unique. We are all in a hurricane belt. We are all exposed to external shocks. Decisions that are made in the UK and the US impact us disproportionately to the way they impact those territories. Those are our realities. But we have to come to terms with our realities and make different decisions. That's what we have to do. It was because, and I heard this point being made, it was because GST was overperforming that we had $16 million to put in your high school. That is the only reason why your high school was finished. That's the only reason why. And I say that without fear of being corrected. And so when you talk about all of these things, and these aren't developing buildings, developing the infrastructure that you need is only one part. The programs is the other part. And you want to make sure that those programs are sustainable. So you don't want a program to be started this year, and next year, because you don't have the revenue, you have to cut the program. It's harder to cut the program than to knock down infrastructure, because you're not going to get the money back when you knock down the infrastructure. So you have to be able to sustainably track where you're going and how you can continue to make the investments necessary. You would see, because, and I'm saying that because these are things crop up all the time and people don't have a full appreciation sometimes for what it is. You have new schools across the island. As soon as they go, the students occupy these buildings, the tiles are popping up in all of the classrooms. Who has to repair the tiles that pop up in the classrooms? Not the government? Yes. And what do we use to repair the tiles that pop up in the classroom? Taxes. Something happens at the school. A tile from the ceiling drops down in one of your new buildings. What do we have to do? Take money to repair it. And all of that is what they call unplanned expenditure. Unplanned expenditure is, if I have a new building, my assumption is that I am not going to have to do major renovation works to that building for the next 2 years. That's my assumption. But then when you actually have this new building and it's falling apart, you then have to find money to fix these problems because you have to fix them. There are some problems that you have to fix, Madam Speaker, whether or not you anticipated it or not. You talk about security, additional security services. So you have to match your desires with where you are. And we are still not yet at the position where we can fulfill all of the desires of our people. We're still not. There's a lot of room to grow. So, Madam Speaker, I just find it very interesting, the conversations about taxes and money specifically. And it's not to say that you don't understand that GST is a cost, does add a cost. But to be in the position where you didn't even have an option is really the kicker. Because when you have $500 million in debt, Anguilla has $500 million in debt, had when we got elected, $500 million in debt. How much do you think the debt burden is per person? Each person in the country is carrying about $30,000 US in debt from the time you are born. That's what you're carrying. So there is a significant cost to the decisions that are made. So we can talk about the banking resolution and how it was necessary, but every time you talk about something and there is a counterbalancing cost to the decision, let's not act as though the cost isn't the reality of where we are today. if Anguilla didn't have any debt, I would find it hard-pressed to say we would have been in the position we were in 2020 to implement a goods and services tax. If Anguilla had zero debt, and I say that because there are other overseas territories who do not have a value-added tax or a GST because they have $0 in debt. And I keep asking the ministers, I'm like, how did you guys manage? They're like, they don't take on debt if they don't have to. They fund things from their reserves. Anguilla couldn't do that because Anguilla was in breach of its borrowing guidelines by almost 290-something% over our benchmark. Our benchmark was 80%, the target, that's net debt to recurrent revenue. Benchmark 80%. You know what Anguilla was at? 296.7%. It's a large difference. That's a big gap. And I could have gotten up here and I said, well, you know what? I don't want to pay the debt. Let's see what happens. I want the people of Anguilla to go and research what happens to countries that default on their debts. Go and research what happens to countries that default on their debt. You don't have an option because international institutions like the IMF and the World Bank step in and they say, well, here's what you're going to do. Cut back on your subsidies. Stop providing benefits to your farmers. Cut your civil servants, as in cut the number of civil servants you have. It's not easy, it's not pretty. So we have to have responsible conversations around these things, Madam Speaker, especially if our ultimate goal is to be independent of the British government. We have to have responsible financial decisions. And you can never be independent if you continue to argue against making decisions that you can carry your own financial burden. You will never be independent. The country will never be independent. And if you will never be independent, then you will always be subject to the decision makings of the British. Always. So, Madam Speaker, and I'm saying this for the benefit of the people in the gallery as well. I'm saying it for the benefit of the people in the gallery. When you can't pay your debt, they take your house. If a country can't pay your debt, what do you think they take? Your country. They take your country, they take your programs, they take your initiatives, they take your scholarships, they take everything that you're doing to develop your people. That's the first thing that they take. The first thing that they take. And so, Madam Speaker, unfortunately, the government of Anguilla didn't have the privilege. It didn't have the privilege because we had two situations to face. Either you were going to implement this GST or they were going to do it for you. Those are the two situations. Because if we defaulted on our debt, the United Kingdom government would become contingently liable to pay, which means if you have friends in the UK, your friends in the UK will be paying for Anguilla's debt. That's what the situation would be. That's what the situation would be. And do you think politicians in the UK speaking to their constituents would say to their constituents, hey, I can't fund this program that you want to do because we have to pay the debt for Anguilla? Think about that. Think about that. Think about your friends all over the world. And this is a question then for you. Do you really think Anguilla should pave its own way? It's a question for you. Or do we continue to say, we're waiting on the British to do this and the British to do that? The British have never shown us any evidence that they will do things on our behalf. They have never shown us evidence that they will do things on our behalf. So we have to be mature enough to say, there comes a point where we will do it for ourselves. We become politically mature enough we become, as a nation, mature enough to have those conversations. And I do want to say, Madam Speaker, that if we went with the Anguilla United Front GSC plan, GSC would have been in force at 17% from January of 2021. And January of 2021, I can tell you with surety that that is when we had the largest outbreaks of COVID in this country. That was when we were dealing with those big outbreaks of COVID. So we would have had then, when our country was really in fact shut down, been implementing a goods and service tax. But no, we pushed it back.
On a point of order, Madam Speaker, just to correct the member from Valley South. The 2019 budget that I read would have stated that the IGT would be repealed with the exception of a small amount for cost recovery at the onset.
What is your point of
Madam
order?
Speaker, that's not a point of order because it's not relating to me. If she wants to raise a point of order to the member for Road South, she should have done so while he was speaking. This is not on me.
What is the point of order?
Exactly. Let me finish my point of order. The point of order is that the member would have just said,
breached?
the member would have just represented that GST would have been implemented in January of 2021. And I'm reading from the budget of 2019, which specifically stated that IGT would remain until the onset of the third phase, which is in 2023. So her information she's stating is inaccurate.
Madam Speaker, my information is not accurate because she's quoting She's quoting a document from 2019 when the phased approach was spelt out in the 2020 document. Okay. So, as I said, Madam Speaker, thank you to the members in the gallery for being present this afternoon. Thank you, guys. So, as I said, Madam Speaker, the phases were 2019, 2021, 2023, which is what the member just referred to. She missed out the 2021. There was a phase to implement in January 2021. So had this administration gone with the AUF GST, it would have been in place from January 2021. Okay? Our amendment pushed it back 18 months. 18 months was the pushback. So when we're talking about changing timelines, we did change the timelines. The timelines were pushed back 18 months. Hoping and praying that we'll have an uplift in our economic circumstances, that tourism would pick back up. And tourism did pick back up, Madam Speaker. And also under the able eye of the single and white electoral member, Mrs. Quincy Gums-Marie, who established the bubble concept with the Minister of Tourism to have tourism come back. We saw the improvement of our tourism sector, and that was before GST was implemented. That was before. So there may be some conflation as to when the bill was passed, but it did not come into effect until a year later. That was pushed back by 18 months. My other device died. So, I'm going to actually wrap up now, Madam Speaker. It's all right. It's fine. I'm just going to wrap up, Madam Speaker, because it seems as though it's going to become more and more frequent for us to have these conversations about GST. And, you know, there's part of it that I think, and I continue to say, I think is there are valuable conversations to be had because we have committed as an administration to continue making adjustments, to continue incrementally improving as we get data and information. But what underlines that decision making is data. And Madam Speaker, we do not make decisions without data. So while persons may think, oh, we're not moving fast enough on X or Y, there is a reason, and the reason is usually grounded in the data. Okay? So, Madam Speaker, as we continue to come to this Honorable House to make amendments to various pieces of legislation, specifically in relation to improving the governance structures and the functioning of the Anguilla, I want the listening public and the people of Anguilla to stay tuned and to do their best to listen through to all the arguments, because sometimes we get gridlocked into the argument that we want to hear, and it's necessary to listen to both sides. So with that said, Madam Speaker, I just want to give my general support to the integration of Registry into Financial Services Commission Miscellaneous Amendments Act 2024. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Hopefully you guys would vote some extra funds to the House of Assembly so that we can upgrade our facility and allow you to plug in with your devices while you speak. The Honorable Member for Road North is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'd just like firstly to start by saying I stand in full support of this bill for the integration of the registry into the Financial Services Commission. Madam Speaker, there was a time when three little letters of the alphabet used to scare me. Those letters, GST. Every time I heard those letters, there was a time they used to scare me. But like the Honorable Member for Sandy Hill said, you have to learn to embrace the GST. And you've always said, embrace your fears. So actually, Madam Speaker, I do embrace any conversation when it comes to GST, even if it wasn't a planned conversation as it wasn't for today in the House. And the other thing, Madam Speaker, and I mentioned it on more than one occasion in this House, a gentleman met me shortly after being sworn into this House of Assembly, and he said to me, anytime you're making a presentation in this House, make sure your presentation is based on facts and in truth. And it's important for us here as members in this House, Madam Speaker, and we know in any argument you have to try to put forward your argument and sometimes put a little bit of condiments and stuff on your argument to make it seems a little sweeter, a little better. But facts always remain, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, with that being said, I'll start by reading an Executive Council minute, not just in minutes of a special meeting of the 11th Anguilla Executive Council held on Monday, 4th June 2018, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, this is also important because Executive Council is usually held on a Thursday, except that you have an urgent or special meeting is called. And a special meeting is usually called because something is urgent, so you have to get it out of the way before the next scheduled meeting. And this one was on a Monday, the 4th of June, 2018. Present, His Excellency the Governor, Mr. Timothy Foy, OBE, the Honorable Victor Banks, Chief Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development, Commerce, Tourism and Information Technology, the Honorable Deputy Governor, Mr. Perrin Bradley, the Honorable Cora Richardson Hodge, Minister of Home Affairs and Education, the Honorable Acting Attorney General, Mr. Ivor Green, Mrs. Joel Fleming, Clerk to Executive Council. Also in attendance, Dr. Aidan Harrigan, PS Finance, Mr. Kiel Connor, Comptroller, Inland Revenue, Mrs. Chantel Richardson, Director, Economic Planning, Mr. Stephen Turnbull, Financial Specialist. Absent, the Honorable Evans Rogers. Absent, the Honorable Curtis Richardson. And absent, the Honorable Attorney General, Mr. John McKendrick. It says, Executive Minute 18154, VAT GST reform. And I read, Madam Speaker, further to Executive Minute 18/268 of 24th May 2018, Council was updated on the progress made in securing the policy-based loan. The policy conditions associated with the grant of approval were presented, including the implementation of GST. Number 2, was aware that the commitment to implement GST was made prior, noting that the medium-term economic and fiscal plan 2016 to 2018 approved GST as a major reform. This is an Executive Council, Madam Speaker. Point number 3, approved GST as an essential component of tax reform and agreed to phase implementation focusing on Phase 1, a revenue-neutral reconfiguration of customs duties and customs service charges into an interim goods tax by 1st January 2019. Phase 2, introduction of a partial services tax covering accommodation, electricity, communications, and wholesalers by 1st January 2021. Again, Madam Speaker, I'll just remind those listening, this is an actual Executive Council minute, and I read out earlier who are in attendance. Phase 3, expansion of the services tax to include all other services by 1st January 2023. Number 4, agree that a UKG should be approached to fund key elements of the initiative to include a resident long-term GST advisor. B, the IT requirements, including modernization of the sectors or its replacement and reprioritization of the IT projects to 1A status. And 5, agree that the legislative amendments proposed by CARTEC relating to strengthening of the compliance function should be prepared by the Attorney General Chambers and returned to EXCO for approval. It was acknowledged that these will be forwarded to Legislative Council for first reading during 2018.
If I may, Madam Speaker, if I could ask the member to provide a reference for that EXCO minute again, please.
Madam Speaker, it can be found on government.ai pages. In the documents, just put in EXCO minutes and we can pull up all the minutes that were allowed to be published at that point in time.
June 4, 2018.
Is the minutes of the special meeting of the 11th Anguilla Executive Council held on Monday, 4th June 2018. You're welcome, member. So Madam Speaker, we now jump forward to the MOU that, remember this was in 2018. Stipulations were laid down, agreed in Executive Council. We now jump to the MOU that was signed in June 2020, because the UK government said, I got them. Them can't kick this can down the road no more. So we're going to make them sign. And Madam Speaker, the member for Sandy Hill, as she read out, GST commits to maintain progress in implementation of the GST bill. So, Madam Speaker, I just did a quick search in my dictionary app on my phone, and it says maintain means that you have started and that you're expected to continue. Maintain also means to keep in existence a continuance. Continuance, Madam Speaker. Progress. A movement toward a goal or to a further to a higher stage. That is what happened, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, we also heard that no law was passed in this honorable House that included GST. So there's no 17% GST tax, or nothing was passed in this House by the AUF. But in the Executive Council minute, it was noted, was aware that the commitment to implement GST was made prior, noting that the medium-term economic and fiscal plan 2016 to 2018 approved GST. Madam Speaker, both sides of this aisle know that the MTEF has to be laid in this honorable House. So you're trying to tell me, Madam Speaker, we just come to this honorable house to make a mockery of it? So we're going to make a plan for this country Anguilla, that we all claim to love, that we all claim to care about. So we're going to come to the highest house, the highest lawmaking body in the land, lay the plan in this honorable house, and then decide we ain't bothering with that plan no more, Madam Speaker. This is how government's supposed to work, Madam Speaker. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, other members mentioned the budget, Madam Speaker. The budget. The budget, is that not a law, Madam Speaker? Is that not a law on how, breaking down how government monies are going to be spent? It was passed and approved in this house, Madam Speaker. So when the members said that there is no law that says that they have ever passed GST, they approved it in many forms. They went to Executive Council, sat, decided, and called a special meeting, Madam Speaker, not a regular Thursday meeting, a special meeting. But, Madam Speaker, we've heard over and over, we've even heard it admitted by members from that side, we were going to kick the can down the road. We were going to tell the UK government yes and kick the can down the road. So the UK government said, here you are. You need these emergency funds. And like the member for Valley South said, Madam Speaker, no country should ever be in a position, that you have to choose hardships on your people and making them see another good day. But that is the reality, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, if I could make another point, and we could understand how come there wasn't no monies. Because if you're going to tell me, Madam Speaker, you've wasted money and resources in training your entire customs department for over 2 years, training, Madam Speaker, that costs money, Madam Speaker, and just going to throw it on the side, Madam Speaker, is that a good use of our resources, Madam Speaker? Our limited resources, if I should say so, Madam Speaker? We just saw in the minutes, Madam Speaker, we agree that the UK government should be approached and fund key elements of the initiative to include the resident long-term GST advisor and the IT requirements, and including a modernization of the sectors or its replacement. Madam Speaker, a $3 million system was already put in place. So, Madam Speaker, all I'm asking in this honorable house, and I know how it is, like I said, both sides of the aisle need to prepare them arguments and put a little pepper and salt to make it seem a little more tasteful, Madam Speaker. But, Madam Speaker, you could put salt and pepper on certain things and they still remain what they are. So you're telling me, Madam Speaker, like I'm saying again, resources in a country that we know don't have much resources, and we're here talking how shopkeepers have to do this and shopkeepers have to do that. Madam Speaker, we all shop. Madam Speaker, there's always going to, no, Madam Speaker, if milk and honey fall down from the skies tomorrow, there are going to be people who are hurting. There are always those circumstances, Madam Speaker. Persons go through hardships. Emergencies come up, Madam Speaker. So I will never doubt for a moment, Madam Speaker, that there are people in Anguilla who are hurting, that are people in Anguilla who are suffering. But when you as an administration choose to pile on those hardships by making decisions, spending money, and then saying, okay, here it goes, $3 million down the drain. Don't worry about that, Anguilla people. And Madam Speaker, we have seen numerous examples of that, Madam Speaker. We've heard prior to coming to the house, monies were paid to a particular landowner. Then when we come in, $3-point-something million paid from the Social Security to this landowner. And then when we get in, we find here letters from the lawyers, we need our money. So we have to now find that $3.5 million to pay again, Madam Speaker. Again, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I can tell you I care, you know, but I can also show you that I care. I can show you that I don't care. So anybody could get up, Madam Speaker, and post and brag that we care. But what were you doing when you're in the position, Madam Speaker? were you showing that you care? Because just throwing away our scarce resources, a $3 million system, Madam Speaker, they were going to just leave it there to catch dust. Investments, Madam Speaker, and then want to try to convince me, Madam Speaker, to convince the people of Anguilla, Madam Speaker, that we weren't going to do anything, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, I can wholeheartedly embrace this GST because I know this administration, Madam Speaker, we care. We've come to this house before. We're going to continue coming to this house to make amendments, Madam Speaker. So I have no fear of that. I have no fear of that. But what I have a fear of is the disinformation that keeps going out, Madam Speaker, that we didn't do this and we didn't do that. When we have the proof, you don't have to go far to find the proof, Madam Speaker. MTF signing this laid before this honorable house. Budget address before this honorable house. Not in cabinet, Madam Speaker. In this honorable house. In this honorable house, Madam Speaker. So then this honorable house means nothing, Madam Speaker? The decisions that were made and come and laid before this honorable house means nothing, Madam Speaker? And then to say there's no GST law that we passed. But you've approved it all over the place, upstairs, downstairs, kitchen closet. That's how it's approved, Madam Speaker. So the UK government said to them, I can't trust you. I got you where I want you. Sign this. And Madam Speaker, yes, the question was asked of the Honorable AG if an MOU can be changed. Of course it can be changed. The one for Senegal could have been changed too. That could have been changed too. But I could also tell you something, Madam Speaker. When you got $0.00, you can't afford to fight nothing. So you couldn't fight the people, you couldn't fight the liars that the people from Senegal had with the Marina. And you had to accept this because what you were fighting against? Because we all know there was nothing to fight with. There was no funding. What are you going to fight with? So yes, it can be changed. But that's if you're operating from a position of power. But when you're operating with your back against the wall, Madam Speaker, caught between a rock and a hard place, between a rock and a beacon. Madam Speaker, and I was earlier the member mentioned that when we went to the school and we gave our presentations, and they are very good presentations. I like how the children interacted with us. And yes, there was discussion about GST. And many of the students did mention, and I figured from the interaction that there was a lot of discussions about the parents speaking about budgeting. But I did mention to one particular group of students, our roads, our hospitals, fire services, police, our teachers, all these need to be paid for, Madam Speaker. And if every year you're coming up with a $22 million gap, it means, Madam Speaker, every year something is going to fall by the wayside, Madam Speaker. So like I said to the students, and I'm saying to everyone listening now, government is always, will always be a balancing act. No government, Madam Speaker, wants to impose extra hardships on its people. But every government, Madam Speaker, also realizes the need to provide particular services for its people. And not just services, because the hospital doors can stay open. You can have a police force, but if the police force don't have vehicles, Madam Speaker, or the hospital don't have beds, Madam Speaker, or your teachers just go in there and there's no desk or no blackboard, Madam Speaker. So you just don't want to provide services, Madam Speaker. You want to provide services at a high quality, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, my wife always have a saying that she repeats to me over and over. Mama might have, Papa might have, but God bless the child that have. And I am happy, Madam Speaker, that Anguilla is that child that is finally having something, Madam Speaker. We can buy some ties now. You know, we need some proper school buses, Madam Speaker. We'll try to get those school buses, Madam Speaker. We need ambulance, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, these are things we don't have to go now begging, Mama, can I get this? Mama, can I get that? These are things, Madam Speaker, that we are finding in a position where we can say to ourselves, let us try to get these on our own, Madam Speaker. So again, I repeat, Mama might have, UK might have, but God bless Anguilla that we are finally having. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Oh. Sorry? Prefer to go to lunch then, or you're okay? Continue? Okay. The Single Island Wide Electoral District Member, Mr. Kenneth Hodge, is recognized. Okay, members have decided that they would prefer to go to lunch and then come back. So this honorable house now stands adjourned until 2:30 p.m. Thank you, members. Good afternoon, members. The House will now resume its sitting. I trust you had a good lunch and is ready for contributions for the rest of the afternoon. So I invite now the Single Island Wide Electoral District member, Mr. Kenneth Hodge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That hour zipped by so quickly. It flew by. But, Madam Speaker, I want to say a pleasant good afternoon to my colleagues on both sides of the House, members of the general public who are listening via radio and who are tuned in via social media. Madam Speaker, we are here today discussing a bill for the integration of Registry into Financial Services Commission Miscellaneous Amendments Act 2024. A bill which I support, Madam Speaker. But unfortunately, I think 99% of the discussions this morning have all centered around a continued discussion on GST. And Madam Speaker, I was a little concerned that the Honorable Premier and Leader of Government Business had to rise on several occasions this morning to correct misleading statements. And so, Madam Speaker, with your permission, please allow me a few thoughts, Madam Speaker, which are all related to this topic at hand. Madam Speaker, it is my considered opinion that there's a deliberate campaign of misinformation being perpetuated, particularly in the lead up to the 2025 general elections, Madam Speaker. I say that because of some of what has been said here in this Honorable House today. A lot of it is being said on radio in various programs and talk shows and social media postings, Madam Speaker. And it bothers me, Madam Speaker, because I think there are a lot of persons in Anguilla and in the diaspora that still remain slightly confused or do not necessarily understand all the parameters of this goods and services tax, Madam Speaker. And I illustrate that with two examples. Some weeks ago, I got a phone call from a person I know well in the diaspora, Madam Speaker, and I'm not going to call any names in the Honorable House this afternoon. I'm just using an example. And this person was having a conversation with me, Madam Speaker, in relation to this claim back. And this person was vigorously telling me that is not true, that when the business person pays his GST at the port, he can claim it back. And Madam Speaker, he was downstriving me to the point that I even began to doubt my own knowledge of it. And so what I did, Madam Speaker, with the advent of technology and WhatsApp, you can link people on your phone. And so I linked the Inland Revenue, the head of the Inland Revenue, controller of Inland Revenue, and he essentially said to the gentleman what I was saying, and for a while the gentleman seemed not wanting to believe him, but eventually he did, right? And that was a matter of concern for me, Madam Speaker, because there's been a lot of information being put out there by the Inland Revenue Department, a public awareness campaign, But I also know there's a vigorous misinformation campaign being put out there to scare people, to frighten them, and to give them a feeling that they should not support this government in the next general elections. And Madam Speaker, I am not here today to say to anybody they should vote for us. I think our record in the very short time that we have been in office is a testament to the fortitude, to the determination, Madam Speaker, to the iron will, and of course, the very broad shoulders. I thought my shoulders were broad, Madam Speaker, but I can tell you, since coming to office, I had to extend them by a couple feet on either side, Madam Speaker. It is so overwhelming, right? And so I think we have a duty of care to our citizens, Madam Speaker, to enlighten them. I am not going to sit in this honorable house this afternoon and say that life is not difficult in Anguilla. Madam Speaker, I was just yesterday afternoon, I went to the grocery shop to do some shopping. And when I wrote that check for the goods, I was concerned. But I am cognizant, Madam Speaker, of the influences that we have no control over, the shipping, inflation, insurance, and so forth. And where I shop, Madam Speaker, I also know that business owner is a good corporate citizen and would not fleece the good people of Anguilla in any way. Well, Madam Speaker, I have to go back a little bit because this history of GST, Madam Speaker, seems to come up time and time again. Who started it? Who got the ball rolling? When it was approved, we didn't have any legislation come before us, and what happened to the Executive Council, and a whole myriad of things, Madam Speaker. And you know, a customs officer came up to me one day. I'm not going to say the gender. And that customs officer said to me, you know, Minister, from way back, we were beginning to prepare for GST, a customs officer. We had undergone a rigorous training regime, Madam Speaker, and this is well before 2020, you know. I know my good colleague down here would have spoke about the whole thing with the infrastructure, the electronic, the IT infrastructure that was put in place. So I am saying here this afternoon, Madam Speaker, we can argue from now till the cows come home, who started it, who was responsible for it, who did what. But as I've said so many times, GST was coming whether we liked it or not. So this afternoon, I will own the APM GST, because as my good colleague down here, Honorable Minister, would have said, the AUF GST would have been what Yellow Dad on the mango tree, choking the life out. And Madam Speaker, I have before me a copy of a report from CARTEC that is dated October 19 to November 1st, 2016. And as the Premier would have said earlier, and I just reiterate for public information, CARTEC is the Caribbean Regional Technical Assistance Center, Madam Speaker. And this agency has been of great help to Anguilla over the years, Madam Speaker, providing a range of technical advice and services to the government and people of Anguilla. And I'm sure, Madam Speaker, they do this throughout the region. And Madam Speaker, I just want to touch a little bit on the executive summary. I don't wish to read all of it because it would take up the rest of the afternoon, right? But it makes some interesting points. It says there are no broad-based taxes in Anguilla. There is no comprehensive income tax in any form of general consumption tax. Taxation of imports accounts are about 50% of the tax revenue. This includes import duties and the customs surcharge, or the import duties, which is an average rate of 12.9% measured over the period 2012 to 2015, and the customs surcharge, which applies a flat rate of 6% to the value of imports. There is a domestic tax on labor income, the interim stabilization levy, which accounts for about 8.5% of the tax revenue, and then there are taxes on domestic goods and services. The latter, besides stamp duties and licenses, are concentrated in 4 activities: hotels, electricity, communication, and banking. Taxation of these activities yields about 20% of the tax revenue, and I'm reading from the CARTAC report. The authorities intend to substitute a broad-based tax, the goods and services tax, GST, for the sector-specific levies currently charged, in conjunction with a reform of trade taxes that would lower the average rate of import duties. The basic question is, what GST best suits Anguilla's economy? A CARTAC IMF scoping mission, and IMF is the International Monetary Fund, Madam Speaker, that visited Anguilla in March 2016 defined 4 possibilities: a single-stage tax at the retail level, 2, a turnover tax on domestic sales similar to the St. Martin tax structure, 3, a value-added tax, VAT, and 4, a structure that taxes goods at importation and in addition levies a broad-based tax on the provision of domestic services. The scoping mission discarded the turnover tax due to its well-known harmful effects on the economy. The mission also discarded the turnover tax, expanded the scoping mission's analysis of the other options, and proposed a course of study for the indirect tax system reform. So, Madam Speaker, the report analyzed the 3 remaining options that were presented in the light of the principles of taxation, neutrality, simplicity, and productivity. Equity was not considered, since the 3 types of tax are approximately equivalent in respect to equity. And Madam Speaker, the report goes on to say, the composite tax on imported goods and services, option 4, though superior to the other options in terms of simplicity and productivity, is very difficult to control and rates poorly in respect to neutrality. One of its pillars is a tax on the production of services. Those produced in Anguilla are taxed no matter whether consumed domestically or exported, and services produced abroad are exempt. As such, domestic service providers will be outcompeted by foreign providers of similar services unless they absorb the tax rather than transferring it to consumers. Madam Speaker, the mission went on to recommend a 3-stage reform, which included a thorough revamping of IRD, which would have to be fulfilled before the second step was taken. And the first step would have been the reform of international trade taxation. The second is the introduction of a partial VAT, and the final step, the adoption of a full-fledged VAT. So, Madam Speaker, the partial VAT should be in effect in January of 2019 of only for activities, communications, electricity, hotels, and wholesalers would be subject to VAT at a rate of 17.5%. The VAT threshold would be relatively high, around 300,000 per year, so that the number of VAT payers is kept low. IGT rate would rise to meet the VAT rate. VAT payers would pay IGT at customs, but would credit the input tax against their VAT liabilities. All other importers would be required to choose between registering for VAT or pay IGT plus a surcharge of the same rate. In other words, Madam Speaker, all of this is paving the way for the implementation of GST. And then they said the final step would be the introduction of a full-fledged VAT in 2022. And Madam Speaker, throughout this document, it speaks to a rate of 17% and 17.5% and so forth, Madam Speaker. And in its recommendations, it says choice of GST as the preferred rate, and they choose VAT to be the GST, set its rate as 17.5%, and implement it in 2 steps. Madam Speaker, we know that IGT came into being in October of 2019. And it's interesting that sometime, I think it was in 2023, Madam Speaker, I had occasion to be driving along the Coronation Avenue, and there were a number of persons under one of the mahogany trees. And of course I stopped, said hello, you know, and there was a vigorous discussion going on about GST, Madam Speaker. And I recall challenging the main presenter in that discussion, so to speak, about GST, because he is saying GST is killing us. So I said to the person, do you realize that the 13% that we are paying is an increase of 4% over the IGT of 9%? He said people didn't know that. He said people didn't even realize IGT was in place. Essentially, he was saying IGT was put in place, and the average man on the street didn't really know, or didn't maybe care to know, or didn't inform themselves. Maybe they weren't properly informed or educated, Madam Speaker. But the net result was IGT slide-in was implemented. People were happily paying the IGT of 9%. And remember, IGT had no payback provisions. And people were content, and that was his point to me, which underscores the fact, as they say, if you hide things from people and they don't know, they don't complain. So this 4% that we have added on to bring it up to 13% as opposed to the 17.5% that was proposed, Madam Speaker, with the option for the business owners to reclaim their monies they pay at the port, Madam Speaker, is the center of a vigorous campaign, Madam Speaker, because we are now in the election season. As a matter of fact, I think we were in the election season from the time we got in office. And Madam Speaker, the leader of the opposition would have said this morning that people are hurting, and she has spoken to people and things are rough, Madam Speaker, you know. But Madam Speaker, as I've said on so many occasions, Madam Speaker, and I want to say again in this Honorable House this afternoon, when we came to this Honorable House on the 27th of May, 2022, Madam Speaker, when this administration, like I said, GST was not an option. As a responsible administration, Madam Speaker, we went to the table and we discuss with our technocrats and our other persons, our other advisors, how best we can cushion this and make it palatable, Madam Speaker. And one of the ways we came up with was a whole raft of zero-rated items, Madam Speaker, and exempt items, Madam Speaker. And I recall sitting in this honorable house on the 27th of May, 2022. I can't remember the day of the week, probably was a Tuesday. And we presented this motion before this honorable house, Madam Speaker. And we went through all the pages and pages of exemptions on education and food stuff and medicines and so many things, Madam Speaker. And what stuck in my mind that day, not one of the opposition members supported this that was bringing relief to the people of Anguilla in the face of the GST tax, Madam Speaker. And today they are out there trumpeting that the tax is killing people. And they, as a body, had no interest in supporting it at that time, Madam Speaker. You see the, what word can I use it? You see the hypocrisy, Madam Speaker? You see the hypocrisy, Madam Speaker? And this is why, Madam Speaker, I felt compelled this afternoon to stand on my feet to speak about this. Because I think we need to be very truthful and responsible to the people that we serve, Madam Speaker, to give them the facts as the facts are, not the facts as they manufacture them to be. And Madam Speaker, wherever I turn in this fair land of ours, when people come up with these questions, I take time and I explain to them. And Madam Speaker, people understand, you know. Anguillans are a wonderful set of people. I'm proud to be one. Once you explain to them, they understand, Madam Speaker. They comprehend. They are able to then follow, Madam Speaker. And so many people have said to me, so why are they saying all of these things about GST, Madam Speaker? My honorable colleague earlier this morning spoke about using GST to finish the comprehensive, the campus queue, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we, for the first time, Madam Speaker, in Anguilla's history, Madam Speaker, we are finally able to be using our own money, Madam Speaker, to do things for ourselves. And that is significant because over the years, we have had to go cap in hand to the British government for handouts. And every time we got something, Madam Speaker, it came with a long raft of conditions. And Madam Speaker, the British government this time around held our feet to the fire. Because as my colleague would have said, GST, the second phase was supposed to be implemented on January 1, 2021. And the second phase in January of 2023. But Madam Speaker, we realized we were in the middle of a COVID pandemic, Madam Speaker. And I recall being a part of a discussion with the Premier when we would have called the British minister to plead our case, Madam Speaker. And essentially he told us that the further we pushed back the implementation, it came with a whole raft of other changes, Madam Speaker, that one would not have been favorable to this island, Madam Speaker. But we were able to get the implementation date, Premier, am I correct, pushed back 18 months, Madam Speaker. But again, when you get something, you got to give something. And what we had to give up was we had to move up the implementation of the third phase by 6 months. So this whole, I call it hullabaloo about phases and phases and phases. Madam Speaker, if we had followed the phases that were agreed to, we'd have had GST in January of 2021 at 17.5%, and in January 1 of 2023 for the services. We got it pushed back on one hand 18 months, and the other one had to come up by 6 months. So I'm saying all of this to say, Madam Speaker, as an administration, we have looked at this GST and we continue to make changes. Ever so often, we come to this honorable House to make an amendment here and an amendment there. And Premier, I hope you don't mind if I say this. At one point, we were making so many changes that we were asked to do a new rate study.
Yes, that's correct.
We were asked to undertake a new rate study. We don't run government on the public airways, Madam Speaker. We don't. But these are the things that happen internally, Madam Speaker, that sometimes the public don't know about. Because the fear was, you're making this exempt, you're making that exempt, you're making this zero rated, and all the long lists, and you could already see the question marks going up and the little alarm bells going off. Are you guys know what you're doing? But you know what, Madam Speaker? And I continue to say, Madam Speaker, the good Lord has been very gracious to this island, Madam Speaker. You know what he did, Madam Speaker? He made that tax work well for the people of Anguilla. And we can only give God thanks and praise for that, because it could have gone the other way. It could have gone the other way, that we would have been forced, Madam Speaker, to carry up the rate back up to the 17.5%. And today, Madam Speaker, we would not have been able to have the senior shield. We would not have been able to break ground for a brand new airport, Madam Speaker. We would not have been able to finish the campus queue, Madam Speaker. Do we want to be a nation of beggars for the rest of our life, Madam Speaker? I tell you, Anguillians have a sense of pride, Madam Speaker. You know that? An Anguillian will want to build a 6-room house. He will start with 1 room, with a little bathroom, and that room serves with a bed, kitchen, everything. And as we say, as he catches his hand, he'll put on another room, and another room, and another room, till he gets his 6 rooms. He has a big mansion, Madam Speaker, with a big yard. And then people look at it and say, boy, Anguillians living high off the hog. But Madam Speaker, they don't understand that Anguillian perhaps took 12 or 15 years to get that house to where he wants it to be. But that's the Anguillian way, Madam Speaker. You understand me? Sometimes we eat a little piece of bread, drink a cup of water in the morning, Madam Speaker, and we go to work. The whole world doesn't have to know what we eat or we drink, Madam Speaker. That's the Anguillian way. We have pride, but we have determination, Madam Speaker. And so when I look at what this tax has been able to do for the people of Anguilla, Madam Speaker, I don't know down the road what will happen, whether as .ai takes off and the airport takes off and properties come on stream, if we will revisit the rate. I don't know. I can't speak for the future. But I'm saying for now, at this present moment, Madam Speaker, we are making this work for the people of Anguilla. And as I said to a lady this morning, sitting in my office, did an interview. I said, for the first time, we are using our tax dollars not only to pay debt, but to invest in developing the economy and the infrastructure in this country, Madam Speaker, with our own money. Madam Speaker, you know how good it feels to go on your bank book and take off some money and go buy that new pair of shoes or that bag or go St. Martin for the weekend. You know how good it feels to be able to do that without having to answer to nobody. You don't have to borrow money from. You know how good it feels? That's the way people of Anguilla feeling now, that they are able to be seeing the benefits of their tax dollars in developing this country. Madam Speaker, you know what Anguillan pride? I saw it the day that we demolished the Lansam Bowl Cultural Center, that old, run-on, dilapidated building. And Madam Speaker, I walked through that building prior to the demolition. All of us walked through that building. And if you are seeing the deep cracks in the wall, Madam Speaker, that was an accident waiting to happen. And Madam Speaker, since that building has gone down, literally every night, scores of Anguillians congregate at the site and we sit under the tamarind trees. And Madam Speaker, I have never seen such a jollification experience in my life that's happened over the past couple of weeks. So we go, we compliment the workers, you're doing a good job, and they are very proud because they see the elected members coming around. And people from all walks of life, you hear the old stories what happened in Anguilla so back when. You understand, Madam Speaker? That's a way of life that we have lost as a people over the years because we have come too busy. We go home in the afternoons and we take off our clothes and we put on our television and we lock ourselves away in our houses till the next day. But this whole experience around the village has been an eye-opening experience to me. I have learned things about Anguilla that I never knew because people sit around the tree every night. They chat a little politics, of course, but a lot of it is Anguilla in the years, those long years. And Madam Speaker, some of the stories of the village as it used to be, when the stage was on the other side of the structure. And I always recall, Madam Speaker, may his soul rest in peace. I was singing a song one year, and he had a cold pot on stage with a fowl, Madam Speaker. And that fowl misbehaved on stage and she wouldn't cooperate. You understand me? Those are the memories, Madam Speaker, that the Lansam Bowl is returning to the people of Anguilla, and that's all a good thing, because we keep talking about losing our culture, losing our identity. We see so many of our senior folks are passing on and they are dying with all of that knowledge inside of them, Madam Speaker, going to the grave with it. And I think this whole redevelopment of the Lansam Bowl Cultural Center, Madam Speaker, is a turning point in returning jollification to the people of Anguilla. Madam Speaker, I digressed, but I thought it was important to say, because it's all tied, Madam Speaker, into what we have been able to do now as a people, Madam Speaker. You know the number of people that have said to me the pride that they feel that their loved one can now go to the hospital or the pharmacy, Madam Speaker, and don't have to be pinching tablets in half and maybe taking one today and maybe one in 2 or 3 days' time. They can take the tablets every single day now, Madam Speaker, because they ain't got to pay for it. And I know, Madam Speaker, people complain that the pharmacy doesn't have all the medication. But our good Premier is working on that. He said we're going to improve what is pharmacology? That's the word he used for the pharmacy? Formulary, sorry, my apologies. I had to learn a new vocabulary. So we're improving, Madam Speaker. We're improving the service at the hospital. We have a new MRI machine. We're improving the services, Madam Speaker. But I'm saying all of that is only possible, Madam Speaker, one, through the kindness of our corporate citizens, our investors. And another thing, Madam Speaker, that I must point out here today. For the first time, we as a government are holding investors to the MOUs that they signed that says we must make an investment in the social or other infrastructure of this country, education, whatever. So that's why we are seeing computers coming in, we are seeing new classrooms going up, Madam Speaker. We see the MRI machine, and we are seeing the Lansam Bowl Cultural Center going up, Madam Speaker. Because we are finally holding investors to the promises they make, Madam Speaker. And this is what a responsible administration does, Madam Speaker. So today we are here discussing the integration of registry into financial services, Madam Speaker. Unfortunately, it has turned into a full-fledged discussion on GST. But I am hoping, Madam Speaker, that our discussion in this Honorable House has shed some light, Madam Speaker, on the questions that people may have. And from this Honorable House, I'm reaching out again to the staff of the IRD to redouble the education efforts, because they can tell you the misinformation campaign is ramping up, Madam Speaker, and it's going to get worse as the days and weeks go by, Madam Speaker. And I'm really ashamed to see some of the people who call themselves leaders in this country subscribing to such a move. To what? Get us out of office, Madam Speaker? The GST ain't going nowhere. And as I listened to the interview on Billy D the other day when the Honorable Leader of Opposition said, it ain't going nowhere, the only way we can do about it is to go independent. And that's a harsh reality, Madam Speaker. But as an administration, we took the conscious step to embrace it because we know we had no choice. So we chose, as people would say, how to take our poison. We took the GST and we fashioned it. We got it down to a rate of 13%, Madam Speaker. And we introduced a whole raft of exemptions and zero-rated items. And since May, we have come back here on so many occasions, and no doubt we'll continue to come back as we find ways and means of saving money. Madam Speaker, we took our property tax of domestic households. All of that is only possible because of the performance of GST, Madam Speaker. We have given young people hope again, Madam Speaker. You know why? So many young people have looked at owning their own homes as a reality never to be achieved. But now, they are seeing the possibility. Because what? There's work unlimited. There's work unlimited. And there's a particular young man, I'm not going to call his name in this Honorable House, that was able to get a job on one of the projects at the project on the Lansam Bowl, and he's able to see his dream of buying his steel and his plywood and all this other stuff to start his home, Madam Speaker. So when we talk about concrete, and you can't eat concrete, Madam Speaker, the concrete has its usage because it creates employment, it creates money for persons to earn that they can pay their bills, so to speak, Madam Speaker. So all I ask in this Honorable House today, for those who sit down and devise their misinformation campaigns, Madam Speaker, please, we all know it's a difficult time in Anguilla, Madam Speaker. And another thing, Madam Speaker, They have always been persons that have had difficulty, Madam Speaker, areas of poverty, Madam Speaker, if you want to put it that way, persons who are struggling. Madam Speaker, that has always been in any society, and in Anguilla it has been the same thing, Madam Speaker. And this is why when we give our Christmas messages over the years here, we always talk about, Madam Speaker, look out for that person around you who may have life a little challenging, a little difficult, Madam Speaker. Look out for them on those special occasions. So to say in this Honorable House or on social media or radio that GST has made people poor, poverty-stricken, Madam Speaker. There's always been pockets of difficulty in this community. And we always have to continue to reach out to such persons to help them, Madam Speaker. So I think I've said enough for the afternoon, Madam Speaker. And all I'm saying to the good people of Anguilla, Madam Speaker, if you don't understand, reach out, and reach out to somebody who's going to give you the truth about the situation. And Madam Speaker, I can guarantee you that every member on this side of the House, I'm not impugning false motive on the opposition side, don't get me wrong, but I'm saying all of us, and I include myself, we have taken a vow to ensure that whatever we do, we can explain it to the people of Anguilla in a way that they can understand, Madam Speaker. And I'm going to end by saying the world is getting increasingly difficult to survive. And there's an increasing strain on this government, Madam Speaker, to keep our heads above water. Because as things continue to go up, the money decreases. Madam Speaker, I have a Department of Lands down there. I'll be very straight up. Since the hurricane in particular in 2017, is basically inhabiting a department that is simply a moment away from collapsing. The structure, the roof is leaking, Madam Speaker. Water has been seeping through the place. And we've been doing little band-aid patching and patching and patching, Madam Speaker. And we have to seriously address the issue of office space, Madam Speaker, not only for land, but so many other government departments. But the money part is only so big. We are building a new airport, Madam Speaker, that is going to consume a lot of our resources. But when we look at what's going to come out of that, Madam Speaker, when you begin to see those huge planes landing on our airport, and begin to see the thousands of people traversing that airport, and begin to see new hotel rooms going up across Anguilla, Madam Speaker, generating employment for so many people, Madam Speaker. And one of the things, Madam Speaker, I'm absolutely determined to do once I am in a position to do so, to ensure that Anguillians get a fair opportunity, Madam Speaker, to be in the highest positions in these properties. And that is why we launched our understudy policy, Madam Speaker, that we hold these employers' feet to the fire. No two ways or buts about it. And I have had many difficult conversations since that policy has been introduced, Madam Speaker. I hold firm to the promise that at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, all that we do in this land of ours has to be first and foremost for the advancement of the people of Anguilla. First and foremost. That may be considered selfish, but at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, Anguillians have nowhere to turn to but here. We welcome all our visitors, Madam Speaker. They have come to this country and made valuable contributions, and we welcome them. And Madam Speaker, we are now looking at policies that would help them, Madam Speaker, make it a lot easier for them. We're working on that, and soon we'll come to this Honorable House. But at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, we have to look out for our people first and foremost. With that, Madam Speaker, I thank you for your indulgence, I hope that my words have not been in vain, that they have resonated on somebody or body's ears this afternoon, and that we will continue to look out and take this country forward. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The Honorable Member for West End is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I've got a couple of apologies to make. The first one is both to the Alvin Allison Richardson Primary School, because I was due to be there initially this morning at 8:45. I've planned a tree project, but in fact, they moved it to 1:30. I thought that's fine. I thought in the House today we wouldn't be here for too long, but I've been wrong before. On the other hand, Madam Speaker, I was due to be there at 2 o'clock, because what I've been doing over a period of time with the support of your husband is to go to the schools, and in my case, Alvin Allison Richardson Primary School, to do some work with the young cricketers. And Madam Speaker, again, I'm afraid to say that, well, they're very keen. That's a positive. But the fact is, I don't think they've lost touch with the game that bonds us together as a region, because for whatever reason, Madam Speaker, it's fallen by the wayside. I know going back to 1990, when I came back home on holiday, I was asked by the then president of the Anguilla Cricket Association, Mr. Val Banks, to come back and coach and promote, develop cricket in the schools. At the point in time, the Honorable Sir Emil Gums was the minister responsible, and we agreed. And I think in that time, I'll get to the bill in a second, Madam Speaker, but I just want to say a few things before that. During that time, going to the primary schools, high school, and under 13s, 15s, and 19s, we produced a number of cricketers. Omari Banks, Shaka Hodge, Chesney Hughes, Kelbert Walters, Munson, Jamal Hamilton, one of our recent test cricketers, all came out of that program. It is a shame, Madam Speaker, that there's no youth program in cricket at the moment. Madam Speaker, again, as I said, I thought that this debate was going to be very short, and it's a matter that has to be done. There's no two ways about it. You can agree to disagree, but I think the Honorable Premier opened the door for the discussion on GST. And again, of course, he gave politicians an opportunity, or representatives, an opportunity to stray a little bit. They will take advantage of it. And I think that's what's happened today, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, whether we like it or not, is that anyone convinced against their will is of the same opinion still. It's not my quote, it's a quote I've heard for a number of years. And I think from now until Christ comes back for his world, there are those who are going to be for and those against. Those who probably know the truth, but prepare to sell something else, they will do what they feel works best for them, Madam Speaker. But Madam Speaker, when I took some notes, and I don't like waiting too long, but one of the things that I learned from my former profession as a cricketer, if you bat near the tail, sometimes you don't want to bat. Depends how fast the fast bowlers are bowling. But the fact is, when your time comes where you have to deliver, the key is that you play a part. Even if it's just to survive for a while those better suited can actually get the job done. But the GST, as I see it, Madam Speaker, is that I believe that any tax is an investment in your country. That's what I believe. In fact, in one of my first meetings in the House of Assembly, the first debate that I had, I mentioned that, and I was pulled over the coals for it. The fact is, no one really wants to pay any more than they should. No one really wants to pay the house taxes. That's why for so long, more than 70% were not paying. If they could get away with it, they would do it. The challenge, though, Madam Speaker, is that we always got to ask, what is fair? And I know, all right, depends how you look at it. I know for us during the campaign of up to 2015, when we talk about interim stabilization levy, that it was unfair tax. That was the talk for so long. And then it turned into, it will be gone on day one. But we paid a price for not having it gone on day one. Because at the next general election, at 2020, we lost the majority in the House. I do believe, Madam Speaker, that the same fate will fall the APM. I'm not saying it will be our government that will go in. There are a number of independent candidates out there, another party, but I think for the people of Anguilla, they are the ones that feels, don't fool me. You fool me once, but don't fool me twice. So I won't allow you to fool me twice. One of the persons, one of my colleagues, now colleague here in this House, he's not here today, but I think what he has done, Madam Speaker, is one of the best things for politics in Anguilla. When I say that, because for a number of years, our people believe that politicians don't do what they say. They say what they believe you want to hear so you can get into office. Then when they get into office, they find an excuse why not to do it. Not even a reason, but an excuse. And most of the time, it's about blame. It's about blame. What I would say about my former colleague, the Honorable Victor Franklin Banks, is that he did not spend his time blaming or looking back to say they did this, they implemented that, so blame them. He was the one that says, this is in my lap, I've got to run with it. The people given us a mandate and we're going to take it and run with it. But again, getting back to Kyle Hodge, the fact that he crossed the floor and lost many of the privileges that he had by being in government suggests to the people of Anguilla, it's not about power, it's not about money. It is about his integrity that says, if I tell you I'm going to do this, if I promise you I'm going to do this, if I sat in your homes, look you in the eye, and say to you that I do believe that this GST is not right for you as a people, then when it comes for the chance for him to vote on it, he decided not to. Not only that, he could have stayed on the other side in government and wait out time as others have done, and then try to justify not taking a stand against what you said you're going to do. Madam Speaker, again, I think what is vitally important, I learned quite a lot when I played, because you're going to get a lot of talk, trash talking, but the focus always should be keep your eyes on the ball. Keep your eyes on the ball. And I will continue to do that, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, again, I think that what I believe is that when we've never, as Anguilla at the front, never said that we were not looking at the GST's implementation in stages. We have never said that. But what I do know is that the circumstances changed from 2018, 2019, especially in 2020, when we were hit, the world was hit by a pandemic. And as much as we talk about Mother England, if your mother knows that you've been trying your best to get by, and then you're hit by something beyond your control, is your mother still going to hold your feet to the fire? No, they're not. No, they're not, Madam Speaker. You're not the Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, that's what I believe. That's what I believe. And I think this is where, Madam Speaker, this is where, Madam Speaker, and again, you know what? It is important that the youngsters from the school have left, because quite often when we blame them for our behavior, because in class, if the teacher is speaking and trying to make a presentation, and they are talking amongst themselves and disturbing the class, what is she going to do? But the fact is, that's why I'm so glad they're not here, Madam Speaker. And I hope that all of Anguilla could see this, could see and hear exactly what is going on.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order. The member is misleading, Madam Speaker, because the member would have heard the single island wide member, Mr. Kenneth Hodge, say that he was in conversation with Director Ben Merrick, Director for Overseas Territories, when we asked to delay, to even not bring in, implement the GST, and they said no. So when he stands over there and perpetrates that he would have done differently, he understands that this was done by us and it wasn't allowed, Madam Speaker. They knew in June of 2020, COVID was there, and the Premier at that time still signed the lead of government business to implement it as it was stated back in 2018. Even though the date shifted a little bit, it was still 2019, 2021, 2023, Madam Speaker. So I think that the member should have a different line of statement, understanding that this was tried, and there are letters to show that, Madam Speaker, and those letters can be produced if the member asks for them. Thank you.
Yeah. Yes, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I think that in this day, at this point in time, whether we as the Anguilla United Front was going to implement the GST fully, although we plan on doing it in stages, because you'd get a very good idea, just like talking about building your home. You're going to build a 6-bedroom house, you don't build it all at once. You build it in stages and phases. And that is very evident of a number of Anguillians who went to St. Thomas, Santo Domingo, England, United States. They sent money back to build those houses in stages before tourism. So half the time, the Anguillan economy depended on Anguillians that were over in someone else's country. And when those persons, those Anguillians in those countries would have been asked, where's your homeland? The homeland is the place of birth. You know what they would say? Anguilla. Madam Speaker, again, I would say that in any situation, if the challenges are there beyond your control, surely implementation would have been kicked down the road. It started way back in what, 2009?
Madam Speaker, the member
and
knows
what's the
that
point? What's the point?
On a point of order, Madam
Thank
Speaker, the member is again misleading because the record showed that even in the advent of COVID, not only a memorandum of understanding was signed in June, but the leader of government business was on radio giving an interview, said that it will be done according to plan. And he knows this because he sat in executive council most of the time.
Madam Speaker, again, a lot of time will be spent on whether or not who owns the GST. The fact is, we did not sign it into law. We did not bring it to the...
Madam Speaker, on a point of order, Madam Speaker,
yes.
that is not true. In September 3rd of 2019, they first came to the House and passed the interim goods tax, that is a precursor to GST.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, it's funny, isn't it? It really is. I mean, sometimes in this House, I think that it's an interesting place. I really do. But anyway, Madam Speaker, as I move on, the floodgates are open as to exactly what are we discussing, whether it's this bill or whether or not the effects of GST. When you get comments made about look out for your people at special times, Madam Speaker, how many special times do we have in Anguilla? Birthdays, that's precisely my point. Christmas, birthdays, Easter, or whatever. In fact, Madam Speaker, to every single Anguillian, every day is a special day. So don't talk about looking out for your people on special days. They probably need something to eat and drink each day. They can't wait from Christmas to Easter for you then to look out for them. Look out for your people all the time. If we in Anguilla, Madam Speaker, are making so much money out of GST, and the people are still struggling, something is wrong, Madam Speaker. While the government gets fat, our people are struggling. While the coffers in government are fat, the people are struggling. And you know, the other question that needs to be asked, who really benefits from the GST? Which sectors really benefit? I know a number of persons who, in the accommodation sector, are far better off now than they were before the implementation of GST. So how does that really benefit the Anguillian, who has to be here 365 days of the year? They don't have to be, to be quite honest, Madam Speaker, because they're still leaving. They are struggling here. So as much as we want to say we don't want to be beggars, unfortunately for a number of our people, they still see the need to get on a flight and head to England. They see that need, Madam Speaker. So I think it is vitally important for our government to appreciate that. And if the government is making, and there's a bonus for .ai and for the effects of or the funds from GST, why don't you ask the people of Anguilla, who are those taxpayers? Why have you bothered to ask them? How can you really help them? What are the main challenges that you're facing? When I hear the talk of that youngsters today can now start to build their house because they've got a job where? At the Lansing Bowl Cultural Center? How long is that going to last? How is that going to last? The fact is, Madam Speaker, it is, and we pointed it out earlier, my colleague pointed out the cost, in fact, all commented on it. The cost of bringing goods to Anguilla now is going up all the time. And if you set a minimum wage at $6 an hour, that's not going to cut it. That is not going to cut it. How many bundles of steel and cement? Lord, we won't talk about labor. The fact is, Madam Speaker, there's another point that was made.
Madam Speaker, raise a point of order. You recall, Madam Speaker, when I brought the motion about the minimum wage to this Honorable House, Madam Speaker, all members of this Honorable House were in full support. So it is really strange that the Honorable Member now is criticizing the very motion, Madam Speaker, that he and his colleagues were so proud of, and they highly commended the committee at that time for the extent work they had done. And Madam Speaker, I said at that point, and we all said it represented a beginning. It wasn't where we wanted to be. It represented a beginning, and after a year or so, Madam Speaker, it would be reviewed. So, Madam Speaker, I ask the Honourable Member, please, to be cognizant of that part when he's speaking. Thank you.
Sorry. Yeah, Madam Speaker, again, another point was made about persons going home, putting on their slippers and sitting in front of the television. I'm not sure who those people are, but I know a number of, especially single mothers out there, cannot afford that luxury. In fact, one of the biggest challenges that we're facing in Anguilla are the number of, especially single parents, not even just single parents, parents, period, have to look for a second job. And I would love to think that in the old family style, that, you know, the husband goes out to work and then when he comes home, the wife gives him his tea or get his slippers and he can sit in front of the television. That does not apply here in Anguilla, Madam Speaker. It really doesn't. Well, maybe in a few selective homes, but not in the majority. Madam Speaker, the other thing too is that again, the point was made about the Lansing Bowl Cultural Center and about holding the investor, in fact, the statement was made about holding the investor's feet to the fire regarding top jobs in the industry, hotel industry or whatever. That comes under the area, in fact, mainly in the hotel industry of the understudy program. But Madam Speaker, the main industry that sells the people of Anguilla more than the hotels, the restaurants, or the beaches. Why do we, as a government, if we have control over the top positions at a tourist board, Why do we give those positions to non-Anguillians? Why do we do that,
On
Madam
a point
Speaker?
of order, Madam Speaker, the person who was the top person at the Anguilla Tourist Board is an Anguillian. Stacey Labor is an Anguillian. What's your definition of an Anguillian? That's an Anguillian with an Anguillian passport. Madam Speaker, was born in Barbados, came here, was one of the most qualified teachers. But she shouldn't have been denied a job because she was born in Barbados and raised in Barbados. The member for West End, Australian.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, yep, my wife is Australian, and she didn't get Anguilla's rights until 5 years of being here. So, but the point about it is when the current director of the Tourist Board was given that position, was she an Anguillian with an Anguillian passport?
You can't be serious.
It's not, you could say it's unbelievable, but Madam Speaker, listen.
Please, let's get back to the bill.
Yeah, well,
Please.
Madam Speaker,
Yes.
Madam Speaker, there was a lot of sidetracking earlier on.
Yeah, let's not,
I never heard you
go
say get back
sidetrack
to-
about who's Anguillan, who's
I
not.
am responding to comments that were made. And not Stacey Libert, after being married 5 years, is now an Anguillan. But Madam Speaker, when we're looking for a chief marketing officer, we brought a German to Anguilla that probably didn't know where the hell Anguilla was. And probably had to Google Earth to see where Anguilla was. And in recent times, that replaced, Madam Speaker, you could shake your head. but if
I shook my head at your language.
Madam Speaker,
Watch your language when you speak,
Madam
please.
Speaker, on a point of order, Madam Speaker, these jobs was advertised. In some instances, Madam Speaker, no Anguillians applied for these jobs. In some instances, no Anguillians applied for these jobs. We cannot decide, okay, you know what, we're going to take the John mechanic down the road and place him into the job of chief pharmacist just because John the mechanic is an Anguillian.
Madam Speaker, the last I'll say on this is that I was not privy to who was interviewed for those positions. Well, it depends who you ask. Depends what answer you'll get. But Madam Speaker, again, as I said, I have a responsibility to my people. Madam Speaker, you know what? I think I would have been better off dealing with the children in Western School, you know. But again, because you know what? That's an investment in the future. In fact, when there was a statement made earlier about a baby. The fact is that most of us depends in what environment you're born. You weren't given a choice, but it's the environment that you grow up in will determine the person you will turn out to be. I mean, as far as I know, from the, whether it's the cartoon or from the film days, Tarzan was a white man born in the jungle and could speak the language of the apes or the people of the jungle. But anyway, Madam Speaker, I think I've pretty much said enough. Yeah. Again, Madam Speaker, your voice has changed as the days gone on. It's got a lot more husky. But anyway, Madam Speaker, again, you know, I think one other thing I want to cover is that I know a statement was made about how in the BVIs that they can give their athletes $4,000 a month to train. Well, Madam Speaker, back in 1982, the BVIs, they were affiliated to the Olympic Association, Olympic Committee. That allows them the grant. It's a bit like the Anguilla Football Association. They've got more funds than any association here in Anguilla. So again, when the BVIs, they don't even have to raise funds themselves. They get a subsistence from the IOC that then they can invest that money into our athletes. I would love to think that one day Anguilla could become part of the Olympic Federation. But there is something that says that if you're an overseas territory, it makes it near impossible to do so. But that is no reason why we can we will stop to develop our athletes and give them the best opportunity to succeed island-wide. And the other point that was made by the honorable member for Valley South was about charities that there's no GST on that. So, Madam Speaker, on the 30th of March, myself, the Cricket Association, worked along with the Aurora Golf Club to stage a golf fundraiser to mark 25 years since the passing of Malcolm Marshall. And the bill that was sent to us had about $495, I think, that said GST. So maybe, like some of the businesses, that we can write to the government and ask for that money to be given to the Anguilla Cricket Association. So, but the other thing that I appeal to the Honorable Minister of Finance, the Premier, is that there is a youth golf program that's going on at Aurora. And not only that, the Anguilla Golf Association, and now golf is part of the Commonwealth Games, they should not have to pay GST to train or to play. That's what I believe, because I don't think that any other sporting organization that's affiliated to the sports office that would go off to represent Anguilla should pay
Madam
GST.
Speaker, on a point of order and point of clarification in terms of if it's under $35,000, if it's raising under $35,000, you don't pay GST. That we came to this house to pass that amendment to the GST bill. The member was here when we did so.
All right. Well, thank you, Honorable Member for Road South, for pointing that out. So I'm not sure why an invoice would have been given to that. I'm not sure why. But anyway, I'm afraid I don't have the invoice with me, but I'm sure we could get it from, well, I've got it. I can present it to the Premier. But, no, not from the government. No, it's from the Aurora Golf Club. The fact is that they have to collect the right. So there are further amendments that needs to be made. When the Anguilla golf team goes off to play, it is a shame that they have to, not part of their training, that they should be paying GST to the golf club, who is not reimbursing them. The club probably gets. Who's not registered? All right. No. All right. So again, Premier, I'll speak to you offline. Madam Speaker, I thank you so much for this opportunity. And you know what? It's the first time I've had so many point of orders and clarifications. Maybe I touched a nerve somewhere, but good. You got to have some nerves. That gives you the feeling. Anyway, Madam Speaker, I thank you so much indeed. Don't mean to talk to you directly, Minister for Road South, but Madam Speaker, I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Member. I believe that brings us to the mover. So I invite the mover to respond, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, thank you for allowing us the break for lunch so that we could get a little sustenance. I'd like to thank everyone for the interventions, Madam Speaker, regarding this bill for the integration of the Registry into the Financial Services Commission Miscellaneous Amendments Act 2024. Madam Speaker, the member for West End said this is the first time he's had so many points of orders made, but it's because today he was not just talking about Delight and Long Bay, Madam Speaker.
Which is important to a number of people, like I say.
Very important, and certainly we're happy and thank the member for Road South, who is the minister for Maiku, who was able to get the parts finally to get it fixed. And we thank Teal and his son for the work that they've done. Madam Speaker, this bill, Madam Speaker, It certainly is important because we need to regulate, Madam Speaker, the financial service industry. And Madam Speaker, these amendments will allow the registry to be integrated into the FSC, bringing over the staff who want to come. And that's important to know, Madam Speaker, that if the current staff of the registry, and they have to choose based on the package, financial package, and other benefits that have been presented to them by the FSC, and that has been done, to decide whether they want to come over to the FSC and become employees of the Financial Service Commission. Or if they choose to stay as public servants, then they will get the governor has to find them a position in the public service, Madam Speaker, at similar grade to what they have right now, Madam Speaker. So that has been catered for in this bill. And Madam Speaker, it's also important to note that this bill also accommodates the payments that will be made that the registry would have collected and would have automatically become part of the consolidated fund. That in this case, the FSC will collect those fees, Madam Speaker, and they will hold on to a certain percentage, 25% up to $13 million. The rest will come to government. They will have the reserves, Madam Speaker. And also, any fees that are being held by the registry right now in accounts for services not rendered as yet for different agencies, that these was also transferred to accounts controlled by the FSC. But for transparency and accountability, these are also catered for in the bill. And we'll see that in the committee stage, Madam Speaker, when we talk about the committee amendments. But Madam Speaker, I must say that during the presentation of the leader of the opposition, the member for Sandy Hill, that the member asked why not the GST as the AUF had planned. Madam Speaker, I was a little bit confused by this, and maybe it was because it was pre-lunch and so my sugar was low, but the member said that the partial GST would have been implemented in January of 2021, or that was the plan, although the plan was to kick it down the road. But the IGT would still be in place. Now, when we came in, Madam Speaker, we were told that, you know, the second phase would involve 5 taxes being repealed and the GST coming into play at that time. And then later on, the third phase would have been the services would have had GST attached to them. And those 5 taxes, Madam Speaker, would have been the interim goods tax, which was at 9%, the accommodation tax, which was at 12%, communications levy, which was at 15%, the environmental levy, which was on electricity, of 7%, and public entertainment tax at 10%, Madam Speaker. But, Madam Speaker, if we are to believe what the member for Sandy Hill said, and she was, at that time, the deputy premier, deputy leader of the Anguilla United Front, that if the IGT would not have been repealed at that time, then, Madam Speaker, you're looking at the IGT of 9% would have been in place, not repealed in January of 2021. And then the GST, that partial GST, as stated, Madam Speaker, in the budget estimates, this 2019 estimates of recurrent revenue, expenditure, and capital, it says here on page 8, 20 to 21, a partial GST is implemented in 2021 at a rate of 17%, which yields approximately 7% of the gross domestic product. So, Madam Speaker, what the member is saying is that there would have been the 9% IGT plus 17% partial GST in January of 2021.
On a point of order, Madam Speaker, that is not what I said. And I would invite the member for Island Harbor to go to page 28 of that same document and read what exactly it states there, because that's what I read in terms of the proposal at that time. And remember, this is a budget address. This is a budget. It was not legislation. There was no GST tax act that came to the House. And that proposal on page 28 of that same document says that at the time that the phase 2 would have been implemented, the IGT would have remained and would have been implemented would have been done away with for phase 3. So that is based on the document that the member is referring to, not based on what my interpretation. I'm simply reading from what the document had. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to say, Madam Speaker, further, that there was no discussion that ever came to Executive Council in terms of a rate by the Anguilla United Front. None at all.
Madam Speaker, I'm even more confused. And I'm well fed now, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, page 28, if I recall, said that if she's saying that, if the member for Sandy Hill, I apologize for saying she, the member for Sandy Hill is saying that the partial GST, what would GST have been? We know that she said it included the accommodation tax, which we knew was 12% at that time. The communication levy, which was 15%, environmental levy, which was 7%, and wholesalers, Madam Speaker. Now, there has to be a rate that would have been set, Madam Speaker, for that partial GST. And, Madam Speaker, I have it here in hard copy from the estimates of 2019 before APM came in, that it says here in 2021 that there'd be a rate of 17%, Madam Speaker, for the GST. So, Madam Speaker, these estimates would have had to go on to the House. There's no public servant, there is no technical officer, there's no PAS, no permanent secretary of finance, who's going to put this in a document, Madam Speaker, unless this had gone to Executive Council and was approved in Executive Council, Madam Speaker.
On a point of order, Madam Speaker, on a point of order, and I wonder why the member is not going to page 28 like I directed him to, the same document to which, no, Madam Speaker, if I may, he is not at page 28. I invited him to. The point is that the very document that the member is referring to says obviously one thing at the front page and something else on page 28. And on page 28, it says specifically that the IGT will be repealed, which is a 9%, with the exception of a small amount for cost recovery at the onset of phase 3 of the process. So that is the point, Madam Speaker. So if the member is saying that he's reading something else on phase 3, which means that phase 2 will have the 9%. And so, Madam Speaker, the point I'm making is that let us not extrapolate. At the end of the day, there's no 17% that came to this House of Assembly. This APM administration passed the GST Act. Hug it up, like it, love it, it is your GST Act.
Yes, and we are.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I don't think that there has been anything differently said.
I'm now triply confused, Madam Speaker.
Okay, go ahead.
And I just, for the record, Madam Speaker, I have essentially quoted back page 28. 100%. And Madam Speaker, the IGT, Madam Speaker, was put in place for cost neutrality, looking at the tariffs were brought together, and the IGT was based on imports, Madam Speaker. Okay? Now, Madam Speaker, if you're saying that the accommodation tax at 12% was going to be moved to 9%, And you're saying that a communication levy at 15% was going to be moved to 9%. And then, Madam Speaker, that would have been said, it would have been stated, and the Premier at the time, Madam Speaker, would stood up on the highest point in Anguilla and made that statement, Madam Speaker. It says here, though, in a document that is an official document in 2019, that a partial GST is implemented in 2021 at a rate of 17%. Now, Speaker, this is the only document that says the 17%, which is the rate that the partial GST would have been, along with the the IGT at 9%, which then the member said would have been changed in 2023, repealed in 23. So, Madam Speaker, it's saying here that it would have been 9% IGT on imports, right? Which the businesses could not claim back, right? It's saying that the partial GST on accommodation tax, on communication levy, on the, because these would have been repealed, the environmental and wholesalers, Madam Speaker, would have been at 17%. So, Madam Speaker, 17 plus 9 is 26%. But I move on, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, another point that was made in this House is a member for Sandy Hill has said repeatedly that there was no bill, Madam Speaker, prior to them being demitted from office in June of 2020. Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker.
Members, please allow the member for Island Harbor to make his contribution or his response in silence unless there is a point of order. Members, please. You may continue, member for Island Harbor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, when we came in and we were handed a GST Act in June of 2020, there was a full act, Madam Speaker, multiple pages, and at the bottom it said, Terry Harrigan, Speaker of the House. Madam Speaker, on July 17th of 2020, you, Madam Speaker, was instated as the Speaker of the House. So any act, Madam Speaker, that we would have given permission to be written in a bill, Madam Speaker, there has to be a directive given for a bill to be done. Whether it's a policy that was approved in EXCO and then the bill was done, or whether there was a bill that was drafted based on a directive given by the administration at the time, Madam Speaker. It means, Madam Speaker, that at some point, whether it was June 4th of 2018 or since then or prior to that, there was a directive given that a bill be drawn up for the goods and service tax, Madam Speaker. In September of 2019, Madam Speaker, there was a bill passed for the IGT, which was the first phase of the goods and service tax. So we do know that the goods and service tax was mandated to be implemented by the Anguilla United Front administration, which the Premier signed on in June of 2020 to confirm that they would maintain the progress towards implementing the Goods and Service Tax Act, which we were given, Madam Speaker, in June of 2020. And as I said, it said Terry Harrigan, Speaker of the House, means, Madam Speaker, that it was written for the previous administration, the Anguilla United Front administration. So no matter how much lipstick you put on the pig, Madam Speaker, it is still a pig. So, Madam Speaker, the member for Sandy Hill, Madam Speaker, mentions the banking crisis as a banking situation. I understand the euphemism is not lost on any of us, Madam Speaker. It was a banking crisis. It was the destruction of two banks, but it doesn't start in 2013, August 12 of 2013, when the ECCB came in and put the banks on a conservatorship, Madam Speaker, and the Honorable Hubert Benjamin Hughes was blamed because he, being the Minister of Finance, signed for them to come in. Madam Speaker, in 2009, there are letters from Sir Dwight Venner, who was governor of the ECCB. There was, Brother Andre Ayton, who was sent here into the NBA by the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank, the regulator. There was the FSC, Madam Speaker, which at that time was responsible for regulating the offshore banks, PB&T and CCIB. They, in 2009, Madam Speaker, told the two offshore banks, which were branches of the two indigenous banks, to stop collecting deposits, Madam Speaker, because basically they had contaminated the offshore deposits by using that money to lend locally, Madam Speaker. So this didn't start in 2013, Madam Speaker. The two banks were dead from before that. In 2007, when the National Bank of Anguilla had this huge party saying that the assets had exceeded $1 billion, Madam Speaker, it was the following year that the bank fell on its face. That you went to non-performing loans of over 50%, Madam Speaker. CCB was a little bit better, so when you average them out, it came out to 49.6% non-performing loans for the two indigenous banks. But, Madam Speaker, these banks were doomed to fail, Madam Speaker, because of the acts of the management, Madam Speaker, the directors, Madam Speaker. And we were told this, Madam Speaker, by the Honorable Prime Minister of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Dr. Ralph Gonsalves, July 25 of 2015 at La View, when he said there were three things that caused the demise of the two indigenous banks, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, incestuous lending, friendly auditing, and poor corporate governance, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, when the member for Road South talks about that there was a banking resolution that we have not seen, that is correct. We have not seen the banking resolution. We have not seen the options that were given for the banking resolution. We've seen the Banking Obligations Act, which says basically that the government of Anguilla has chosen to pay back to Social Security $214 million with interest, not because the government had borrowed $214 million from the Social Security Fund, Madam Speaker, but because that money had been tied up in loans, and so part of the non-performing loans, those deposits could not be catered for. And so government took on the responsibility, as in the Social Security Act, that it would replace those deposits, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, also that the high-end Depositors Protection Trust, $52 million that the government would pay back over 10 years with interest. The government then obligated itself, Madam Speaker, to borrow $59 million from the Caribbean Development Bank, but as a policy-based loan. But one of those conditions, Madam Speaker, to recapitalize the Bridge Bank at the time was that the goods and service tax had to come in to ensure that the government could pay back this loan, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, these are facts. These are not things that I'm just pulling out of the air, Madam Speaker. And so when the members of the opposition who were in government at that time said that, things changed when in 2020 when COVID came, yes, things changed, Madam Speaker. But it didn't change the obligations that they had, Madam Speaker. They didn't go back and say, let's work out now the Banking Obligations Act, make amendments to it so that we don't have to pay Social Security starting in 2021, Madam Speaker, so that we don't have to pay the Depositors Trust, Madam Speaker. Well, of course, they didn't want to pay the former employees of CCB and NBA. We had to sign off on those trust deeds, Madam Speaker, so that recently CCB was able to get $4 million from the receiver so that they could pay some of what is owed to the employees and their pensions. And so previously that some of the employees from NBA was able to get paid, Madam Speaker. And some of those, Madam Speaker, were part of the management of these two banks who were in and got paid. I guess sometimes it's good to be bad, Madam Speaker. I hope I'm not imputing improper motive, Madam Speaker, but if I do, I apologize to you. Madam Speaker, it has been stated earlier that, the AUF has stated they would remove the interim stabilization levy on day one, but they didn't. Madam Speaker, we campaigned that we would not implement this second and third phases of GST during our campaign. But Madam Speaker, when you're confronted with the debt that the country is in of $494 million, Madam Speaker, as was mentioned by the member for Valley South. When you're confronted that there's $23 million that has to be paid within 10 days, Madam Speaker, you have to pay the public servants, who were the only persons working in Anguilla at the time, Madam Speaker. And certainly there was $1,000 from Social Security given to persons who qualified, Madam Speaker. That is, they had paid for 52 weeks consecutively. But the persons who did not qualify, Madam Speaker, still had to get something. And so they were given $800 by the previous administration. We upped that to $1,000, Madam Speaker. And then we had to commit to continuing to pay that after the initial 3 months, because Social Security was only covering the first 3 months, Madam Speaker. The government of Anguilla covered after that through the following year, Madam Speaker. That money had to come from somewhere. And when you had $97.1 million in deficit because you could not make that up as had been passed in the budget of the AUF, which actually was passed, Madam Speaker, on May 7 of 2020, understanding, Madam Speaker, that there is a law, there's an act that says, if you cannot come up with a budget by April 30th of the year that you need that budget for, that basically government has to step down, Madam Speaker. But given COVID, and given that, the UK has a certain affinity for the Anguilla United Front, Madam Speaker, and that's
on a point
fact,
of order,
Madam Speaker.
on a point of order. And I was going to allow the member to continue until he made such a erroneous and inflammatory statement. The reality is that there were two budgets that were passed, and I would invite the member for Island Harbour, the leader of government business, to go back to April of 2020 so that he can see that there was in fact a first budget and that there were discussions with the UK government, and as a result of those discussions, the second budget to which the member is referring to was passed. So it's not true that there was any favor, and in fact, I would say the opposite is the case today, that the United Kingdom government favors this administration with all the things that I see happening that has never happened in administrations before. And so I would say, I would invite the member to go back and to look at the facts, because what he's saying is incorrect.
Madam Speaker, I guess the member for Sandy Hill is listening to the Percy and Rugby show on Monday mornings and, hearing the erroneous statements made by Mr. Evans Rugby Lake that I met with in England with the UK government prior to the 2020 elections, Madam Speaker, which is a lie from the pits of hell, which I have stated before, Madam Speaker, and I state again here for the record that Mr. Evans Rugby Lake is lying intentionally, Madam Speaker. Maybe now he'll go and do his 40 days and 40 nights of fasting to clear his conscience, Madam Speaker. But, Madam Speaker, I continue. Madam Speaker, how could the member for Sandy Hill say that persons prefer to go across the waters and shop, Madam Speaker? And we have shown, Madam Speaker, that that has not been the case. The single island-wide member Mr. Kenneth Hodge, has shown before, Madam Speaker, that the numbers are similar. Certainly if you compare them to when the country was closed down, the ferry service was not working to the French side, Madam Speaker. Yeah, now there are more people going. But Madam Speaker, let's talk about the shopping overseas. The persons who shop overseas, Madam Speaker, when they come in, they still have to pay the GST on what they buy. If it is, Madam Speaker, has GST on it. And maybe, Madam Speaker, because we removed the duties from most food items and essential items, now they don't have to pay duties, the 15 to 30%, Madam Speaker. That may make it cheaper. And so maybe, Madam Speaker, the member might suggest that we reinstate duties on food items and essential items so that we discourage persons from going across the water to shop. I'll wait to hear on that, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Anguilla United Front, represented by the leader of the opposition, member for Sand Hill, talks about that they heard from the shopkeepers that they would be better off if GST was imposed at the register and not at the port. But, Madam Speaker, if they felt that that was the way to go, they had a chance, Madam Speaker, when they implemented the IGT as a test balloon, try it at the register, Madam Speaker. Why you put it on at the port, Madam Speaker? Why? Okay. Now the second thing, Madam Speaker, is this. That during the consultation, and the member for Road South mentioned this, Madam Speaker, there is a whole slide deck, Madam Speaker. And in that slide deck, when it talked about the IGT imposed at the port, it talked about phase 2 of the GST, and it says, Madam Speaker, on that first line, right on the GST implementation phase 2, it says imposed at the port. Now, Madam Speaker, if the plan was to put it at the register, don't you think that in public consultations they would have then said, this is our plan? I leave that there, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there is a mention, Madam Speaker. I heard a voice note of the Premier of the TCI, Turks and Caicos Islands, regarding when they were given a letter stating they had to bring in a goods and service tax back in 2013, Madam Speaker. I heard another voice note of the current Premier, who was then Minister of Finance, talking and saying that they wouldn't bring in. Madam Speaker, but that's just part of the story, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Turks and Caicos Islands had just come back from their constitution being suspended, Madam Speaker. And they had a gap of $10 million to make up. Remember our gap, $22.4 million, Madam Speaker. And the Turks and Caicos Islands decided that they could make up $10 million, Madam Speaker. I certainly think that if our gap was $10 million, we could find some way to cover that, Madam Speaker. But here's what the Turks and Caicos Islands did, Madam Speaker, and I did check this with government and in the Turks and Caicos. Madam Speaker, the Turks and Caicos Islands, to make up the $10 million, increased custom duties to over 40%, Madam Speaker. Now tell me, which business person is going to be happy with any administration if they increase custom duties to over 40%? Madam Speaker, right now it ranges between 15 and 31%, and we hear persons even on the opposition side saying that they want to reduce the customs rates. Just imagine if we would propose that. I know in 2010, 2011, the Honorable Hubert Hughes had suggested that cars, the custom duties went up significantly, Madam Speaker. And he had to change it within a few months because people were concerned. People stopped importing cars. Madam Speaker, 10% cuts in public servant salaries. I confirm this, Madam Speaker, so I'm not making this up. Madam Speaker, which public servants in 2020 could have tolerated a 10% cut when, Madam Speaker, the public servants were the only ones who were keeping the shops open, who were providing for themselves, their children, and their extended families, and their neighbors, Madam Speaker? Madam Speaker, there was a proposed 5% cut by the previous administration. We decided not to implement that 5% cut because we understood what economic scarring that could have caused, Madam Speaker, and we took a lot of flack for that. In fact, our advisors, Madam Speaker, had suggested to us that we cut the public servant salaries, that anybody making more than $5,000 a month, that they should take a 50% cut. Anybody making more than $3,000 a month should take a 30% cut. And anybody less than that should take a 15 to 20% cut, Madam Speaker. Now, Madam Speaker, I would have been battled out of town. I mean, some people still think I should be battled out of town, Madam Speaker. But if I had gone and proposed, we're not taking a GST, but we're going to put in these cuts, Madam Speaker, of that magnitude, to make up that $22.4 million that we needed to, Madam Speaker, they would have had a right. Madam Speaker, would Anguillians have preferred customs duties 40 to 50% or a sales tax, Madam Speaker, as was shown, has stated by, other members, that a sales tax would have been better for the people of Anguilla, knowing that in the CARTAC report it was suggested that the only way that you could make up that revenue gap which was necessary would have been a sales tax at 18% if it was just a cascading tax where it's paid, everybody as you buy, you pay that 18%. Or if business-to-business sales would be no sales tax, which would be similar to a VAT where it is that can be then claimed back 23%, Madam Speaker. But, Madam Speaker, what are the benefits of the APM GST? And I use this, Madam Speaker, because the member did say the APM GST that we should hug it up, love it up, and all that kind of stuff. And, Madam Speaker, the APM administration has put in the Senior Shield, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I say this, Madam Speaker, because up to yesterday, Madam Speaker, I had a call from someone who was very knowledgeable, who said to me, thank you for bringing in the Senior Shield, because my family member had surgery, hospitalization, and the bill was zero. And they had looked at, Madam Speaker, at doing this procedure locally, not in the public service, or across the waters in St. Martin. And it would have run about $30,000 US, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, that is 80,000 EC dollars. Madam Speaker, we saved that family. Not the elderly person who had the surgery and is doing well now, Madam Speaker, but the family would have had to pay for that because that person is not working, Madam Speaker. And I always feel, Madam Speaker, that the reason why we look out for the elderly, Madam Speaker, not because it sounds good when we gave our vision statement. They say we have no vision. They say we had no plan, Madam Speaker. Not because of that. But because the elderly persons, Madam Speaker, they were here during the hard times. They were here when Anguilla had drought and it was just a barren rock. And when some of them were here when they were told that they should leave Anguilla, Madam Speaker, and go elsewhere rather than staying here in this desert. But they, Madam Speaker, stood up for us, this generation, and said, we'd rather die on this rock than to leave, Madam Speaker. And so I feel that our elderly who were here during the revolution, Madam Speaker, because that was 57 years ago, they would have been young, looking at their life right in front of them, but not seeing any running water, no paved roads, no telephones, no electricity, Madam Speaker. But they saw the potential, Madam Speaker, and they stayed here so that we had that opportunity, Madam Speaker. And those of us who went away to make our lives better, Madam Speaker, came back to bring those skills back to Anguilla so that the Anguillan people can continue to benefit and progress, Madam Speaker. The member for Road North did define what progress means, Madam Speaker, so I don't have to repeat that. Plus, my name is Webster, so we wrote the dictionary. We can change it, Madam Speaker. But the benefits, Madam Speaker, I had another family, Madam Speaker, that when I was at the hospital the other day, they said, my family member has been here for over a month. They're getting good care, Madam Speaker. But sometimes when you're a little bit more frail, it takes a little longer to recover. They said, my family member is here for over a month. Do you know what the bill would have been to them, Madam Speaker? Over $100,000, Madam Speaker. Do you know how much they have to pay, Madam Speaker, to then Health Authority or now to Department of Health Services? Zero, Madam Speaker. Zero. Madam Speaker, that is saving that sandwich generation, Madam Speaker. You know what that is? That is, you have the old elderly on this side, and you have the children on this side, and this one in between, the sandwich generation, is saving money, Madam Speaker, because of Senior Shield, because of the goods and service tax, the APM goods and service tax, Madam Speaker. Because we could not bring in the goods and service, the Senior Shield. We could not take the policy to Executive Council, Madam Speaker, unless it was funded, because we were told that from day one. Madam Speaker, we wanted to bring in Senior Shield from 2020. And when we went to Executive Council, we were told this is an unfunded policy, and until you can show that it can be funded, don't even show up. Don't come with this. We had to get an actuary to show how much it would cost, Madam Speaker. We then had to show that we could make up the revenue, Madam Speaker. Until the goods and service tax was implemented, the second phase, I'll call it, there was no way that we could get it through. Madam Speaker, there's so many persons in Anguilla, almost 1,100 persons in Anguilla right now. Some Anguillians who are across the water, Madam Speaker, who have come and registered for Senior Shield. And when we were in London, Madam Speaker, and went to Slough, we had persons come to us and say, now we feel more comfortable coming back home because we know that we have the NHS over there where we've paid our taxes and that's covered. But if we want to come back to Anguilla, we want to know that we are covered if we got sick, God forbid, Madam Speaker. So they're more comfortable and people are starting to come back home, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I heard the member for Sandy Hill, made some sigh of disbelief when the member for Valley South said that the $16 million that was put into the Albina Lake Hodge Comprehensive School to prepare the campus queue to open, to get off the split shift system, that was not true, Madam Speaker.
On a point of order, Madam Speaker. It is unbelievable that the member could impute that I said that something was not true from a sigh. The reality is that the statement was made that the money was used to finish the school. And the point I'll make now is that the school is not finished. That was the point.
Thank you, member. I do read body language. And so maybe I misread the full extent of it, but member, Madam Speaker, through you, member should be the last person to say that the school is unfinished. Because when the member was the Minister for Education, there was a whole phase 1, Madam Speaker, that was put in there. And Madam Speaker, when we came in, the money that was put in couldn't finish part of phase 1, which was being done so that the school would be open so that the students can get off the split shift system. There was no science lab, Madam Speaker, which was part of phase 1. We had to get the money for that, Madam Speaker. That came from the UK. Separate from the 60 million pounds for humanitarian aid following Hurricane Irma. Madam Speaker, then we had to get money to do the TVET center, $17 million. That came from GST also, Madam Speaker. And that's in the budget for this year, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, to get Package 2 operationalized, Government of Anguilla had to put in that money, Madam Speaker. That money also came from the goods and service tax, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, if we didn't have this revenue coming in, we couldn't do the things, Madam Speaker, that needed to be done to move this country along. And that, Madam Speaker, is human development. So they talk about infrastructure, Madam Speaker, but this is human development when you invest in education, when you invest in health, Madam Speaker, when you invest in social programs, Madam Speaker, the electricity subsidies, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we are using the revenue that comes in from the goods and service tax for the people, Madam Speaker. 3 electricity subsidies, Madam Speaker, $2,500. Madam Speaker, food vouchers for the elderly, $1,000. Public assistance was increased, Madam Speaker, for 115 needy families. Now, Madam Speaker, they were needy before the APM administration came in. In fact, in 2007, Madam Speaker, the study showed that District 2, where the member for Sandy Hill is the representative, has the highest poverty level in Anguilla, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we are trying to help to make sure that District 2 catches up, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, maybe that requires a different representative, Madam Speaker.
On a point of order, Madam Speaker, the member makes reference to essentially saying that District 2 people are poor. And he's essentially,
No, Madam Speaker.
essentially, if I may finish my statement,
because you're misleading. That's a misrepresentation.
The member from Island Harbor said that
there is a record to that to the poverty levels. There is a record,
from
please.
2007,
Yes, there is
Madam
a
Speaker,
poverty
if I may finish
survey.
making my statement.
Please,
I
member.
have not finished making my
Be
statement.
accurate in your
I am
statement.
accurate,
You're
Madam
not.
Speaker. I said
You're not
essentially,
accurate.
and let me state for a matter of
You see,
accuracy
the
what was
language
said. I am on
essentially-
my feet. I am on my feet.
That is misleading.
And what the
It
member
is
said,
misleading,
that
and
there
it
is
will
a
not be. It will not be taken into the record.
2007 report.
Member, please.
Madam Speaker,
Please.
the member said there's a 2007 report
Poverty
which said
assessment was done in
that
2007.
the District 2 has the largest amount of people that are in poverty from 2007. We are in 2024. And I am sure that all of the District 2 people who are listening to this would resent the implications that this member is raising in this honorable house
Madam
in
Speaker,
terms of that.
Madam Speaker,
bring
point-
a 2024 report.
Madam
Do
Speaker,
not refer
that
to something
is
from
misleading and playing
2007.
politics.
2007.
Misleading
We are
and
in
playing
2024.
politics.
Is irresponsible for the member to make
that
a
is
statement
irresponsible
today.
on your behalf to
and
try to use
suggest-
emotions.
Members,
and to
please
suggest
resume your
that it
seats.
has something to do
Both
with the
members.
representative.
Both
it is
members.
inappropriate to make such a
Please,
statement.
members, both of you resume your
Completely
seats.
inappropriate.
Please. If you refer to a survey, a legal survey of Anguilla, there is nothing irresponsible about that. That is, please, members, please take your seat. Please, members, stop shouting. There is nothing irresponsible about referencing a legal survey. So I'm going to strike that from the record, member, and I am going to ask the member for Island Harbor to continue, uninterrupted.
Madam Speaker,
Please resume your
Madam
seat.
Speaker, the member went on to state that it's a reflection of the representative in District 2.
He did not
said it.
say that.
We can
Member,
replay the recording.
please,
we
member.
can play the recording, and when we replay the recording, the people of District 2 will have heard. So
Please.
this house, and the
Please,
speaker
member
can say
for Island
whatever
Harbour,
they
please
want.
continue.
But it is on record. It is recorded, so you
Thank you,
cannot
Madam
talk
Speaker.
about a
Please,
report
I am
Madam
happy
Speaker.
it is on record.
2007
Please,
and
member.
make reference
Madam
to the
Speaker,
elected representative today.
Please,
You
talking
cannot do that.
member, you are being out of order.
So is the member
Member,
for Island
sit,
Harbour.
please resume your seat. You are out of order. It doesn't
The
matter.
member is out of order.
Look, please have some manners and please respect. Some respect, please. Please, member, I know what you're trying to do. You're not going to get it to work. Okay? Don't answer me like that. I'm speaking to you. Please be respectful. Please be respectful. Please. I know that. Please be respectful. Please sit down when I'm speaking. That's what your rule says.
Madam Speaker.
You're telling me you do not know the rules, member? Please take your seat,
I rose on a
member.
point of order
Member, please
respect
resume your seat.
to the inappropriate statements.
Member, please resume your seat. I'm going to ask you for
And I
the
will
last
ask that the
time.
member
Please
retract that
resume your
statement.
seat.
He needs to retract
He
the
will
statement.
not.
It's
I
an
will not ask him
inappropriate
to do
statement.
that. Please resume your seat. The member referenced a survey, and the member's note stands. Continue, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the APM GST, with the revenue, Madam Speaker, we were able to remove property tax from domestic homes, Madam Speaker, almost 7,000 homes, Madam Speaker, so that now persons that inherit land or that own land on the coastline or on the beach where they can see the sea, Madam Speaker, they don't have to pay the high property tax that was imposed in 2016, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we have been able to continue the removal of duties from food and essential items, Madam Speaker, since April 27 of 2022, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we were able to increase the zero-rated items, Madam Speaker, and also to increase exemptions in the exempted sectors, Madam Speaker. So instead of just health and education, we were able to add fishing, farming, manufacturing, financial services, bank fees, insurance, Madam Speaker. We were able to exempt these from the goods and service tax, Madam Speaker. This is helping people, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we have been able to have no GST on fuel, gas, diesel, propane gas, Madam Speaker. We've been able to pay for additional security in the schools, Madam Speaker, for the government buildings, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as things have changed in this society, the government is now able to meet the needs of the people, Madam Speaker. And so, Madam Speaker, these are areas which were not able to address before. Madam Speaker, increasing the number of police vehicles, school buses, Madam Speaker, are now being ordered, have been ordered, Madam Speaker, and are pending. And we do know we're having some challenges right now with the school buses, Madam Speaker, and so it will be good to get the new school buses in, Madam Speaker, that have been ordered. Madam Speaker, we were able to restore the 2009 and 2010 salary cuts for public servants because of the goods and service tax and revenue, Madam Speaker. We've been able to pay ex gratia payments to public servants, increase the money that has been budgeted for medical treatment overseas. Madam Speaker, airport development, as had been said by multiple persons today, is something that has been near and dear to the hearts and minds of Anguillians for decades, Madam Speaker, from the father of the nation onward. And Madam Speaker, we can proudly say that with the help of the UK, the 12 million pounds over the 3 years that they have committed to, that we've been able now to ensure that we'll get a new terminal. Madam Speaker, the member for Road South always mentions that when you go to the airport and it rains, that it's like taking a shower, Madam Speaker. That is not a five-star destination, look, Madam Speaker. And we're trying to get that fixed, Madam Speaker. We couldn't do that before the goods and service tax implementation of the second phase, Madam Speaker, which came in July 1 of 2022, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the runway extension. We have heard about the runway being extended, Madam Speaker, to 6,000 feet from September of 2017, Madam Speaker. We are now going to go to 7,000 feet, Madam Speaker, so we can get in larger planes, more passengers, so that we can increase the heads and beds, Madam Speaker, give access to Anguilla so that we can enhance our tourism product, Madam Speaker. This is what the goods and service tax revenue has been able to do, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, our water network, Madam Speaker, is leaking over 80% of water that is made, that we are paying for, Madam Speaker. And I say that we are paying for because the Water Corporation, Madam Speaker, for years has not been able to meet the cost of producing water. Government of Anguilla, since we came in, has been subsidizing water, has been paying its electricity bills, has even been paying its staff personal emoluments, Madam Speaker. And now we have bills coming from the water producers, Madam Speaker, for arrears. Madam Speaker, we've been able, with the goods and service tax revenue, to commit to paying ANGLEC $1.2 million a year for several years to pay off arrears, Madam Speaker. This is what you can do, Madam Speaker, when you have a predictable revenue. And that's what the broad-based tax does, Madam Speaker. It gives you a predictable revenue so that your policies can be solid, they can be funded, so that you can, when you go to Executive Council, that you can make a good argument that this policy is one that we want for our people and that we can pay for it, Madam Speaker. Because you can't keep asking the UK taxpayers to fund our needs, Madam Speaker, and we have lots of needs. We've had needs for many, many years. And so, Madam Speaker, the Vivian Vanderpool Primary School, we've been able to put money in to build classrooms, Madam Speaker, along with help from Annie Private Resort, which committed to paying for an IT lab, Madam Speaker. We've been able to increase the budget for sports, doubled it, Madam Speaker, increase money for Carnival. We've committed to a consultation for public service salary review, Madam Speaker. And we have the confidence now, because of the GST revenue, that government can consider increases if that's what the consultation shows is necessary, along with increments and grading and performance reviews, Madam Speaker. We've been able to increase scholarships. Madam Speaker, one of the things that we had to give up in 2021 and 22 was scholarships, because we were told that if we wanted to delay the implementation of the goods and service tax from January 1 of 2021, we had to give up certain things. We had to tighten up the belt. We had to put in austerity measures to make sure that we didn't have to make certain cuts. Because one of the things, Madam Speaker, that we felt would have been detrimental to Anguilla is salary cuts for public servants. And so we were told, if you want to delay it by a certain amount of time, 6 months, you had to make public service salary cuts of a certain amount. If you want to extend it longer than that, the cut percentage had to be higher, Madam Speaker, all the way up to like 10%. And Madam Speaker, we said no, we were not going to make those cuts. So we had to make sure we decrease spending, and we had to make some sacrifices, Madam Speaker. But we were able to get through, Madam Speaker, and we were able to get this to the point with the steady, competent leadership of this administration. We've been able to get Anguilla on the right track and keep it moving, Madam Speaker, in this positive direction. Madam Speaker, I don't want to inflame anyone, Madam Speaker. But, Madam Speaker, what I was saying when I talked about the poverty survey of 2007, I was trying to say, as has been said by other persons here, there's always been some persons who are poor in Anguilla. And that study showed that District 2 had the highest level of poverty. I was basically quoting from this study, Madam Speaker. And we do plan, we will look at the census. The census was just completed January 31 of 2024. We will have those numbers evaluated, because in the census it does ask about some of these questions will be addressed, Madam Speaker. I mean, Madam Speaker, we hear every day from the opposition that the people of Anguilla are hurting. But you need objective data to know how much, where. And so, Madam Speaker, this is what I was trying to say, that we need to do an objective review so that we know where we are in terms of poverty in Anguilla. Because what we want to do, Madam Speaker, as we did in 2022, we increased public assistance, and there was 115 families, Madam Speaker, that are registered with social development that are considered to be needy families. Are there more than 115 families? Madam Speaker, we want to know that. So we will get the information, Madam Speaker, and we will take the necessary steps to ensure that no one falls through the cracks, Madam Speaker. Because it's important to this administration, this caring administration, that we look out for all the people. In terms of infrastructure, Madam Speaker, now we do know that we have the Lansing Bowl Cultural Center that is being paid for by the DOT group. But there are other needs in terms of infrastructure, Madam Speaker. There are roads that need to be paved, Madam Speaker, and we are working on that. The surveys are being done, but you have to have the revenue to pave the roads. So, Madam Speaker, persons are saying, well, the GST is overperforming. It's making more than it was projected to make. Well, we know some of that, Madam Speaker, has to do, the economy is doing better than it was projected to do. And we have the revenue from the .ai domain name registration, Madam Speaker. And we thank God for that, Madam Speaker. And there's potential for that. But, Madam Speaker, you can't just rush and say because you have revenue coming in that you start using it or you start making cuts in the GST rate without having the data to work from, Madam Speaker. Because, Madam Speaker, if we did not have the .ai domain name registration revenue coming in 2025, Madam Speaker, we have to borrow $25 million. Even with the GST money projected as it is, we would have to borrow that, Madam Speaker. This is fact. I'm the Minister of Finance, and so we look at the projections and the MTEF. So if you look at the MTEF, we would have to borrow that. But with the money coming in from the .ai domain name registration, we can now take that money out of reserves so we don't have to get a loan, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there's $13 million that's still at the Caribbean Development Bank. The third tranche of the money that was started to be borrowed in 2018 that we have access to. But for the last 2 years, Madam Speaker, we have not had to touch that because of the funds coming in from the goods and service tax and now from the .ai domain name registration. So, Madam Speaker, you have to look at this holistically. It's like if you have your house and you have a budget and you have X number of dollars coming in and you get a little double salary at Christmas time, you should put away some and save it, Madam Speaker, for a rainy day. You shouldn't just go and spend it or spend it before you make it, Madam Speaker. So that's where we're at, Madam Speaker, in terms of that. So, Madam Speaker, the bill itself talks about the integration of the Registry into the Financial Services Commission Miscellaneous Amendments Act 2024. And the goal of that bill, Madam Speaker, is so that we can meet the regulatory requirements. The Registry has to meet certain regulatory requirements. The AFSC has to meet certain regulatory requirements. And so instead of duplicating that service, and as we've seen it work in other overseas territory jurisdictions, we bring the Registry into the FSC. And we find that there is a better chance, Madam Speaker, that we would meet those regulatory requirements. We recently had the CFATF mutual evaluations, Madam Speaker. And those, Madam Speaker, we are held to certain standards. And thank God we've been able to meet most of those standards. Certainly we got some, in the Acting Attorney General, and the House certainly has been very instrumental and closely aligned with getting us through those evaluations. But, Madam Speaker, it has been very frustrating because every time we make it to where they tell us they want us to be, the goalpost moves. And it seems that the more we get there, the more they want from us, Madam Speaker. In fact, now there was the act passed in Parliament in the UK that says that the overseas territories, that there has to be publicly accessible registers of beneficial owners. And that is something, Madam Speaker, that we've been trying to work through, and that was supposed to be by last December 31 of 23. We were able to push back on that as overseas territories. Some have financial services as one of their main pillars of the economy more than others. Cayman Islands, Bermuda, BVI. But we have stood in solidarity, Madam Speaker. And so now we've been able to push back and say that by the end of Q4 of 2024, that we would comply with it for legitimate interests only. Again, this is a lot of back and forth, Madam Speaker. But, Madam Speaker, when you have the interests of the people at heart, then you fight back. But as someone said earlier, Madam Speaker, when you're in a position of weakness, sometimes you can't fight back because what do you have to negotiate with? And when you have a signed document that was signed by our leader of government business that says that we will basically maintain progressing the goods and service tax. And as the member, the single island-wide member, Mr. Kenneth Hodge, would attest to, when we talk to Mr. Ben Merrick, the director for the overseas territories, and we say, we campaigned against it, the people are saying they don't want it. He said, well, your government has agreed to it. June 11 of 2020. It says here, Victor F. Banks, Premier of Anguilla. Signed next to his name as Ben Merrick, Director of the Overseas Territories, June 12, 2020. Basically, your hands are tied, Madam Speaker. And unless you're willing to have a huge fight, and one that I think, I'm a chess player, Madam Speaker. And sometimes when you're in a weakened position, if you can't fake your way out of it, you lay down your king and you fight another day. And that, Madam Speaker, we have decided that even as, and Madam Speaker, this is the MOU, and so you can see, I was saying, basically, you have the signatures here, and you have the signature of the overseas territory right here. One says 12/6, and one says June 11. So my memory is still okay. Not as good as the member for Road South, but still okay, Madam Speaker. That Prevagen and ginkgo biloba does help. Madam Speaker, we were initially opposed to combining the registry and the FSC because we felt there's a certain amount of revenue that comes into the registry that is already accounted for in the budget that we need to use for the purposes for social development, to pay teachers, nurses, doctors, etc. But we realized, Madam Speaker, and I had public servants employed in these areas who told me, don't let it happen. Okay? But we realize, Madam Speaker, that if we want to have a chance to develop financial services as another pillar of the economy, there's certain things we had to do. One is we had to show that we had increased our ability to regulate, and also, Madam Speaker, we had to make sure that we were compliant with some of the requirements for the international agencies. Now, Madam Speaker, in the paper that went to Executive Council, it says here that consultations were done with stakeholders and also with the registry staff. But I wanted to show, Madam Speaker, it said what would be the, basically, if this was not done, the adverse consequences. So the benefits, Madam Speaker, was that you had compliance with international standards, specifically the OECD Global Forum, recommendations on transparency and exchange for information for tax purposes as set out in the 2016 Terms of Reference on EOIR. Compliance with FATF standards in which the registry has to demonstrate that it has a supervisory regime in place. The adverse consequences that the registry will continue with the status quo, which negatively impacts Anguilla's compliance with the OECD Global Forum recommendations. Anguilla will remain on the EU's blacklist, and this will in turn negatively impact Anguilla's financial services industry and overall economy and decrease government revenue. And the Financial Service Commission will continue to realize a deficit in its budget, which will likely ultimately require funding from the government of Anguilla's consolidated fund. So, Madam Speaker, just to show that I think that this move, after looking at all the options, is the better way to go when it comes to being able to enhance Anguilla's ability to work in the financial services area. With that also, Madam Speaker, we have funded in the Anguilla Tourist Board a position for financial service marketer. And that has been advertised, Madam Speaker, so that when the Tourist Board goes on its marketing trips, that the financial services marketer goes along and is able to then present the products that Anguilla would have. We've had seconded to the AFSC, Madam Speaker, someone from the British Virgin Islands was with us for 2 years who has been able to bring their experience in. And recently the FSC celebrated 20 years, and we also had someone from the BVI came as a keynote speaker. And we've been looking at, Madam Speaker, certain niche areas that Anguilla can once again be able to market those areas in financial service so that we can increase the company registration, we can increase the use of those products, and we can get more revenue into the country. And therefore, we would have another revenue stream, Madam Speaker, so that if, God forbid, tourism is slowed down because of another pandemic or natural disaster, that we can still have some revenue coming in so that we can maintain the well-being of the people of Anguilla. Because, Madam Speaker, the other areas that we have now wanting to fund in healthcare, we want to increase the number of specialists that are in the public health system. We want to increase the types of specialists that are in the public health system. We have now set up a supplementary budget that we are addressing these issues. Of course, that has to go off to the UK because we would have exceeded the envelope that we've been allowed to go for, because the member for Valley South mentioned earlier, there are certain guidelines and parameters that we have to stay within that we are outside of for one of those three areas. And Madam Speaker, sometimes you say you have the money, but you can't spend it the way you want to because there are certain guidelines. When the UK has contingent liability and you're not in a position where you can say, well, we've met those requirements, then you have to basically make that case. And so we're making that case, Madam Speaker. So this is a step, Madam Speaker, to ensuring that we put ourselves in a position with the international community that we are making strides to ensure that we have good standing in terms of regulation and compliance. Now, again, the member for Valley South mentioned about correspondent banking and de-risking. We're a small jurisdiction, so these are areas where we're at the will and at the whim of the international community. But we're hoping that if we can show that we are taking the right steps and putting legislation in place, that we would be able to convince them that we are a safe jurisdiction and the reputational harm that we are recovering from, that would go away and we can get off the blacklist with the European Union and we can get to be at least larger compliant with the OECD, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I know that I have labored on, but I just want the people of Anguilla to know that we don't just come to the House. These bills, acts, the legislation has some importance to their well-being. And that's why I would have gone on, Madam Speaker, to explain that. I want to thank everyone for the interventions. Thank you for your patience, and I hope that I can get approval of this bill for the integration of the registry into Financial Service Commission. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member, and thanks to all members for their contributions. It has been moved and seconded that a bill shortly entitled, "A Bill for Integration of Registry into Financial Services Commission, Miscellaneous Amendments Act 2024 be read a second time. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. I call upon the clerk to read the bill a second time.
An act to make provision for the integration of the registry into the Financial Services Commission by amending the Business Companies Act, the Financial Services Commission Act, the Commercial Registry and Beneficial Ownership Registration Act, the Patents Act, and the Trademarks Act.
Under Rule 45 of the House of Assembly Rules of Procedure 2021, the bill now stands referred to a committee of the whole Assembly to be considered clause by clause. Assembly in committee.
Section 1 through 9.
I put the question.
Sections 1 through 9.
I put the question that sections 1 through 9 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Section 10.
Madam Chair, I have amendment Does everyone have a copy of the committee stage amendment? Okay. So, yes, so, Madam Chair, I move that the bill for integration of registry into Financial Service Commission Miscellaneous Amendments Act 2024 be amended as follows. A, the commencement, start with B. B, Section 10, which amends Schedule 5 of the Financial Service Commission Act, is amended by inserting the following new section immediately after Section 9E. Transfer of monies held by the registry on behalf of registered agents. 9F, the monies referred to in Section 9G and 9H held by the registry on behalf of a registered agent shall, on the prescribed date, be transferred to the Commission. 9G, the monies referred to in Section 9F are monies belonging to a registered agent that are held by the registry on behalf of such agents for the purpose of facilitating transactions to be completed on the A, commercial registry electronic system in relation to active registered agents, and B, Anguilla commercial online registration network in relation to inactive registered agents. 9H, the monies to be transferred pursuant to Section 9F shall be the closing balances held by the registry in relation to each registered agent after deductions have been made for transactions completed on the commercial registry electronic system and the Anguilla commercial online registration network. 9I, a record of the monies referred to in Section 9F shall be maintained by the registry, and such record shall, up until the prescribed date, be updated daily by the registry. 9J, the record referred to in Section 9I shall be compiled into a report, and same shall be submitted to the Commission on the prescribed date. 9K, for the purposes of Section 9F to 9J, prescribed date means a date prescribed by regulations made under Section 57. By, and then this, we're going to put inserting. Say that? Up to Section 57?
So don't go to C.
Okay, thank you.
I put the question that Section 10 be amended as circulated and do stand part of the bill. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it.
Sections 11 to 16.
I put the question that clauses 11 to 16 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it.
Clause 17.
Madam Chair, I have an amendment
Yes.
that C, by inserting the following part after Section 16. Part 6, miscellaneous, regulations. 17, the governor may make regulations for the better carrying out of the provisions of this act. And D, by renumbering the clause with marginal note, citation, and commencement from Section 17 to Section 18.
I put the question that Section 17 be amended as circulated and do stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
So the title and the enacting clause.
Madam Chair, I have an amendment that A, the commencement reference immediately before the long title of the bill is amended by deleting the reference to Section 17 and substituting it with Section 18.
Put the question that the title be amended as circulated, the commencement be amended as circulated and do stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. So I put the question that the enacting clause do stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. The Assembly will now resume its sitting. You may report.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to report that the bill shortly entitled, A Bill for Integration of Registry into Financial Services Commission Miscellaneous Amendments Act 2024, has passed through committee with amendments and is ready for its third reading.
A bill for integration of registry into Financial Services Commission Miscellaneous Amendments Act 2024, third reading.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I move that a bill shortly entitled, A Bill for Integration of Registry into Financial Services Commission Miscellaneous Amendments Act 2024 be read a third time and passed.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second.
It has been moved and seconded that a bill entitled A Bill for Integration of Registry into Financial Services Commission Miscellaneous Amendments Act 2024 be now read a third time and passed. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. I call upon the clerk to read the bill a third time.
An act to make provision for the integration of the registry into the Financial Services Commission by amending the Business Companies Act, the Financial Services Commission Act, the Commercial Registry and Beneficial Ownership Registration Act, the Patents Act, and the Trademarks Act.
Bill read a third time and passed.
A bill for Digital Assets Business Amendment Act 2024, second reading.
The member for Island Harbor is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to move that a bill shortly entitled, "A Bill for Digital Assets Business Amendment Act 2024" be read a second time.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second.
Madam Speaker, this is a short amendment. The bill for Digital Assets Business Act was passed recently in this Honorable House. And this pertains to the licensing requirements for entities wanting to conduct digital asset businesses within Anguilla. It mandates that the Commission must grant an official license to the entities before they can conduct digital asset business. This license would allow entities to engage in specific activities related to digital assets, including those listed in Section 4, Subsection 2, Subsection G, which states lending, borrowing, providing financial services, advising, or issuing derivatives with respect to and otherwise dealing with digital assets. However, the activities listed in Section 4, Subsection 2G are not those of the digital asset service provider or mentioned throughout the legislation. Therefore, an amendment to the Act is needed. Section 4.2 of the Digital Assets Business Act is amended by deleting paragraph G and substituting it with participation in and provision of financial services related to an issuer's offer or sale of newly issued digital assets. So in the objects and reasons for this amendment, basically, as I stated, the bill seeks to amend the list of digital asset business activities the Commission may license an entity to carry on. There are two clauses. Clause 1 amends the Digital Asset Business Act 2023 by deleting and replacing a digital asset business activity the Commission may license an entity to carry on, and Clause 2 provides for the citation of the bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Member. I now invite debate on the merits and principles of this bill. A bill for Digital Assets Business Amendment Act 2024. The floor is open for contributions. Since there are no contributions, I invite the mover to respond, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as I said, Madam Speaker, this bill was recently passed in this House. It is just to correct an error in Section 4, Subsection 2G, and therefore I appreciate that the members accept this for the intent and look forward to getting approval of same. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. It has been moved and seconded that a bill shortly entitled "A Bill for Digital Assets Business Amendment Act 2024" be now read a second time. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. I call upon the clerk to read the bill a second time.
An act to amend the Digital Assets Business Act 2023, Act number 16 of 2023.
Under Rule 45 of the House of Assembly Rules of Procedure 2021, the bill now stands referred to a committee of the whole Assembly to be considered clause by clause. Assembly in committee.
Clauses 1 through 2.
I put the question that clauses 1 through 2 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
The title and the enacting clause.
I put the question that the title and the enacting clause do stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. The Assembly will now resume its sitting. You may report.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to report that the bill shortly entitled, A Bill for Digital Assets Business Amendment Act 2024, has passed through committee without amendments and is ready for its third reading.
A bill for Digital Assets Business Amendment Act 2024, third reading.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I move that a bill shortly entitled, A Bill for Digital Assets Business Amendment Act 2024 be read a third time and passed.
Madam Speaker, I second.
It has been moved and seconded that a bill shortly entitled, A Bill for Digital Assets Business Amendments Act 2024 be now read a third time and passed. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. I call upon the clerk to read the bill a third time.
An act to amend the Digital Assets Business Act 2023, Act number 16 of 2023.
Bill read a third time and passed.
Private members' bills? None. Private bills? None. Other orders of the day? Adjournment?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to move that this honorable House be adjourned sine die.
Madam Speaker, I second.
It has been moved and seconded that this honorable House now stands adjourned sine die. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. This honorable House now stands adjourned sine die. Thank you, members. Good evening.